Good morning, everybody. I'm going to call this meeting to order of the Ad Hoc Chancellor Search Committee. Call to order. Roll call, please, Angela.
Chair Ariscata,
There.
Regent Carvalho,
Here.
Regent Downs,
Here.
Regent Goodman,
Here.
Regent Perkins.
Here.
You have a quorum of the Regents Committee. President Zaragoza. President Acharya.
Here.
President Helens. President Pollard. President Hilgerson.
Here.
President Whitfield. President Sandoval. President Delpy. Ms. Sherman. Dr. Kruger.
Here.
Mr. Sipe. Dr. Bourdre. Mr. Boog. Dr. Kavanaugh.
Present.
Dr. Robinson.
Present.
Dr. Marchand.
Present.
Ms. Basin.
Rochelle Basson here.
Ms. Wallace. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Stamp. Mr. Osorio Hernandez. Mr. Gomez. Ms. Franklin. Ms. Thomas. Mr. Gore. Mr. Hahn.
That stuff.
Here.
It's from the bureau.
Ms. Stan Kute. Ms. Olson. Mr. DeJong.
Mr. Dadan here.
Dr. Johnson. Ms. McIntosh. Dr. Miena. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Angela. If Regent Goodman, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
You can call my name. Oh, they didn't.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Regent Goodman. I'd like to present our land acknowledgement. Before beginning, we take a moment to recognize that here in Nevada, we stand on the land of the Washishu, Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, the Niue, Western Shoshone, and the Nuwu, the Southern Paiute. We take a moment to recognize and honor their stewardship that continues in today. With this recognition, we state an intention to rightfully include their voice and respect them as the 27 sovereign tribal nations of Nevada. Thank you. As we open this meeting, we're going to go to agenda item number 1, public comment. Do we have any public comment in Reno?
Have to wait till the right time and I will.
None in Reno? Do we have any public comment in Elko?
There is no public comment in Elko.
Do we have any other public comment from any of the satellite sites?
Okay, don't worry.
Public comment in Las Vegas, please. And there is.
Good morning, Laura Naumann, Laura Naumann for the record. Good morning, Regents, advisory members, search firm. I'm faculty at Nevada State College, and I participated in yesterday's Chancellor search forums for the South. I see that I have 3 minutes today, so that's exciting. I have a few things that I want to touch on. The first is the search committee firm's discussion of spousal introductions. And yesterday they talked about it as our candidates are not an island and that that's warrants including them in the spousal introduction. Many of us who participate on searches as faculty, HR tells us to not ask about things like family status, relationship status, and for good reason. It's because we might make judgments about the quality of them as a candidate. Will they need to leave work early? Are they going to get pregnant? Are they, whatever bias that might come up. So when you see that type of action, is that inclusive? Certainly, all of those candidates have spouses and partners and families that they should be proud of, but that's not germane to their position as a candidate. And so it's also potentially exclusionary. What would it look like if someone didn't have a partner or a spouse, or if their partner or spouse was of the same gender? So I just asked the search committee firm as they move forward to consider whether that's really an inclusive practice and why that they have received comments on that particular part. In terms of the search, I mean, I do think that the search did a good job in finding candidates that have lots of good qualities, excellent leaders in the things that they've been doing, things that I think would certainly transition to being chancellor of our system. That said, I thought that all candidates had some areas of weakness, at least in how they chose to respond to their questions. And so your job today is to ask more questions. And I hope that you think about really pressing the candidates on specifics. A lot gave big, high, broad level questions. I have to listen. It's going to take me some time to learn the challenges of the system. Well, give them that context and ask them what's going to happen if this is the scenario. Specific to that, I think one relevant question might be, under what conditions is it relevant to raise student tuition? That's a question that often comes before the board. It would be helpful to know what a chancellor's mindset is on that. I also think our candidates really should be pressed on their DEI understanding. Our system is highly diverse, not only in our students, but in our faculty. Do they have an understanding of what it means to be a Hispanic serving institution, not just a Hispanic enrolling institution? What does that mean for recruiting and retaining faculty from all backgrounds? So please consider these things as you engage with the candidates. I know it will be a tough decision today, but I thank you for the work that you do. Thank you.
For the record, Dr. Marcela Rodriguez Campo, MARCELA RODRIGUEZ I am the Director of the Office of Community, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion at Nevada State University, and I serve as an advisory member on the NSHE Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Access Council. I have the honor of working at the most diverse higher education institution in the state of Nevada, Nevada State soon-to-be University. I'm here today to speak on the needs of our state and the needs of our students for our next chancellor as you all make your selections. I myself am a product of this system and of this district. I am a first-generation college graduate, immigrant, formerly undocumented person, Pell Grant recipient, woman of color, and former CCSD teacher. The day of my college graduation was the first time that I saw my families were in on something that could never be taken away from us, and that was my education. Much like the students that we serve here at Nevada State, access to higher education is ultimately one of the most effective conduits for social mobility. When students cross the graduation stage, they alter the trajectories of every person in their family that comes after them. And the fact of the matter is, we are a minority-majority system. Nearly 60% of the students that we serve in our system are from a minoritized group. Our students are largely non-traditional students, caretakers, first generation, undocumented, immigrants, students of color, women, caretakers. But unfortunately, our system was not designed with students from these groups in mind. As we continue to see disparities in their outcomes, as well as their performance, and we continue to see disparities in the outcomes of our faculty in their retention and promotion. While our system has begun the work of addressing the unique needs and barriers of our students and the things that they face, it is clear that our system needs a champion who will put the needs of our students at the forefront. From the candidates that I observed yesterday during the Chancellor's open forum, I did not see a candidate who could stand up and rise to this challenge. Our students, faculty, and staff deserve a champion who will act in thoughtful urgency to meet the evolving and complex needs of our students and our staff and faculty. We need a champion who will fiercely collaborate and elevate the voices of our most marginalized students and not pretend to understand the specific needs that they have. We need somebody who will champion the highly diverse and expansive student populations that we serve, and that will rise up to the challenge to ensure that any barrier that is placed in front of one of our students is removed so that they can be successful and ultimately change the trajectory for their families. Regents, as you engage in your discussion today about who will be our next chancellor, I urge you to keep an eye out for who will be our champion. Look for that person. I have not seen them yet. I hope that in your questions and in your discussion, perhaps someone will rise. Thank you.
Thank you. There any additional public comment? None seen? Prior to moving on, I just want to give recognition to Chrissy Harris of the Deputy Attorney General's Office, who will be here today to assist with open meeting. Thank you, Ms. Harris. Appreciate your time. We're going to move on to agenda item number 2, minutes from the previous meeting. Are there any corrections or comments? Seeing none, hearing none. Do we have a motion on the table for approval?
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Downs. Is there a second? Regent Perkins, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Yep, Regent Carvalho.
Thank you, Chair Escada. In board pack, it doesn't show the minutes.
I noticed that.
So I was not able to review them.
Totally understand. Would you like to abstain from this vote? I don't think.
Were they available someplace else?
I'm going to defer that to Chief of Staff.
Interim Chief of Staff Carrie Nikolajewski, for the record, yes, they would have been posted on the website, but I do see that they are not attached in board pack. So what we could do is bring this item back, and it would be a full board approval. If the committee does not meet again, it would come straight to the full board.
Mr. Chair, Laura Perkins here. Could we just take like a, 3-5-minute break and allow time for the other members to read the minutes?
Let's do that. We'll take that liberty for a 3-minute break. Let's go ahead and review the meeting, or review the minutes. Thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and continue with the meeting. The minutes were somewhat abbreviated. Regent Perkins, do you feel this is enough sufficient time? Yes.
Sure, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's go ahead and throw this back on the table. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none, seeing none. Regent Downs, you already have a motion on the table as a first. Do you want to continue that?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Is there a second? Regent Perkins, thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So the chair's report. This has been an arduous task. It has been a wonderful, rewarding task in which I felt honored to lead. And I want to say that right out of the gate. We started this on February 3rd by working with the Bryant Group, and we have candidates, in my opinion, that are far more than what they are just on paper. Out of the 87 candidates, if we were looking at just the CV and the applications, there's some that came in 50 pages. And these candidates look like the most worthy of candidates. Through the intrinsic manner of the Bryant Group, we've found and we deciphered down to the best candidates that we have today. So if the Bryant Group was the stereotypical search consultant, we would not have had the 15 high caliber first round of short interview candidates. Furthermore, without the Bryant Group, we would not have had the opportunity to interview the candidates most suitable of the roles and the competencies required for the chancellor position. Lastly, here today, we have the candidates that rose to the top. So some of the critical roles that were identified in the two individual surveys that were selected as critical roles in certain competencies. We, the people who responded to the surveys, we wanted to focus on a leader, and I'm going to do these in order of importance. Leader, a communicator, a partnership builder, community engager, a team builder, a DEI advocate, a results driver. But the essential competencies, once again, leadership, communicating, building trust and credibility, relationship building, political savvy, community engagement, big picture orientation, problem solving, professionalism, integrity, values diversity, and adaptability, flexibility, and resilience. We have those candidates with us today. And as I shorten my chair's report, I'm going to be handing this microphone over to Nora Behrens of the Bryan Group to go ahead and lead throughout this discussion today. Please, Nora.
Thank you, Chair Arascata. I'm Nora Behrens, for the record, with the Bryan Group. Following up on Chair Arascata's discussion of the detailed, validated, measurable selection criteria, we created it, and it being roles, competencies, leadership styles, and derailers, things you don't want to see. Those were identified primarily through the survey results from the Regents and the Advisory Committee. And what you all said is that you're looking for a leader for the system. Now, a leadership mindset is not something that is necessarily very common in the human population, and it's not something that's particularly trainable either. So those were the things we were looking for. We weren't necessarily looking for a higher education technical expert, which is nice to have, but can also be learned. I point out this difference because in the feedback on the surveys that we got, I'll just mention that here and we'll go more into the survey results later. But a lot of folks said, I'm not sure these people know enough about higher education. And I wanna talk to that for just a minute. It is not uncommon, both in the ed sector and in others, that someone with leadership ability and skill changes industries. In the corporate world, an example I'd give you is Lou Gerstner. He became the president of IBM and turned it around, really innovated and took them to the top of their sector. He came from the Nabisco Foods company. So no, he wasn't an expert in IT at all. Going to the education sector, there's a number of presidents across the country, effective presidents, college presidents, who've come straight from the military or from politics. I'll mention our homegrown example, President Sandoval. So I just mention this because that's what our research shows, that's what our experience shows, and I want to make sure that doing my due diligence as your search consultant, that I share that research and that I share that knowledge. Where this all came from, these roles, these competencies, this methodology, came from 45 years of applied motivation and competency research done by Dr. Bill Bryan. He's on Zoom here if we need to call on the expert. His research differentiated superstars from average and poor leaders. And it started with his position with David McClellan's consulting firm. He was the chair of the psychology department at Harvard and is one of the preeminent competency and motivation researchers in the world. So that's where it comes from. It's not something that we just decided or made up or thought sounded good. I know you all value research, and that's where this came from. He's available to answer questions on the nitty-gritty, if you will, of that. So going back to our process, in recruiting, we received 87 resumes. This included 6 international applicants. which we had to, we couldn't consider due to work permit issues. The number of applicants that completed the full application package was 29, and it was an extensive package. It wasn't just busy work, we used all those elements, and a lot of them are posted online for you to be able to read. After we screened the application packets, 15 candidates remained. We did short interviews, and by short interviews, I mean 2 hours. That's our short interview. Regent Arascata got to enjoy a number of those, either in person or by recording. After that, 6 remained. Then we did our long interviews. And by long interviews, I mean 4 hours. 4 hours on Zoom. And Chair Arascata was in all of those, all of them, all of those hours. You really get to know folks after something like that. And these interviews aren't just interviews about, tell me where you're from and what you've been doing. These are guided storytelling interviews. So this is an interview type that Dr. Bryan developed. It's based on a critical incident interviewing that's been used in the military for generations. He adapted it because it's the only way to find out truly what the competency of a person is. So we created criteria. We created indicators for those criteria. So say you're looking for leadership. Well, what does that look like in practice? How do I know who has leadership and who doesn't? It's by looking at the criteria, at the indicators. An indicator is a little piece of behavior. Well, this person makes sure that everybody's on the same page in a meeting, for example. That was a crummy one. But so you can look for these behaviors in what people say. I've done this, I've done that. We don't lead them to any of this. We don't say, even tell me a time when. That'd be a behavioral interview, which is better than a regular interview, not as good as a good storytelling interview. When you ask someone to tell you a story from their career, what's front of mind for them comes out first, right? With all of us, what's front of mind for us comes out first. And through that, we know what their priorities were, what their competencies were, and how well they either did or did not match the profile created based on your survey results. So with the screening process, started with the application, and we do score that for indicators and criteria. The short interview is obviously scored, the long interview is scored. We did reference checks. We aim for 6 reference calls for each candidate. 2 of them are ones they gave us. They wrote letters for them, for example. 2 are ones they didn't give us, but are from their current job. And 2 are from their previous job. So the candidates don't know who we're going to call. We also do background checks, and we'll get more into what got checked later. But we use a third-party company for that. We did forums, right? The past couple days, many hours of speaking with the candidates in which you can gather information. And then there are the interviews today. So lots of opportunity to get information on these candidates and to elucidate why they're here and how they match the profile. So with that, I'll hand it back to Chair Arascata to announce the names of the finalists.
Thank you, Ms. Behrens. Greatly appreciate it. And thank you for that breakdown. So as we had the 3 finalists, the 3 final candidates that were and did rise to the top. First, in alphabetical order, with Charles Ansel from Nevada, Lawrence Drake from Florida, and Kathleen Marshall, also from Nevada. One of the items that we noticed throughout this process is how many Nevadans also rose to the top when it came to not just the applications, the quality of the individual, but also how many voiced and placed their interest in this process. And we were exceptionally, I was exceptionally proud of the Nevada representation. So the interview process, I'm going to kind of segue down to number 4. The interview process, as Nora just kind of somewhat condensed into a little short paragraph, was a timely, informative, was something that brought the people to earth. I know that sounds strange when I say to earth, but it's because that's when we really saw who the person was. We could see who they were, we heard who they were. We noticed what their background was, what their interests were, what their leadership skills were, what their derailers. We noticed all of the opportunities that they could bring to the system of higher education. And that is why I present to you today the 3 candidates. Sonora, if you'd like to go ahead and discuss a little bit more about the interview process and some of the
Certainly.
specific items, it'd be great.
Certainly, and one thing I didn't mention in the previous segment is that the items I was summarizing was, they're all more expansively described in the Chancellor search history document. It's posted online and it was also emailed to everybody. So if you want to dive deeper into the Bryan Group's process, you certainly can read a whole lot more about what we did via this resource. We also provided a resource called Finalist Evaluation and Interviewing Guidelines, also mailed out to everyone, also available on the NSHE website, so that we don't have to go over every single detail of how to do an interview. NSHE policy dictates that every candidate be asked the same questions from the same search committee or advisory member, and this is how it will play out, or how we suggest it play out. We will start with the 5 search committee members. So each of you may ask the question that is on your mind. We have provided 10 suggested questions, and those questions are suggested, but are certainly second in priority to whatever's on your mind today and that you'd like to talk to the candidate about. Those 10 questions were not asked in the Reno forums. There were about 10 questions asked there. Those questions were also not asked in the Las Vegas forums. We got to about 9 questions for each candidate yesterday. This is a whole new set of 10 questions. And then, of course, if you prefer to ask the one that's on your mind or heart this morning, please do that. So we'll start with the search committee, each asking the candidate their question. We were going to go with the same format that we went with the forums, in which the candidate will get asked the question. They'll have 3 to 4 minutes to respond, and then there's an opportunity for follow-ups. Is that right, Chair Escada?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, so the search committee will start with that. Then there are 5 advisory members I believe Chair Arascata has designated to ask questions after the 5 search committee members. They can come from the list, or they can be your own. So just a list of suggestions. We just wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity, should a duplicate show up, that you've got some other options. So starting with the search committee questions, moving to the advisory questions as time permits. Just to cover all bases, and so the HR department is still our friend, we will not ask questions about age or genetic information, birthplace, country of origin or citizenship, gender, sex, or sexual orientation, marital status, family or pregnancy, race, color, or ethnicity, or religion. Just a quick reminder there. Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Chair Arascata?
Nope.
That's what I have for item 4.
Excellent. So, 1 minute. So we're going to go ahead and transition over to item number 5. some of the open forum reports and finalist interviews. With this, we're going to have representatives from the Bryan Group, i.e. Nora Behrens, will provide a report of the open forums held with each finalist over the past couple days. And prior to that, Ms. Behrens, if we could, are there any questions or comments from the board? Regent Carvalho?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Scotta. I just want to make a statement about the forums, and I'm not sure if a similar format will be taken today or not, but I do want to say that to me, it's really concerning that in the Bryan Group's own materials, specifically the finalists' evaluations and interviewing guidelines that you spoke about, they remind us of the legalities of interviewing the candidates. Now, during the forums, we heard from their spouses, and I know that that wasn't necessarily the actual formal interview process as it is today, but many of us tuned in, whether in person or online, and having the spouses here maybe inadvertently revealed their marital status, sexual orientation, and familial status. And I'm just concerned that this process feels like it's violating some HR rules at the very least. And I don't know if we're planning to invite spouses today, but I would strongly urge you not to do that. And as was given in public comment, for those of us who tuned in, we already know this. We're humans, and if we were listening, we heard this, and it is just concerning to me that we want to use an equity lens when we discuss our candidates, and that was concerning to me. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Carvalho. Question? Regent Breger?
So I want to phrase this really carefully. I have done many searches in the past for superintendents in this state. And I wasn't going to say that, but I am, because it gives me a sense of understanding. And so I'm going to say this now because it's going to prey on my mind today and tomorrow. I really would like to know, and I understand coming here in January and in February, this was just kind of, we didn't get to look at policy, we didn't get to change policy, we didn't get to make it a broader process, we were just trapped. And I'm going to use that word loosely. So being a regent, I take it extremely serious, as I did as being a school board trustee or a Clark County commissioner. What was the reason for the committee, number one, when one member, no disrespect intended, was the only one, I'm not used to this type of a process, which doesn't make it right or wrong, by the way, got to listen to the 12 even candidates to discern. Some of us have lived here our whole lives, have been involved in UNLV, have run businesses all these years, have been in other positions, have employees, have done this type of work. And then only one person got to hear from those candidates. We could have done an NDA, and if you broke that, then you're off the regent board. So if it doesn't deserve an answer now, I would like one later. I was going to save it for tomorrow, but this preys on me. I listened to every interview both days, because this is the one task that 13 people are going to listen to one person and one organization of thinking these were the 3 top people. They may be, or 2 looked terrible, so 1 looked better, or 2 looked okay, so 1 stood out. I'm very uncomfortable because of past knowledge. I wish I knew nothing, but I've done this too many times, not too many. And so that's, whether that's not a question for now or not, I have to say how I feel about the process. Thank you very much.
Do appreciate your feelings. Voicing them, compartmentalizing would not benefit anybody, especially yourself. So I do appreciate it.
May I respond? Or go ahead, Regent Del Carlo.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Escada. I agreed too. I thought the having the spouses here, because I watched yesterday, I thought it was really inappropriate too. We shouldn't know. I mean, we've been talking, this board's been talking about doing blind interviews or to take all the biases out, and I just thought it was really inappropriate, and I'm glad it was brought up in public comment, and I agree with my colleagues' comments.
May I respond to the Regent Brecker?
Just one moment, please.
Okay, sorry.
General Counsel Martinez, if you can talk about, touch upon Regent Breger's comment, please.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. I think this may be ripe for a new business item to review the Chancellor search process. And I think, yeah, but I think that's probably where these comments should be discussed in an agenda item for that process being under review.
May I add a comment, Chair Ariscotta?
There it goes. Yes, I was waiting for microphone. Please, Ms.
Okay,
Barron.
certainly. Thank you so
Ms.
much.
Barnes.
And certainly, and Regent Breger, I agree with you, okay? I really wish we could have had more involvement. The reason we couldn't has to do with open meeting law. If, and we consulted with Mr. Martinez on the regular about what we could share and what we couldn't. My understanding of the process was that if we were to share information with any other regent besides Chair Ariscotta, then it would become public. That was what I was told. So it was not withheld from anybody intentionally. We would have loved to be able to do that. And in many other states, we can. In Nevada, everything would become public if we shared it with you. And we had to be able to provide confidentiality for our candidates. If you cannot provide confidentiality for a candidate up to the point of being declared a finalist, you will not get a robust pool of applicants. And that's the current landscape. The way we handled it in Washoe County, obviously also a Nevada search, is that we created a search advisory group of community members. And we worked with them to get feedback and to get input and to view the interviews and such, since they were not subject to open meeting law. So I agree. I wish we could have shown you more. That was the counsel we had and our understanding.
Thank you, Ms. Barons. Mr. Martinez, if you can touch
Chair
upon
Ariscotta.
Regent Boylan, 1 minute, I'll go right back to you. Councilor
Yes, sir,
Martinez.
thank you.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. That's accurate. It's a complex reading between our search process and open meeting law and our code and how information is provided. In this process, our search process specifically puts the chair of the search committee in charge of doing the initial screening. Then if we begin to share information beyond that, it becomes something that we should then share with the entire board, right? We shouldn't have any individual board member receiving more information than anybody else. Also, as you know, there is a Nevada statute that says an appointment like this cannot be done in a closed meeting. So when we get in that situation where the law and the policies just really are not very flexible with the information we can share before the public meeting. I hope that makes sense. And again, I think we can work on this by all means and review different ways to do this in policy. And I think that's probably a good process moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. Actually, that's why I love Jimmy so much, Mr. Martinez. He gave me a segue into my question a little more. I really would like to know, the young lady said that she was told that that's the way it should be done. Who told her that? And based on what? Is it our policies? I know Mr. Martinez, Council Martinez just said something about NRS and things like that. It's been confusing me, and I think I asked this in some other meetings before. Why would one regent be more trusted than any others? And where does that stop? One regent, two regents, no regents? So who told this young lady that That's the way she has to do it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to Jimmy's answer.
Chair, if I may. Jimmy Martinez for the record. You're absolutely right. I think, and that was the basis of my comment, is just to explain that it's an intersection of open meeting law, NSHE board policy, and you know, the restrictions on the ability to have a closed meeting for an appointment by an elected body in Nevada. So currently, when you ask why it's the chair of the committee that does the initial screening, it's because of board policy. Now, there may be alternate ways to establish policy, just like we recently went back and amended the policy for the appointment of an interim or acting chancellor. We made that a little more inclusive. That is something that we can also look at doing for the chancellor search process. When we did the acting or interim, the search process itself was not amended. But we can certainly look at that moving forward and revise the search process to something that is more in tune with what this board would like to see moving forward.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Regent Boylan.
Thank you, sir. And I think Jimmy, at least, or someone else knows I'm going to ask this question. Could you please supply us those policies, that policy, or NRS? You know, it's always nice to have your ammo all lined up in a row. I mean, your ducks all lined up in a row, so I can. Boylan's going to ask, what's the policy? What's the NRS? Where are you coming from saying something like this? Because I have no idea where it is. So I'm sure, Jimmy, and Mr. Martinez, so if you could supply us that after this meeting tomorrow, next week, that would really, just to make me happy, right?
Jimmy Martinez for the record, absolutely. I can send out an email to the entire board outlining the specific policies and open meeting law statutes that govern it.
You are too kind. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And that NRS was attached to previous meetings, is that correct? The code provisions, thank you. So besides myself, which as I prefaced, I was honored to chair this, there's two other regents on this, up on the dais, who have also led searches. And I'm sure that they have experienced the same roadblocks that I have throughout this whole process. And having that trust placed upon us as leading a search and having that faith that it'll be executed promptly, wisely, and with the greatest of ethics and integrity is something that will forever be bestowed upon us. And I can speak for myself. I can't speak for the other two regents who have who led us search, but it was an honor, and I know it was done with great integrity. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and reach over to Regent Perkins for a question, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, more like a comment. It just seems to bring back this horse, right? It seems like we followed open meeting law, but then we didn't follow HR rules and regulations when we interviewed the spouse. It seems like that's that doesn't quite make sense to me. And I just wanted to and I agree with Regent Brager. We definitely need to take a look at our search committee process. And this is going to be a shameless plug for blind hiring. If we did blind hiring, all 13 of us would be able to look at them because the names and everything, any identifiable things would be removed. So shameless plug right there. So thank you, but I just saw a conflict between following the rules in one place and not following the rules in another.
Thank you, Regent Perkins. Questions? Any other questions, comments from the table, from the search committee itself? Excellent. Ms. Behrens, if I remember correctly, we have our first candidate.
So, yes, Nora Behrens from the Bryan Group. For the record, I was going to go ahead and do a little bit of an overview of some of the other things that we looked at, and then do the introduction for candidate Kate Marshall. And then we can hop into her interview. Okay, some of the things that we looked at regarding background checks. So I figured I'd just let you know what that entailed, so you know what got checked. We use a company called A Good Employee. It's a third-party company to check backgrounds. The things they checked were Social Security number match, Office of Foreign Control, terrorist databases, federal jurisdictions search, a federal criminal court search, a county criminal court search, a sex offender registry search. They do employment verification and education verification. The findings were that for all three candidates, no discrepancies were found anywhere with regard to degrees, employment record, and there were no findings in any of the criminal checks as well. So I'll say that. Those were the official background checks. I already spoke a little bit about the reference checks and who we called. Approximately 6 for each. The possession and appropriate demonstration of the roles, competencies, and leaderships styles was verified for all three, and they fit the selection criteria that we had identified closely. No derailers or disqualifiers were identified in any of them. The following were found in common for all three: strong leadership capabilities, executive mindsets, service orientation, passion for the work, high integrity, high character, and you get that from reference checks, right? You don't get that from asking them questions. They're critical thinkers, they're adaptable and flexible. They have humility. They're not satisfied with the status quo. They're problem solvers, relationship builders, team builders, and partnership builders. Another part of this agenda item was to do a forum report. We did 6 forums, so 2 for each candidate, 1 for each candidate in both Reno and Las Vegas. They were 90 minutes each and were recorded for viewing later and posted on the NSHE website. There were approximately 10 formal scripted questions, same for each candidate in the same order with open-ended follow-ups. The questions were different in Reno and Las Vegas, as mentioned. There wasn't heavily attended, at least in person, but I do know people watched online. Okay, I'll hop into the introduction for Kate. I asked her to be here at 9:30, so I'm sure she's here somewhere, and we can go get her when the time is right. Qualities we got for her from reference checks: that she's a great mentor, that she's egalitarian with staff, that she's innovative, resilient, she engenders loyalty, she's a good communicator, has great fundraising ability, and is an honest politician. Her background is that she has a JD and that she's held a number of executive public official positions in Nevada, special assistant to the president, the lieutenant governor, and the treasurer. We created a one-page document on each of these candidates and published them on the NSHE website as part of their packet. So if you want the snapshot on who she is, that's a good place to go for it. When it comes to survey results, so this was the public survey that was open from Tuesday morning till 9 o'clock last night. We got 77 respondents. When we asked people to say whether each candidate was a great fit, a good fit, a so-so fit, or not a fit. And I'll give you the summary of those results. We often combine the great fit and the good fit categories because that's like folks that would like to see this person in the job. Out of the 77, 24 or 32% rated Kate Marshall as a great or good fit. A sample of the comments. Positive comments are that she was a longtime Nevada resident and understands the state, that she's a first-generation student who can relate to our students, that she acknowledges financial struggles of student and faculty. Her resume qualifications and knowledge of the system and or its dysfunction is something she has. a lot of experience in the state of Nevada and understanding the needs of our communities. Overall experience, locally, statewide, and nationally. And experience with Nevada governing bodies. So that was sort of like in the positive category for her. So you get an idea of some concerns people had with her as a candidate. People were concerned that she didn't have enough experience with higher education. And hopefully I've addressed that in the previous item. Some people felt that she was unable to articulate her knowledge of higher education or use examples of reforms or policies she would advocate for. Some people did not approve of her performance as lieutenant governor. They were concerned about gaps or short-term engagements, a commitment and a dedication. So those are sort of some of the pros and cons that we got as comments from the survey. So, unless there's anything else you'd like to speak to, Chair Arascata, I was going to go get Ms. Marshall.
Thank you. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mr.
Regent
Chair.
Perkins?
The references, did you mention those?
The reference checks? Yes.
Good, bad, indifferent?
Oh, all of them.
or hidden
All of them were
criminal?
good. They mostly talked to the strengths and character, and she had the highest character. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much for coming on down and going through another round of this fun process that we've been going through this entire time. So exceptional. We truly appreciate not only the application, but from when we received and heard of your interest, we were overjoyed and want to say thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to give you an option. You can go ahead and have a seat, or you can stand on the podium. We're gonna-
Because you have people online, I want to make sure that they can see and hear. I do have heels on, but for the women in the room who know, I have to stand for an hour and a half on heels, okay. But why don't we start with standing, because I don't want people who are online to feel like then they're somehow missing out. Does that seem right? Yeah, okay.
Sure.
For the people yeah, okay, yeah, let's do it that way then.
Okay. So online today, there are some regions that are online, as you can see from the camera to the television to the right. We have Regent Boylan, Regent Tarkanian, and Regent Downs that are all going to be in attendance today.
Thank you, thank you.
Excellent. So we're going to go ahead and start off, Nora. I'm going to go ahead and let you take the lead on this, but we're going to be asking some questions and some responses. So
Okay.
we look forward to the next few minutes.
Certainly. Do you want to lead the discussion and designate the regents that you would like to start with?
I shall.
Okay.
So we're going to start off with Regent Downs. Regent Downs, if you can go right out of the gate, please.
Thank you. And thank you for coming in for the interview. So my question is, what is your experience with collective bargaining? Have you negotiated from the side of the collective bargaining unit or from management? How do you feel leading a system with several collective bargaining agreements with the potential of more to be developed?
Thank you, yes, and thank you, Regent Down, I know it's summer and I know people are really busy, and I appreciate you guys doing this effort at this time of year. So I come from a union family. I come from a family of Teamsters. My grandfather was business agent for Teamsters in San Francisco, which at the time was probably the most powerful union in the country. So in my family, we did collective bargaining that I would listen to as a child. My father was one of the first people in the country to try to organize service people. He did not succeed in that effort, but he did get the employees a raise. So probably my experience, which definitely is as just a member of a family, is on the union side. As an elected official, I have been involved in trying to pass certain legislation where the unions have had concerns about that legislation because they felt it might impact some of their agendas. And so have found myself having to work with the unions, not as a union member, but as an elected official who's trying to navigate the balances of the limited resources we have, trying to get businesses here, and trying to make sure that working people in this state are well represented and well compensated. I did see that the governor had vetoed the collective bargaining for the faculty, even though you have collective bargaining for others. I believe that what's important there is to, in a positive, strong situation, your union units and your administration should be on the same page and moving forward in terms of your strengths, so that when you go in front of the legislature, you are a single body that then is stronger and can request resources with greater backing. And I think that's one of the things that happens when you're a public entity and you have collective bargaining units, because what you end up having to do is then go to the legislature to advocate for what the results of your bargaining meant. And in an ideal situation, you are stronger for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any follow-up with that response or that question? None heard. We're going to move on to the next question presented by Regent Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming this morning.
Yeah.
Before I read the question, I would like a working definition from the Bryan Group about student agency, so we're all on the same page.
Certainly. Student agency, as I understand it, and I'm open to other people's interpretation of student agency, especially ahead of this question, is about student voice and choice. How much are students involved in the decisions that are made about them? In what ways are they participating? And is there a student council at that institution, and what is their purview? How is their voice listened to when it comes to administrative decisions about them and that involve them? How much agency, well, I can't use the word agency to define agency. How much do they get to make decisions about their course of study, about what they want to do and how they want to do it?
Thank you for that. Now you're going to have to
Is that
repeat
what-
it 3 times exactly. Okay. We all know that being student-centered is critical for the system. A lot of lip service is paid to student voice and choice, but we know the real goal is full student agency. Please tell us how you defined agency and have developed it in your students and/or employees.
Yes, thank you. This gets to the core of our mission as a public institution seeking to serve all Nevadans. And as those Nevadans become students, part of what we're trying to do is to make sure they have the voice and that they're listened to and responded to, and that we are facilitating their ability to become more fully realized as individuals. This is part of why when people say to me higher education, and I think they mean elite, I say to them, if you're talking about a public institution, higher means fully realized for all Nevadans. I want to start by answering how I have dealt with students in the past. As state treasurer, I was in charge of the Millennium Scholarship, and we were going through the Great Recession, and there were a lot of concerns because the money was dropping as to whether the Millennium would be available for our students. If you go into any classroom in Nevada and you ask the students to raise their hands for how many of them on the Millennium are on the Millennium, you will see a significant number. If you then follow up with, say, how many of you are on prepaid, you will see almost 2/3 of the classroom between those. And those were two programs that I ran when I was state treasurer. So I would go in routinely and meet with the student body representatives and talk to them about what was the status of the Millennium and of prepaid. And I felt that was important because this is part of why they have access, is whether they have financial resources. So the first thing I would say with respect to student agency is they have to be listened to, which means that it's incumbent upon us to go and meet them where they are. And the second thing I will say with respect to student agency is that given the complex lives that our students lead, one of the things I found is that they can't always make it to campus. They may be, when I did the campus commuter, which by the way, you now have money to do this fall, what we realized was students aren't necessarily coming from home. They may be coming from work. They may be coming from dropping their child off at childcare. They may be coming from trying to do something else to take care of someone, and they may not be able to participate in the activities on campus. This is unfortunate because if you can't participate in those campus activities, I think that diminishes your potential success as a student, because you're not feel that you're part of a community where you belong. So when we talk about student agency, we also have to help students feel like they belong, because then they're more likely to give voice to their concerns.
Thank you for that answer.
Thank you. Are there any follow-up questions, comments? None heard? Regent Goodman.
Thank you for being here. So I'm going to read this, even though it's a little bit in my language, but I want to make sure it's perfect for each candidate. So when I ran for office, I had support, but I was also met with a significant amount of sarcasm and even some mockery, which is fine because I have a sense of humor. But the reputation of this system, although unwarranted, is poor. And it's a shame because there are so many great things happening in the system, and there's so many great people that work at our institutions. But the dysfunction is what's reported in the media, and the dysfunction is often what people talk about. So my question is, knowing all that's out there in the media, I'm wondering why you thought I want to be the chancellor of the Nevada system of higher education. I'm wondering, what was your impetus? Why do you want this position? Because we are in a position now where we can't have someone come in and try it on and then it doesn't fit, right? So we really, so I just wanted to kind of find out, why are you here?
Oh, thank you. And having run for office, I totally understand when, you wake up every morning and you're like, wow, okay. But then sometimes you wake up and you're like, yay. So I get that part. The first thing I would like to say is that a friend of mine was recently looking through old newspapers, and they came across a 1920 Yerington Times article that was bemoaning the status of the Regents in higher ed in Nevada. So the first thing I want to say to you is it's not new. So, okay, we've been dealing with this for decades, but why NSHE? Why now? Why would I want to do this? In my mind, when you get an education, a door opens. It opens for the student. It opens for the community. It opens for our state. I was, in my life, maybe because my dad's Mexican-American, maybe because my parents didn't go to college, maybe because sometimes my dad had a job, sometimes he had 2 jobs, sometimes he had day labor, sometimes he didn't have a job. But for whatever reason, going to college was not in the cards that I was dealt when I came into this world. I knew quite well what was expected of me. I was expected to get a job with benefits. I was expected to marry, and I was expected to have children. In my community, for some people that happened, for some it didn't happen, for some it didn't happen in that order. I remember very well the day that Sister Marcella told my mother that I could go to college. I remember when Sister Marcella said I had to show up for a test on a Saturday. And I thought that was a punishment, because why do I have to take a test on a Saturday at 8? But I showed up and she handed me a pencil, and that was the SAT. And a door opened. And throughout my life, that door has continued to give me benefits. And I hope the community that I live in benefits. In the words, to paraphrase Langston Hughes, education is a material form of hope. There is nothing I could do in my career that would be more impactful than to serve this state and to serve you as Chancellor, to open that door for as many Nevadans as possible. And it would be a way for me to say, for the opportunity of the door in my life, thank you.
Thank you both. Regent Carvalho.
Thank you, Chair. So this is my question. What is the process by which you will establish your own concrete and measurable performance standards? Please provide an example of how you have done this in the past. And what is your experience with public performance and evaluation?
Thank you. But can I go back for a minute? Because I think there was more to your question than my personal motivation. And so I just want to go back for a minute. On my resume, for example, you will see a gap. That gap was cancer. I could honestly say to you, I was in bed for a year. And I had 2 operations, and they told me that I was going to have a long life, and that's amazing. So I got a cancer diagnosis in 2016, and so that you'll see a gap there, and that's what that gap is. You'll also see that I stepped down, serving as Lieutenant Governor of this state, to take a position with the President. I think when the President calls, you answer. When the President called me, it was on the phone, and my husband said that I sat up very straight on the phone, even though it was on the phone, because I was like, oh my God. So there you have it. But my home is Nevada. So I didn't know if that was also in your question, but I wanted to answer that. Performance measures. When you're in public office, a lot of time the performance measures are legislation or programs or activities that you have in your office, which you then create measures for, and you go back to the legislature to show whether or not you have achieved those measures and whether or not the assumptions underlying those measures are correct. What I have done in every job I've come into in public office is looked at the measures to see whether or not we are measuring because it is easy to measure, or whether we are measuring because it is an effective measure. There's the old story of the elderly gentleman. He's like a wise gentleman, and he's outside, and he's in the street looking for coins, or I don't know what he's looking for. And the student who is apprenticing under him says, what are you looking for? He says, I left my keys, and I can't find my keys. And he spent like an hour looking for the keys, and finally he says, well, where'd you leave them? He said, in the house. He said, why are we looking in the street? And he says, the light's better. So a lot of times we we establish measures because those are easy for us to establish, right? Those are ones that we think that, well, we can see that. That doesn't mean it's the right measure for our effectiveness. And so identifying those measures and then making sure that you can reach. If you just make a measure that you're sure you're going to shoot right past, you're kind of shortchanging yourself and you're shortchanging everyone else. If you can make a measure where you have to, sometimes you have to come back and say, I didn't make it, right? That's because you're focused on trying to get your goals. But I think as Chancellor, one of the things that I need to do for you is to bring the information and the data to you so that you can correctly identify what you want to measure for the goals that you have listed on the chart out there for all your institutions. And then say to me, you've given me my marching orders. And then I need to show you that I am making sure that your goals for your policies are being met. And if they're not being met, why? And make sure that you are kept apprised of that. So I think that will be a critical part of the job. And given that many of our institutions have different mission statements, right? And different student demographics that they're serving in different ways, coming up with measures that will allow you to do an apples-to-apples comparison is going to be something that's going to need a lot of information and probably discourse on your part.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Robinson, please.
Yeah.
All right, just a quick follow-up.
Yeah.
We have funding which is based on completions. And in large part, what we've seen that do is change grading standards so that we flunk a lot fewer people than we do. That standard isn't based in any way really on the quality of what we're doing. And the same thing with when we look at 4-year and 6-year graduation rates as key metrics. Those discourage us from finding that 25-year-old single mom who wants to take a class or two, and it's going to take her 10 years to graduate, and we don't want her on our campus because she's going to mess up our numbers. You said we're going to get things so that we can do apples-to-apples comparisons. Have you thought about all the institutions in the NSHE, and maybe we need to be apples and oranges and lemons and limes, and each campus that has its own CSN is not comparable in any way to GBC. Have you thought about that?
Yes, I have. And actually, there's a lot of material out there right now on the very thing that you're talking about, right? What does student success mean? And what does it mean if you're graduating students and those students aren't getting employment? Or if you're not then serving, especially as a public institution, we're not serving all Nevadans, because some Nevadans, as you say, don't necessarily meet your criteria for student success, right? Our students lead more complex lives these days, and it puts the onus on us to try to facilitate their success. And success doesn't just mean that they graduated in, I guess 4 years or 6 years now, or whatever it is. But success doesn't just mean that they graduated, it means that they're gainfully employed, and it also means that they have a broader ability to enjoy their life. I do think that there are differences. CSN serves probably most of the students in this state, right? UNLV and UNR are R1 institutions, just got that. So yes, there are differences in where your focuses are, but that doesn't mean that we cannot say, what does student success look like? And maybe it includes graduation rates, and maybe it includes workforce development, and maybe it includes mental health. It includes these things, and then how are we going to measure that? And it's not something that's unique to us here at NSHE. It is something that we are grappling with across the country. And so part of what that means is bringing more information to you, the board, so that you can debate and have a conversation about what that ought to look like for NSHE. And that's going to be different than what it ought to look like for a private institution somewhere else. I didn't give you the answer because it's not for me to say, oh, here's your quick, 30-second, right? It's for me to say, these are complex problems for complex lives. And so we need to make sure that we can bring forward to the board the information that allows you to have a robust discussion on how we address that. You're with the Faculty Senate, and you play a key role in informing that decision, in informing the decision of curriculum and informing the decision of what success in that curriculum looks like. I think we will, not to turn the question on you, but I think we will be coming back to you and say, we need your expertise and input.
Thank you. Regent Boylan also has a follow-up question. Regent Boylan?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Nice to have you here, Ms. Marshall.
Thank you.
I have a question, and I'm going to really take a deep dive here, follow up Regent Goodman's question in a way. You were elected to be the lieutenant governor in our state, right?
Regent Boylan, excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you have a follow-up question to?
Yes, I did. If you let me finish my question, it's a follow-up question, sir.
Okay.
Yes. So you were elected, but you left that position and went off to DC. So the thousands of people that elected you, you broke their trust by saying, okay, you elected me for this, but I'm going to bigger and better things. So like I said, it's a follow-up to Goodman's question. So what's there to say that we put you on here, like some other people have come and gone, and you decide, no, there's bigger and better. I know they are. They always are. So I'm for questioning you about when you're elected and people elect you. That's a big thing. We've all run for election, won some, lost some, and keep going. So how would you explain that? That's really deep down dive into, and I'm not trying to question your character or anything like that. I'm asking you a simple question. How can I depend on you and not be another revolving door of chancellors that are coming and going?
No, I think
whether
that's...
it's for retirement or whether it's for fun, but you've taken a big step here. It's tough.
Yeah.
I mean, you've gone through all of this, and I really appreciate it. I really do, man. So could you answer that? I mean, how could I trust you, whether it's 13 other regents and presidents, that suddenly you don't say, oh, the president called me. Well, no, he's been elected to serve us, not to rule us. So if I was elected to an office, I don't think I'd leave if the president called me. That's just me. So how would I trust you, man?
Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. And I think it's a fair question because I think that when you meet someone who has run for office, you wonder if they're just aspiring for the next step. I don't see higher education as a stepping stone. I see it as a keystone. I really do see it as the most fundamental, the most impactful thing that I could do, that you could do for this state. I guess I would have to beg to differ when the president calls. I had a hard time breathing. I wasn't expected, and basically he asked me to be the liaison for all governors in this country, which meant that I actually still had a chance to serve Nevada. I was on the phone with Nevada quite often, and I was on the phone with Nevada even when I would get home at 9 or 10 at night. In fact, the reason you got the money for the commuter is because I decided to call the governor's chief of staff 2-3 times a week last fall when I would get home because I knew there was ARPA money, and I knew there was ARPA money because I was following the budget because it was something I cared about. So I stayed at the White House a year and a half. I felt that that was the minimum one should do. And when asked to serve, I am a public servant. It is about the state, the people in this state. And I just must say to you that I can't imagine a more honorable commitment. I would hope that, I'm chosen for the job, and I would also hope that I can serve more than one term in the position. I think you're facing many challenges. You're facing challenges with AI. You're facing challenges where you're going to have people who are currently employed who may find their jobs automated. You're facing challenges where we have lower student enrollment, especially amongst men. And we need to solve those challenges if we expect Nevada to move forward. They are not things that can be done in a year or two. It's one of the reasons you're elected for a decent term. It takes time, and I would like to be there with you through that time. You'll have to know by my actions how committed I am, sir, but I can say to you, I am committed. And I appreciate that question because I think it sits out there, and so I thank you for asking it.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Regent Boyle, and thank you, Ms. Marsh. Ken, I have a question for you. This one is for me. How or what do you see the role of Chancellor?
I'm your envoy. You ran for election for a job that doesn't pay you, to serve in an area of Nevada that has historically been underappreciated and under-resourced, which means you ran for an office where you knew that it wasn't going to be all cutting ribbons and lovely banners above the fold. And you ran anyway. My job as chancellor would be to make sure that you are able to set the policies for our institutions and identify the measurable goals to move those policies forward. My job is to make sure that you have a champion at the legislature or two, and that I can work across the aisle at the legislature, something I have continually done, to make sure that they understand that the goals of NSHE are the goals of Nevada, and that the only way Nevada can move forward in its K through 12 and higher ed and its economic goals is to move forward with NSHE. And when I say Keystone, Keystone is at the forefront of that. So my goal is also to serve you at the legislature. My goal is to make sure that you are able to have discourse and to move forward, oars moving in the same direction. That's hard when you're dealing with issues that are very complex and that are intractable. And that there should be in this room and on the screen multiple opinions on how to address those issues. There should be, in the beginning, no agreement because they're hard. And so my goal is to help facilitate your ability to come to commonality and to figure out how to then move forward as a unit. My goal is also to liaise, much like I did in the White House, with the presidents and the faculty senate and the students, and to listen and to respond, because they're going to come forward and they're going to say, President Zaragoza is probably going to say, we are getting shortchanged in the formula funding, I'm guessing. Oh, okay. UNR and UNLV are probably going to say, we just achieved R1 status. We need the resources so that we can grow into our R1 status. Great Basin College is going to say, we're, I don't know what they are now, 80% online, but our students need community. And we're out here in Elko. Do you hear us? NSC today's Thursday, so NSC is going to say, we're doing nursing and teaching is what you need. Help us be more effective in that. And I need to make sure that I can bring that to you and that we can figure out how in your policies we move that forward. Probably the most fundamental thing that your chancellor is going to do in the first year is that funding formula review. Absolutely critical for establishing a narrative for how the resources should go towards your priorities. And for establishing a narrative to the legislature that says, look, here's where we need funding, and here's why that funding is important to you. You also have an audit. We need to open a few pages, shine a little light. Audits are good. I've been through many of them. But these are going to be critical things for the board and the presidents. And if we as a system come together, what's to stop us? And that means what's to stop Nevada from moving forward?
Goes. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. So we're going to go to some of our advisory members. And we're going to start off with the advisory member. Our first is Caroline McIntosh. With the next question, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Caroline McIntosh. I'm from Ely, and I appreciate being named to the advisory board. My background is within the K-12 education arena as a superintendent. My K-12 colleagues are desperate to fill the plethora of unfilled positions in Nevada K-12 schools. What are your plans to partner with Nevada K-12 superintendents and school board members to train more K-12 educators?
Thank you for that question. It's not just teachers, right? It's resources in all regards, in support staff, in books, in everything that we need in Nevada. I have been in classrooms in Nevada where they did not have AC, and that was in Las Vegas. I have been in classrooms in Nevada where I thought that the teacher had combined her classrooms so that I would only have to talk to one group of children, and she had not. There were not enough chairs. The children do sit on the floor, and they do share seats, and that was in Vegas. I have worked in Ely to get books for the student school library because you didn't have any, right? Okay, so we have a lot of needs. I've been looking at some of the things I think that we bring to the board, and we ask the presidents for their input to bring to the board are apprenticeship programs. There are apprenticeship programs happening in the rest of the country in areas that allow people from the community to train as a teacher in the schools with other teachers. I think that it has shown some great success, and I think it might be something to ask the presidents if that's something that would work. I think you always have to ask the presidents and the faculty senate here's some ideas. Give me your expertise on those ideas, and then we come to the board to ask about them. These are not unilateral decisions that I make, but I think it is incumbent upon me, if I am your chancellor, to put all these ideas on the table and then to get input about them. So apprenticeships, scholarships that require service in return, paying off of debt that requires service in return, the ability to have students who seek to be teachers and nurses, I would add, because of our healthcare issue, to perhaps achieve citizenship status as a result of their getting that education and that licensure. I know that has been done, but it is a process that you have to work with the federal government on that. And again, I would have to ask our presidents and our faculty and then the board if that's something that they're interested in. So those are just some ideas.
May I ask a follow-up? I appreciate that answer. I want to give special shout out to President Johnson. When I was the president of the school board or the state superintendents, President Johnson really supported me with an agreement with K-12 with higher education in solving problems and solving the needs. Without having properly educated K-12 students, high school graduates going into our higher education, I'm concerned that our faculty in our NSHE institutions are becoming just solely remediation specialists. So what is going to happen? How are you going to involve the K-12 arena, not just the college presidents, but President Johnson, when he was at UNR, really made a concentrated effort to bring all the university presidents together to meet with how to solve these problems.
Yes, and thank you for that. I appreciate you bringing that to the fore. As treasurer, I actually spent a decent amount of time with the superintendents of all the counties because I was working on a college kickstart program, which provides $50 for every child in kindergarten in public school in Nevada. It was a program I started, was the first in the country. But I ended up working with the superintendents so that we could roll out that program. And I also ended up creating friendly competitions between them to get more children signed up. When I did the commuter, one of the things that we did was we went to Clark County School District and we asked if we could poll their senior students, because if you're going to talk about who has access to transportation to school, you also have to ask the seniors. So what I'm saying to you is I agree, you have to involve the superintendents, and I have a track record of that. I think that when we talk about accredited, having received the correct education to be able to teach in our schools, I think that's very important. There are programs that are happening around the country where they are going into various neighborhoods to attract people who don't have the licensure to serve in areas they might not have considered. So, for example, to entice men to serve as teachers, because our kids need role models. And a lot of times, the only male role model in K through 12 is the janitor. So having the ability to make sure that your pipeline also is reflected of your student body at the K through 12 level is, I think, something to work on. And those kinds of programs are not programs where the person goes through 2 years and then they're licensed to be a teacher in some fashion, right? They take 4 years, they take 5 years, and then they can go to higher ed and get some accreditation, and get some certification. But it takes time to build those programs, which goes back to the regent. It goes back to the regent's question about being committed to being here for a number of years, because we can't do this in a year, even though it needed to be done last year. Yeah.
There it goes. Everyone has problems with these microphones. Thank you very much. Is there any follow-up questions to that response? None heard. Dr. Robinson, you're next up.
So years ago, we had an African-American person who worked in the chancellor's office and got promoted 3 times, became a vice chancellor. Each one of those hires, as he moved up, he got hired because the campuses went to the chancellor and complained about the headwinds that he was experiencing within the chancellor's office. Years later, chancellor actually came to me as a faculty person to run a search for a vice chancellor because he was tired of people who looked like me ending up as the vice chancellors. And we hired a woman of color into that vice chancellor position who stayed in the NSHE for a year-ish and left. I'm Nevadan, you're You know that there's been issues raised with the board, mostly not with these board members, but treatment of women within the chancellor's office, statements, comments, and I'm not going to go through all of that. When you become the chancellor, you're going to have an open vice chancellor for academic and student affairs. You're going to have an open vice chancellor for the CFO. You're going to have an open chief internal auditor. You're going to have an opportunity to remake the chancellor's office, perhaps to convince your board who believes in DEI and all your campuses and faculty and students that believe in DEI, that the chancellor's office is a leader. So how in that first 60 days, 90 days, which is the critical period in coming into a new position, how are you going to change the culture in the chancellor's office and convince your presidents and your students and your faculty senates that the chancellor's office is just as committed to these issues going forward as we all are?
So let me start by talking about my lieutenant governor's office, which was all women and 1/3 women of color. I am not a woman of color, but I am Mexican American. For some of you, that may seem like a different thing, but people who are of Mexican American heritage aren't always of color. The way I normally do searches is I normally establish a committee, and the committee then meets and comes up with a set of criteria, and then we put together a description of the job, and then the committee collects those resumes, and the committee comes back to me with a list. And that committee is drawn from people like a faculty chair, people like a president, people like a student representative, people like someone within NSHE, people like a regent member, okay? It is a diverse group. I generally try to include someone on the committee who is not involved in the area that we are hiring in, so not part of higher education in this instance, to get some outside perspective. So, for example, maybe someone from elsewhere within the state system, maybe someone from, the chamber, somewhere outside, because you need an outside perspective. I then let them do their job and come to me then with their high candidates. I let them do final interviews, and I let them do background checks. And then I will interview the people, and then we will sit down again and go over what criteria, what we like, what we don't like. Part of the reason I do that is because you can't hire an individual into a staff without the staff feeling like everyone's going to be rowing in the same direction. So it also has to be in the fit in the staff. It can't just be someone that I think is unique. And so that process hopefully would involve candidates from diverse backgrounds. And I say that because Nevada has so many people of diverse backgrounds. So I would expect it to have that. And then I would expect the committee to bring to me diverse candidates to look at. But sitting here now, I can't say to you that I would pick someone that met a particular profile because I'm working with a staff and we're going to work together. And so it's going to have to be a person that fits in with that broader picture.
Please follow up.
So in addition to that, when you're working with the presidents, when you're working with the regents, when you're working with the community, what can you do to convince them that indeed new sheriff is in town and things are going to be different in the system office?
New marshal in town. I have to show up. I have to show up. The idea for the commuter was given to me by a professor at Boyd Law School in 2014. I didn't forget about it. and I showed up. When I did the College Kickstart program, I traveled all over Nevada to talk to students and their parents that it was possible to go to higher ed. I was recently at CSN's North Las Vegas campus talking about workforce development and visiting with the students there on gaming, on hospitality, on hairstylists, on auto repair. I've also been to TMCC school. You have to show up. That is the most important thing you can do, to say, I am here, I hear you. And sometimes you learn things that you didn't know. I talked yesterday about going to one of the high schools in Las Vegas to talk to some undocumented students about how they could use the millennium to go to higher education, and then was informed about how much it cost them to do their DACA application. Which at the time I didn't know. So then I had to get Catholic Charities and I had to get Charles Schwab to come together to try to find resources so those students could afford to make the applications. So after you show up, you have to follow through. When someone says to you in 2014, we have a transportation problem and our students from East Las Vegas cannot get to CSN or NSC, you don't drop the ball. When the commuter then loses its funding because the pandemic hits and you're serving in the White House, you go home, you make the call, and you nicely tell the chief of staff of the governor that you need $465,000 to keep that program going. You show up, you follow through every day.
Thank you. One more follow-up. We have NSC faculty member, Dr. Badri.
Thank you, Chair Arascata. And thank you, LG Marshall, for your time today. I just wanted to follow up on your previous response. Appreciated the question related to supporting DEI, particularly around hiring, and just want to extend that with a follow-up. As we know, there is no blanket practice or policy that can address all forms of diversity on our campuses. For example, how we address racial diversity differs from how we address LGBTQ plus diversity, and both of those differ from how we address citizenship diversity. How do you think campuses within NSHE should work to make sure that diversity is not thought of as a single issue? And can you please use some specific examples of how you have done this in the past that you can apply to the role of Chancellor? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that when we talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, we tend to use an acronym, and there is a tendency to check a box. And I would like to suggest to you that in Nevada, that's not true, because Nevada, we have a public institution where the key is access to all Nevadans. That is our mission statement. It is also who we are as a state. We pride ourselves, brand ourselves, tout ourselves in our diversity, in our individuality, in our independence. So in Nevada, it's not checking a box. In Nevada, it is us. So when we talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, what we're really talking about in Nevada is inclusion, diversity, equity, and access. And it is access that binds the other three. But now let's say that you're a student of a background where when you show up, you don't see anyone like yourself. So in addition to access, we have to help students feel that they belong enough to have a voice and to be successful. That's going to be different for each type of student, but that's not a new challenge for us. That has always been our challenge. Always, because we are a public institution. So if you have a child that was like me, who was, I did not apply to Cal Berkeley. College was not something that we did in my family. They reached out. Note the effort on a public institution to do outreach to students from lower economic, different ethnic backgrounds in California. brought me there. When I got to campus, it scared me to death. No one like me from my neighborhood was at that school. It was big. It was full of people who seemed to know what they were doing. Perhaps this is just what happens when people are 18 or 19. They all look like they know what they're doing. The professors wore jackets. My father did not wear a jacket unless he went to a funeral. So I was not used to men who wore jackets and ties. The only tie I ever saw my father put on was a clip-on. So I just was overwhelmed. So our need to address our students and make sure that when they come to campus that they feel like they belong, or when they're online that they feel like there's a community there for them, in whatever way they come, we must meet them where they are. So what have I done to work on that? In addition to the programs I talked to you about, the programs of access, the College Kickstart program, the commuter program, I have also gone to communities and asked them, what do you need me to do in my office so that you feel like you're heard? When I became treasurer, I went to the LGBTQ community and I said, I know no one thinks about the treasurer or knows who their treasurer is, and probably shouldn't know unless we have some calamity. I said, what do you need me to do? And first off, they were shocked that I had come and asked. And then they said, we need you to have a policy that you won't discriminate. And quite frankly, I was shocked that that's all they asked. I thought that they set their sights a little short. But I did what they said and began to establish a relationship with them so that when I was lieutenant governor, when I was in charge of tourism in Nevada, then I would call, they had an economic development team there at the LGBTQ community, and I could call them to showcase some of the businesses that we have in Nevada that they are running. So these partnerships build, and I think one of the ways that NSHE can be successful is by building out partnerships with various members of our community. When we talk about DEI, I also don't want to forget our rural Nevadans. I want to give you an example. I know I go on. Is this a 2-minute thing again? That's terrible. Anyway, I want to give you an example. In Fallon, there's a teff farm out there. Teff is a grain that they use primarily in Ethiopia, but it's a water-resistant grain. The son of that family, his family would like him to go to college. They haven't gone to college, but he needs an ag program in farm management at UNR, which UNR has a ranching program, so he's not going. He's not going because they have that program at UC Davis, and that's too far for him to travel. I think that when you talk about DEI, you also have to include people from all over this state because we are about access. I remember once I was in Elko and this woman came up to me. Her family had been in the military generation after generation. And she said that although she thought her son was very smart, she didn't think that in her family people could go to college because all they did was military service. And so I had to sit down and have a conversation with her about how he could go to college, and maybe when he was in college, he could join ROTC. I want to give you one last example. When I was treasurer, the other program I did was I would hand out certificates, $529 for the 529 college savings plan. And we once handed that certificate out via kind of a lottery to a child from Mesquite. We had cake, we had balloons, we had her congressional representative hand her the certificate, which we blew up in a huge size. She was very excited. She had said she wanted to be a teacher. She asked if it was okay if she changed her career intentions since she was like 8 or 9. I said it was. And afterwards, I needed her dad to fill out the forms for the 529. And her dad kind of leaned in and touched my elbow and said, you know, this is all very nice, but you and I know she's not going to college. And I knew that man. because that man was just like my father. He wasn't trying to be mean to his child. He did not want to set her up for some pie-in-the-sky dream that wasn't a reality. So I told my staff I had to go back to Carson the next day, and I told my staff, you're going to rent a car, and you're going to drive out there to Mesquite, and you're going to sit down at that table with that man, and you're going to leverage that mom, and you're going to make sure that he fills out those forms. Because $529 in a college savings account when the child is 8 or 9, that could be one semester at CSN. And we did that. So when we talk about DEI, we're talking about access to all Nevadans.
There it goes. Thank you. Thank you. We have a question a virtual question coming from Ite Dandon.
Thank you. And I apologize, I'm going to be reading because I understood that it needs to be worded the same for all three. So it's a little of a follow-up question from the previous and more into the safety concern. I'm a leading member of the Israeli-American Jewish community over here in Nevada. And as an advisory member, I believe it's our job to ask specific questions also for our specific community. And the challenge my community specifically is having currently in our states, higher, secondary, and even primary education. Our community has seen year-over-year gains of 25% in anti-Semitic incidents nationally. In our schools, which should be a safe space to focus on education development, over 66% of our Jewish students do not feel safe. 50% of them feel the need to hide their Jewish heritage and identity from fear of being attacked, discriminated. What would you do to stop Nevada higher education facilities for catching up with these national statistics? Thank you.
Thank you. So let's start with what I've done. I should say to you that I do have a personal interest in this. My children's grandmother on their father's side is a Holocaust survivor. Not this last legislative session, but the session before that, I was contacted by the Anti-Defamation League to help them because they were having some problems passing some legislation with respect to curriculum in our K-12 schools on Holocaust. When my children were in school, I realized that there was no Holocaust education at the school they were in Reno. And so I asked my husband at the time to go into the school and to teach about the Holocaust. When the school realized, this was Our Lady of Snows, and then after that my children went to Reno High. But when the school realized how valuable it was, they then got a rabbi from the community to come in and teach about the Holocaust. I don't think that's why the ADL called me. I think they called me because I was bringing a bill similar to the one they were seeking to bring. And so they wanted us to combine the bills and to get it across the finish line. I did that, and we were successful. At the same time, we didn't get enough of resources that we need, and so this legislation, we went back and got more money so that we could actually teach the curriculum correctly. I will say to you that that is a long-term answer, but in my view, overcoming prejudice begins with teaching. And here's why I view that. As I explained to you, my father's Mexican-American, so when I was a child, he finally got a white-collar job. He was like serving in AAA, like selling car insurance. And so when I would get out of school, then I would go and I would sit in the cubicle next to where he was just to wait, right? And so one day this guy comes in. I guess my father looked like, I don't know, like Burt Reynolds, maybe. Anyway, so maybe they don't know. And my main name is Soltero, and a lot of times people think that that's Italian or something. I don't know. Anyway, so my father's there, and this man just begins his tirade on anti-Mexicans. Like a tirade. Like he shouted at my father so close to his face so that I'm peeping over the cubicle. I'm kind of waiting for my father to clock him, which my father didn't. He was very polite and said nothing. And this is a generational thing. My father said not a word, because in his generation, you don't say a word. So we got up, and I was like, wanted to say to my father, what the heck's going on? And we get in the elevator, and I want to say, what the heck's going on? We finally get in the car, and he turns to me, and he says, that man was not born that way. He was taught that way. If you want to overcome prejudice, it must begin by teaching our people here in this state. So that is the first thing that I believe must happen, and it must happen at the K through 12 level. After that, I think that when we move into higher ed, we continue our teaching, but we also continue in our expression of freedom of people to be who they are. We are fighting against headwinds that have gotten worse when we thought we had overcome certain things. That is painful, but we will continue to do what we are required to do as educators.
Thank you. We do have a follow-up question from Dr. Mark Johnson.
This would not be a follow-up question, it would be a question. So I'll wait.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. We have about, yes. And I apologize. President Osorio Hernandez. Kevin, please, you have the floor.
Awesome. Well, thank you. LG Marshall, nice to see you. So I'm Kevin Osorio Hernandez. I am the student body president of Nevada State University, but also the vice chair of the NSA. And I really just want to ask if you could speak to any specific outcomes that you have supported or enabled in your previous positions to ensure the success of students from diverse communities, specifically the outcomes for undocumented students and students of color. I know you spoke a little bit about that, but I'd love to hear a little more, please.
Yeah. So with the Millennium Scholarship, I made sure that the Millennium Scholarship, working with the legislature, was available to all Nevadans who qualified for that, regardless of their status. The way we did that initially was by not asking about a person's citizenship. Then the legislature changed that. We had some feedback that people didn't appreciate that. And so we changed it so that students would then sign a document saying that they wanted to participate in DACA and then also apply for citizenship. This is what led me to that school that I talked about earlier, where I was talking to the kids about how they could get the Millennium Scholarship, and then found out the cost to apply for DACA. When I did the College Kickstart program, you can imagine that if you're opening a savings account, in other words, a financial account in the United States, that you are required to be a citizen of this country or have a green card in this country. So I had to overcome that issue, and the way I overcame that issue was I had a umbrella account by the state, and then each student was a sub-account, meaning any child in Nevada who was in kindergarten and public school would be able to have an account, and I was not asking about their status. But I want to be clear for you, because that doesn't solve the problem. Once the student reaches the time where they're graduating from high school, and then they would like to go to use that money to go to higher ed, they would have to show some green card or DACA status or social security number. So it doesn't completely solve the problem, which is hard for us to do because we're not the federal government, and the federal government needs to have some kind of approach to what are we doing with immigration, right? We also, when I talk about DACA, we're talking a lot of times about children from Mexico or from South America or Latin America. We have a lot of people moving to Nevada who are from all over the world. When I was at the White House, I got a call from Catholic Charities about how many Cubans they had showing up on their doorstep, and they had no resources to help those Cubans. Those are not people who can apply for DACA. Okay, so we have a larger issue here in terms of the number of different types of people from number of different countries who are coming in here that we have to help. I think it is my view that if a student goes through K through 12 and does everything we've asked them to do, and I'll use a loaded term, they have pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. And so we then need to uphold our part of the American contract and say, yes, we will support you and we would like you to be successful in our community, because that's who we are as Americans, and that's certainly who we are as Nevadans. So I think it is very important that when people come here and do what we say in America is important, to reach, to dream, to work hard, that we hold up our end of that bargain.
Thank you. We have our final 3 questions, and we have about 16 minutes. So if we can, I know. So we're going to go over to Ms. Thomas.
Nicole Thomas, UNLV GPSA president for the record. So I'm a PhD student at UNLV, and I greatly appreciate you being here. This is exciting, and I appreciate you all allowing our students to be a part of this as well. My question for you is, please provide an example of a situation where you had no formal influence, but were able to convince a board, those in power, or an individual key influencer to embrace a priority that wasn't one for them.
The campus commuter. When I started the campus commuter, we went to meet with the RTC of Southern Nevada, UNLV, CSN, and NSU. NSC, NSU, we're in our little bridging moment, and sat down. And I'm sure that they thought, who are you? You're a lieutenant governor who makes less than everyone in this room, and why do you get to lead us? But I decided to lead that because there was a need. Then, after the pandemic, and there was the money dried up, right? Am I not the White House, and I cannot call in my position at the White House, it would be wholly inappropriate. And I have no influence at all. I'm going home at 9 and 10 o'clock at night, and I'm calling the chief of staff to the governor's office, and I'm politely asking for the money that I know is there. And then I'm calling around to NSC, and I'm calling around to CSN saying, okay, this is a conversation I had, get on the horn, right? Because we keep pushing, we keep showing up. Well, when we had the pandemic, everything was shut down. They started a program here in Southern Nevada called Delivering with Dignity, where we had hired restaurants. The restaurants were able to hire their employees back. They made food and delivered that food using nonprofits to people who had to stay home, who didn't have a job, who might have COVID, who had to stay inside, so they would get meals. When I heard about that program, I called up the person who was running that program, Poonam Mather, and I said, I want to do this in Reno. It took me 8 days to raise $100,000 to get that program off the start, to get 2 restaurants, to get the 14 nonprofits, and to get the United Way of Northern Nevada to start so we could serve people. We served over 180,000 meals. I raised $500,000, and you know how I raised that money? That's the easiest money to raise when you're not raising it for yourself, just a note. But you know how I raised that money? I would call them and I'd say, match. I have this much, match me. I would call Washoe County and I would say, don't tell me you don't have money. You know I know your budget. I need I need X amount, and I know your budgets. And then I would call the chambers, and I would call the economic development, and I would call high influence people in the north, and I would say, come on guys, it's time for us to step up to the plate as Nevadans. 180,000 meals. And I had no standing but we had a need, and we're Nevadans, and so we do it.
Thank you. Tracy Sherman, please.
I have the benefit of the last question, is that right?
Nope. We're going to be following up with President Johnson at the end.
All righty. Please provide us with an example of a time when you didn't make the choice to terminate an employee and what the cost was. Please provide an example of how you applied the lessons you learned.
I had an employee who was working in my, when you have statewide office, you know, you have an office in Carson and then you have an office in Vegas. And I had an employee in Vegas who did nothing. And the staff came to me and they said that they wanted to let that employee go. That's a process because these are classified employees. But they wanted to let the employee go. Now, normally what I do is when an employee is not doing their, you know, they need to do more. I asked the employee to give me a set of goals. And then I come back to that employee to see if they have achieved the goals that they themselves set. And we will do that a couple of times to see if the fit's working or not. Anyway, that didn't work with this employee. The usual way that, I don't know if I should tell you these secrets, the usual way that you handle that when you're working in a classified position is you move the position. I didn't tell you that. But I was worried that if I moved the position that the employee would end up unemployed. And the employee had 5 children. I have a hard time with those things. And so I told my staff to find a way to work with the employee. And I probably did that for a good 9 months. And it still didn't work out. Bad news doesn't get better with time, by the way. And so I finally had to let the employee go. I let the employee go on a Friday and they had a job on a Monday. And I was like, what? How did I miss that? You know, how did I miss that? Lesson learned: when your staff comes to you and they're explaining to you that there's a problem and you tell your staff that you're going to ignore them, that that problem is not as big as they think it is, you should listen to your staff, quite frankly. So there you go.
Thank you. Prior to your closing statement, we're going to finalize the question portion by Dr. Mark Johnson.
Thank you, and hello, Kate. Nice to see you. You've not had much experience inside of higher education institutions. How would you go about building credibility with the institutions and the presidents to guide their missions and to evaluate the presidents?
I think that were I to be chosen, the first thing I would do would be a listening tour to all the institutions, to meet with the presidents personally, to meet with the regents in those areas personally, to meet with the faculty senate, to meet with the student body leaders personally, to sit down and hear what their issues are, and to meet with the K through 12 superintendents in those areas to start to build a relationship. Those are not one-off meetings. Those are beginnings of many meetings. I think that you have to have meetings with all those stakeholders consistently to keep the lines of communication open. And not always just like in big groups where you have these big committee meetings, but one-on-one where you can really sit down and hear what the person's issues are. I think that with all the expertise that you have in a higher education system and all the resources that you have, that it's incumbent upon your chancellor to be a very good listener. There's going to be a level of expertise here on every single issue that comes up that I could not possibly have internally. And so being able to pull those resources in and make sure that we make use of them, I think will be very, very important to the success of the job. I think a large part of the job will be about credibility and respect, both so that the board can do its job, so that the legislature recognizes the asset that we have, and so that the presidents and the faculty and the students trust that I have their back.
Thank you. Kate, this is you. Please provide a closing statement.
I talked to you a little bit about a material form of hope, which I believe is what education is. I talked to you a little bit about what it meant for me in my life, what I think it means in any person's life whenever they choose to start that education journey, and what I think it means for Nevada, for all of us, for this state. I am so honored to be even standing here in front of you with this opportunity to serve you and to serve our state. I think that the job will be the greatest challenge and the greatest reward. And I would just hope that I could be your partner and your servant. Thank you.
Thank you. No other questions? Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much for this whole process. You'll be hearing from us soon. We are going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll be starting our next candidate beginning at 11:30. All right, we're going to begin our next candidate. Our second applicant is going to be Charles Ansel, and I'm going to forward this over to Nora Behrens of the Bryan Group to give an introduction.
Thank you, Chair Ariscotta. Nora Behrens for the record with the Bryan Group. This is a quick introduction, the same as we had for candidate Kate Marshall. Our next candidate, Charles Ansel. Qualities obtained from reference checks: that he has a balanced personality, a great approach to people. He's very approachable. He makes himself visible. He's a strong diversity focus. He's analytical. He's a clear communicator. He's a data-based decision maker, a hard worker, and has a lot of familiarity with the national picture of post-secondary education. His background: he is currently dissertating for his EDD. He has an MS in Business IT. He's currently the VP for Research Policy and Advocacy at Complete College America. Has recently been a CEO of the Community College System of New Hampshire. He's also worked with the Community College System of Chicago. He's been the Senior Associate Vice Chancellor of the City Colleges of Chicago and the IT Coordinator at Malcolm X College. Again, the one-pager from the website will give you also a snapshot. In terms of survey results, out of the 77 surveys, if you combine great and good fit, 59 people, or 65% of respondents, marked him a great or good fit for the system. In the comments from the survey, some sampling of the positive comments. One person said that they liked his leadership style because he's a servant leader. He has extensive knowledge and experience of being both an employee and a leader in higher education. A comment from the general public was that his history with Complete College America helped him generate a unique perspective of working with colleges and universities. An administrator commented that his answers during the open forum were above and beyond those of the other candidates in showing an understanding of higher education and his ability to hit the ground running as a leader of NSHE. On the con side, someone called him an educational policy wonk and said that that was not the skill that was needed. Another comment was that he doesn't have a PhD, which is correct. Someone said he didn't understand the job or the system, and there were very few comments very few people ranked him not a fit. So with that, I'll go get Charles.
Mr. Ansel, thank you very much for returning for day 3. We greatly appreciate it. As we're going to continue, you will be provided a few minutes for an opening statement. Then we're going to jump right into the questions. Please, floor is yours.
But I
quick
need to
comment.
adjust the mic.
Oh, pardon the interruption. We didn't do an opening statement for candidate Marshall.
We did not do an opening statement. Thank you very much for the
Point of note. Thank you.
equity statement.
Okay.
So what we'll do, Mr. Ansel, we're going to jump right into questions.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank
Excellent.
you.
I'm going to go ahead and send the first question up to Regent Downs, who's attending virtually.
Hi, thank you for coming in today. I have a question for you. What is your experience with collective bargaining? Have you negotiated from the side of the collective bargaining unit or from management? How do you feel leading a system with several collective bargaining agreements with the potential of more to be developed?
Thank you for the question. So my experience with collective bargaining agreements is fairly deep, I would say. At the city, and it was from the perspective of management. From the City Colleges of Chicago, we were 7 separately accredited colleges. There were, I honestly don't remember the count of the number of unions, but there was a union for the full-time faculty, for the staff, for adjunct faculty, and then for different locals that would have been associated, such as the electricians union and others. And I also dealt with collective bargaining units at the Community College System of New Hampshire. In all cases, I was very much involved in the financial angle, especially at the Community College System of New Hampshire, because I was the chief financial officer in my role as the chief operating officer at the Community College System of New Hampshire. The experiences in these cases were largely about finding common ground. We would do this as best we could in our negotiations. I will say that at least in my times in Chicago as well as in New Hampshire, we did not have any strikes from any of the unions. We were always able to get to reach a deal. The big negotiating point was always around how can we continue to look at payroll and see if we can make adjustments that are sustainable while at the same time not having to have any layoffs if we were revenue constrained, as we particularly were at the Community College System of New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Any follow-up? Excellent. Next on the list is Regent Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nora, you're up for the definition of a student agency.
Thank you. Just giving a brief definition of student agency, as I understand it, is about students having voice, choice, being involved in decisions, making decisions about their future, about their path, being involved in being able to ask for resources when they need them, and playing a pivotal role in the organization that's there to serve them.
Thank you. And with that, I'll start with the question. We all know that being student-centered is critical for the system. A lot of lip service is paid to student voice and choice, but we know the real goal is a full student agency. Please tell us how you would define agency and have developed it in your students and/or your employees.
So I would define agency, particularly student agency, as having not just a voice in the process or a seat at the table, but truly being able to affect change in their own college experience through direct input into decision-making processes. I will break down why I feel that way, the means by which I think that can happen, and then my prior experience. First, I felt that way down to my core. When I was in high school in Chicago, this is going back now that I think about it. So when I was in high school in Chicago, I was at a very good public high school that drew students throughout the city. It was a magnet school. And they were very obsessed with their rankings. And we had to take a battery of standardized tests. I mean, it'd be one thing if you had to take, just say, the PSAT, but we also had to take the Illinois Goal Assessment Program, the Chicago Academic Standards Exam, and about 2 other examinations. And so myself and 3 friends, we purposely filled in A and B for every single answer on the test because we wanted to make a statement that we were losing so much of our learning time, spending time, literally months at a time, preparing for taking standardized tests. From that, we created an organization called the Organized Students of Chicago, and as students, we were able to lobby for change, and we successfully, I wouldn't say it was totally by ourselves, but we were part of a broad coalition that we spearheaded that led to the removal of the Chicago Academic Standards Examination and led for more class time. I've always been about that sort of direct student involvement, not necessarily always through the activist means. The idea is, if I were chancellor, to promote means where we could come together within the existing policies and processes around student engagement to be able to make sure students had a voice in their education. I think that's important for 3 reasons. One, I think it's an intrinsic good to have student engagement in essentially they are customers of their business. So just making sure that they have a say in how that business is run. Second, it is very important to be able to have that from a representative point, because representation matters, and making sure that students have that clear voice. And also on the engagement piece, that it strongly leads to college success. We know that student club involvement leads to college success, event participation leads to student success, and this would also lead to student success. And then third, and finally, is that students also bring very, very fresh eyes to problems, unlike us jaded administrators. So it's very intrinsically good for problem solving too. I don't know if I've gone over time on my answer, have I? Okay. But I have lots of experience working with students in colleges and getting that done in Chicago as well as in New Hampshire, involving them directly in committees that were charged with reinventing a given area of the collegiate experience, be it student success, teaching and learning, technology, operations.
Thank you for the answer.
Thank you. And 1 second here, Dr. Robinson. Just to give you a quick heads up, so we're going to be going until 12:45.
Okay.
And we're going to have approximately 11 questions.
Okay.
So you can time it out the way you want. If you go short, you go
Okay.
short. If you go
Great.
long, but we're going to keep it to that complete equity. Yes.
Really quick follow-up. UNLV's state allocation right now is the same as it was in 2009. Everything we've done over the last 14 years, we've done on the wallets of our students.
Mm-hmm.
How does that play into the issue of student involvement in management of the NSHE?
Sure, that's a great question. I think an important way to look at that is maybe as a Venn diagram, right? So if we're talking about these 2 different areas, so if we were just talking about student engagement and then looking at how we do our advocacy efforts to allow for more funding for the Nevada system of education, I think that overlap looks like bringing students in as advocates for the institutions and for the entire state when it comes to higher education. I do think that the bulk of that work of getting more resources for colleges will have to, involve a lot of different things, especially since Nevada has done a great job at keeping tuition low. But by the same token, I believe that Nevada has 90% on a per FTE basis, the national average when it comes to funding higher education. And so I think it's going to be equally critical that we meet on the House and the Senate side with the appropriate folks in the legislature, which is something that I've done in the past at the Community College System of New Hampshire, to make sure that we bring the best case possible for more fully funding higher education and making sure that it's not falling on the backs of students.
One follow-up. Kevin, please.
Awesome. Well, thank you. So I'm Kevin Osorio Hernandez, president of Nevada State University and also the vice chair of the Nevada Student Alliance. I really appreciate your response in terms of student engagement and truly what you plan to do with that. So my question is, how do you plan to engage with the Nevada Student Alliance, and how can we be further involved with shared governance amongst the regions?
So, let me think about that for a second. I mean, I think that the big thing, right, and I don't want to start with the easy thing, even though it's so obvious, but it is so obvious, which is I would start with understanding the problems as students see them. I would start with listening getting the details of what's working, what's not working, maybe doing a workshop session with a start, stop, continue framework. So what should the Nevada system of higher education and the constituent colleges start doing? What should we stop doing? What should we keep doing? If there isn't a statewide student advisory group that's blended in to operations a little more seamlessly, I would look for ways to do that. But of course, I would also be managing that against the expectations and priorities that are set by the Board of Regents that I deem critical for having strong operations for our colleges, and then trying to find common ground from there, so then that way we can really get something effective done. And I do have prior experience doing that. I'll give one example. In New Hampshire, we landed a major grant for the New Hampshire Humanities Collaborative, which was about promoting the humanities and social sciences throughout our system. Now, that said, I think that there's a false dichotomy between workforce and ongoing education, particularly when you're transferring from the 2-year environment to the 4-year or 4-year to a master's program. And so what we did with students was work on a full college to careers pipeline that blended in the critical thinking that we were hearing employers needed. That's usually manifest in the social sciences, and bringing in the humanities as well to create student club to student club matching. This is something that I actually discussed in the forum yesterday, so I won't go into too many more details, but making sure that there was mentorship set up across colleges and across sectors at that, and making sure that we were able to hold events that centered the student experience in these courses. So for example, we had an event at Manchester Community College called Home Away from Home that was very much about refugee experiences for students in New Hampshire, and how we can showcase them and also use that at the same time to complete general education requirements in their degree programs.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other follow-ups? Regent Goodman.
Great. Thank you for being here. When I ran for office, I had support, of course, but was also met with a significant amount of sarcasm, even mockery, which is fine because I have a sense of humor. But the reputation of this system, although unwarranted, is poor. And that's a shame because there are so many great things happening in this system and so many incredible people who work in our varied institutions. But the dysfunction is what is reported in the media, and it's really what's out there by special interest groups and all sorts of other spaces. So my question to you is, despite the perceived dysfunction of this system, why did you decide that you wanted to apply for the position? Because in my mind, we really can't afford to have someone come in, try it on, and if it doesn't fit, they leave. We really need a level of commitment, and I just want to know, what was your impetus behind, seeing this opening and saying, you know what, I'm interested in being the chancellor for the Nevada system of higher education?
Great question. So first, I just want to say that before applying for this position, before I even knew that this position was open, I already thought highly of the Nevada system of higher education. I'll get into the whole negative press thing and my experience with that and my thick skin around that. But first, I just want to say what is really strong about the Nevada system, and I see it. And to prove that I'm backing it up, my present job is as the Vice President of Research Policy and Advocacy for Complete College America, as you know. And you might also remember even a year and a half or 2 years ago, it wasn't me personally, but somebody from Complete College America testified to this body about the changes that were happening at the Nevada system of higher education, including at CSN and at Nevada State University and at many colleges where there was a great effort to remove prerequisite-driven remediation where students have to take high school equivalency coursework that eats up their financial aid and doesn't count towards college credit. And replacing that with co-requisite-driven remediation, which provides that readiness coursework alongside the credit-bearing coursework. I know that there's so many things that are putting the Nevada colleges on a really strong trajectory in ways that are going to increase graduation rates in 2, 3, and 4 years that the incoming chancellor, whoever is selected, really can't even claim credit for, because these are things that are happening with freshman students right now and with sophomore students right now. And so from where I sit at my present place of employment at Complete College America, we wanted to showcase what was going on in Nevada, because there's probably, the data shows there's probably going to be a leapfrog effect where on certain indicators of student success, Nevada, on some of them, Nevada is very strong, on some of them less so. But for those ones where Nevada is less strong, it's very clear if you model out the data from the freshman students, or fresh people, I should say, we're gonna see almost like a hockey stick approach in terms of increasing grad rates in the 25, 26, 27 era. So the question is, how are we going to even increase beyond that so we can get to the median or higher against the national average when it comes to graduation rates? So because of that knowledge and because of really strong partnerships with colleges in Nevada, we are having our Complete College America annual convening in Las Vegas at the Paris. And so I'm not advertising for my current job, I'm trying to do the opposite. But I will say that I do hope everybody attends because Nevada is going to be on the spotlight for all the peers, all the Chancellor Urquiagas of other states will be here, different policy leaders and data leaders. So I've always felt very strongly that the Nevada system is up to a bunch of great stuff. I would add, oh, and just one more proof point, but then I'll stop. We've also worked with the Gates Foundation as well as with the Department of Education to secure money for Nevada within my role at Complete College America. And in that function, one of them is to try to uncover why Nevada State University has increased their graduation rate from 14% to 32%. How did that happen so fast, and how can the whole country learn from it? It's in that spirit that I view this system, and it's in that spirit that we want to showcase it to the country. Now that said, difficult press. I'm sure, you know, I don't know all the ins and outs of politics in Las Vegas or in Nevada. I won't pretend to, but I do in Chicago. And Chicago has quite a reputation for both political corruption and as well as for eating its own when it comes to its agencies. I gave an example in one of the forums where we had not only doubled the graduation rate, but when you measure graduation by counts, we had double the number of credentials that students were earning in the 7 colleges. And I make that distinction because it's very important that both of those numbers go up and that they don't decouple, right? Because that means in the grad rate, which we're usually using for full-time students, if you see a downward turn in the total number of graduates, then maybe you're leaving a lot of part-time students behind. And that's terrible, especially when you consider that so many colleges that are open access have so many part-time students. So we doubled the number of degrees that were being awarded. But here's the story. So I led that effort, and there were 6 students. It was a very, very big system. So there were 6 students who were going to get their awards that spring who died. And so we gave them honorary credentials. We didn't count them in our numbers. And the Chicago press came back and said, oh, it used to be that dead people voted in Chicago. Now apparently they're also earning degrees. And this was something that, you know, we had to use a lot of different political savvy and tact with media to get that done. I would also say trying to know when to engage and when not to engage. On that particular issue, we didn't want to engage because it's, there's a line from one of my favorite musicians that, you know, if fools argue with fools, then you don't know who is who. So that was very important for our press approach at that time. I would also say that in New Hampshire, politics came into play. The role that I inherited was from the wife of the candidate for governor at the time. And so she was busy campaigning with her husband. And so she had to vacate the role. And there were some issues financially that I had inherited. And to make political waves, the legislature coincidentally launched a 20-point audit of all of our operations that became a political lightning rod in front of legislative committees. We answered those questions fully, and I will say that within 9 months, we got the largest appropriations increase that we had had in New Hampshire history for the community college system.
Thank you for that. But just a follow-up, for you personally, like you look at this system and you see the benefits, obviously. So for you personally, why is it that you want this position?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Yep. So again, I mean, so one, I think that the system is extremely strong. 2, personally, you know, I think it's, you know, this has been my life's work. I've worked with different colleges where students really need a lot of help, and there's great service and increasing enrollment for the students who would benefit the most. I think that Nevada has been pushing very much in that direction. I will say I also I enjoy my work at Complete College America. I'm in no way diminishing that, but I do miss being able to fully own the wins like I had been able to do at the City Colleges of Chicago and at the Community College System of New Hampshire. When I say fully own, I mean that as a team. But right now, when we make a recommendation, like move from prereq-driven remediation to co-rec-driven remediation, it's the James McCoys of the world, it's the Tony Shintas of the world who are able to implement that and get that done. I would like to be able to be back in that seat again, where it's not just the ideation, but it's also the implementation. I consider myself first and foremost an implementer.
There's a follow-up question by Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. I appreciate that. Your answer was so long, I've forgotten my question now, but I'll get back to it. But thank you for the information. Now, like Regent Goodman said, it's, I hope you're not here you'll go with the flavor of the day. We have so many groups and so many things going on. We've got ABC, XYZ, 1, 2, 3. I can't even keep, an eye on all of them. So what I'm trying to say is, do you have the guts to stand up to local minorities or majorities or whatever it is and care about education, not about what's my flavor of the day, party, person, group? How would you deal with something when it comes up and it's not politically correct, but you're thinking education is what's more important than being oh my God, I'm such a nice guy? Because like Regent Goodman said, we have all this bad press. And it's funny we have all this bad press because we had a county commission that all of them went to jail just about. They don't get such bad press. We've got lots of guys in the legislature who've been arrested and they don't get all this. We do. So there's 13 of us. If we all decided to be the same, then there was something wrong. We all are a team, but we have different opinions. Will you be able to stand up to all the presidents and to all of us and to the flavor of the day is my main concern? Because in this country, we are like a pendulum. We swing too far to one side. Oh, now today the flavor is, I don't know, sexual, blah, blah, blah. So are you capable? Because I haven't heard that from you. I know you've got great credentials. You've got some experience and I love it.
Yep.
But I'm interested in how will you fight?
That's a great question.
Thank you.
And it really goes into things that haven't necessarily been part of my interviews before or in the materials. And so I appreciate this opportunity. So let me be absolutely clear. Well, so first, I want to address the part of your question that I think deals with what Regent Goodman brought up. And I didn't explicitly say it. I have every intention, should I be in this role, to serve for many, 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 many years. I have only left prior roles, besides potentially at Complete College America, when the outgoing chancellor was also leaving. I am not somebody who flies into something and then leaves. And this would be such an incredible honor. I just don't see any, it would be a very long tenure. I'll put it that way. Now, to get to other parts of your questions, I'm not a pushover. Just to be clear about that, I think going back to Regent Goodman's point, I mean, I ran a sketch comedy group in my undergraduate experience. I've actually been told after a couple of forums, hey, maybe you should tone down on the jokes. I know that I can appear that way. I do like to keep things light if possible. But I also measure my own success personally in how many difficult conversations I'm going to have. And I think that higher education is increasing the number of difficult conversations that need to be had. And directly to your point, it's increasing the number of distractions. If I were to, I don't know if, I'm thinking about a really strong example here, but my eye is always on the ball of student success. And what that means, particularly for me, and I know this is going to sound wonky, but it means going into the measurements and the data. How are we measuring what student success looks like and means for us? How are we knowing that we're improving student reality as depicted by that data? We always have to come back to that. What are the programs of value? are students learning? And then what are the graduation rates? What are the attainment rates across the population? What is the count of total number of degrees and certificates? What are the leading indicators of those around retention, around full-time students completing 30 credits in their first year and part-time students completing 15 credits in their first year? And what's those intro math and English pass rates in your first year? And then most importantly, even though this is always where it's messy, is on the ground, what's changing on the day by day and the week to week that can be measured, that can go up to the next level of measures that I just stated that predict college completion, and then up to college completion and post-completion itself. Anything else is, it can be important. It will bleed into these things, but I'm always centering back to that. And if something becomes the flavor of the month or is faddish and isn't going along that vertical, I will always be the first one to bring the conversation back to student success.
Thank you. We do have a follow-up by Dr.
Thank you so
Robinson.
much.
Microphone.
For the record, Bill Robinson, Faculty Senate Chair, UNLV. We started a system where we have completion as being a huge driver of our funding. What I have seen is that means we have significant grade inflation at my campus because people don't want to be on the list of the evil courses. I teach 250 to 300 freshmen and sophomores every semester. And all of us who are doing that believe that this group of students, sorry, heard somebody else say that and I'm trapped in that, but students who went through the high school in the pandemic are different and not different in a good way. And so we may punch up their graduation rate, but I am concerned about the quality of the education that we're able to deliver to them based on where they're coming from. And I've expressed that concern on my campus. So if what we're interested in 4-year and 6-year graduation rates, all of a sudden we discourage a whole bunch of people in Vegas from pursuing higher education, we start discouraging them because they're not going to finish. And we know they're not going to finish in 6 years. So how do we deal with the human side of this? How do we deal when we're only seem to be so worried about numbers? How do we deal with the human side of making sure the students know what they're supposed to know when they get out, not just that they get that stamp? And how do we deal with the human side of all of the 25, 30, 35-year-olds, 40-year-olds in our community who want to take 1 or 2 classes a semester and take 10 years and graduate when that's going to hurt our numbers?
Great. I want to answer that in 2 different ways. So first, directly regarding the question how to safeguard against the concerns that you've expressed, which I think are real and large, but then also what I view as some limitations or caveats around them. So first, I think it's going to be very important to I'm going to get to the non-quantitative piece in a second, but in talking about measuring what matters, I was remiss in my prior comment to not start with the ultimate outcomes, right? Because if credentials don't have value because it's easy to get a credential because the courses are easy, then what happens on the job market or what happens when you continue your education to a master's or a doctoral program is, maybe you don't get in, maybe your salary's not as good. So I think it's going to be very important to work together to say, well, what are the post-completion metrics that we're concerned about? What % of students are employed in their area of training? What % of students have a median earnings that's ahead of the threshold of what the median earnings would be for a high school graduate? We have to center these at the very, very front end. The next thing I would say is that learning is an intrinsic good, and I would hate to ever move away from that. My position on that is very largely, there's my own experiences, of course, but I have found, I don't know if anybody here has read this book, but Ken Bain, What the Best Teachers Do. I have found that the way that faculty can best be supported is around key areas such as making sure there's a high level of support in terms of being able to understand and grow their subject areas and their knowledge base thoroughly. Understanding how learning works and how to foster that intrinsically in others, creating comfortable, inclusive environments for all students, regardless of background, and making sure that there's continuous innovation. I would say that those 4 principles, oddly enough, would also apply to the chancellor role. Now that said, I also want to be clear that I certainly am not a proponent of trying to find other metrics that may depict a better story or throw up our hands, and I'm not saying that's what you're suggesting, where, well, we have a low graduation rate because these are the students that we got, or this was what happened in the post-pandemic new normal. I think that we always have to be embracing the large context of what we want to see in terms of our data-driven goals. And then never shave the denominator in a rate or make excuses. So for example, part-time students may struggle to graduate in a timely fashion. And every year that keeps going, that's a sacrifice that's an opportunity cost of wages that could be gained on the market. So I think it's important that we look for ways to better support part-time students. Now, part of that's affordability, and that goes back to the earlier piece where we're talking about how we can involve students and work with the legislature to get more money. But a large part of it is innovations that we can look at, right? So if a part-time student, for example, let's say at a 4-year college, can get to 20 credit hours every year, then they can graduate at 120 credits in 6 years, which isn't 4, but it's also not 8. It's not twice the length of full-time students. So how can we do that? Well, we can look at what are we doing in terms of summer? What are we doing in terms of schedule innovation so students can manage their lives around college instead of the other way around? What are we doing to divorce learning from time? If I'm getting a lot of skills in my current workplace that apply for academic competency, can I trace those back? That's very analogous to what we do with high schools on the dual enrollment front. So we'd be looking for ways to best support part-time students through both accountability measures as well as affordability measures. But at the same time, it's going to come down to just having the right measures that are very inclusive of every student type and also inclusive of learning itself.
Thank you. Next question is going to be presented by Regent Carvalho.
Thank you. Switching gears a little bit. What's the process by which you will establish your own concrete and measurable performance standards and provide an example of that? And also, what is your personal experience with public job performance and evaluation?
Yep. So starting with the first part, in my prior experience, I have either authored directly or co-authored 2 strategic plans at the City College of Chicago as well as at the Community College System of New Hampshire. I'll talk about the New Hampshire one because it's more recent in my mind. In that instance, we created small teams around different areas of student success, and obviously student success itself was an area, and there was also areas for finance and assets and operations. And within the student success area, we created small teams that involved presidents, faculty, students, and trustees, the board of trustees in that case. And we used a consensus approach to say these are the measures that we say that we care about and that we're going to hold ourselves accountable to. We published a plan. We made it very public. We also listed out the direct actions that we were going to take to move on those measures, and we set targets going upwards of 6 years. I think that is, to the extent that my prior experience informs the approach that would happen here. Those are the types of elements that I would bring. I would also want to listen, however, to hear what makes sense in terms of the structures and the various matrices of organizational governance that exist in the Nevada system for higher education. I'm sorry, my answers are a little long. What was the second part again?
Sure, that's okay. What's your personal experience with public job performance and evaluation?
Yes, of course. So I'll take, again, the Community College System of New Hampshire, where I was a chief operating officer. So I'll take that in 2 directions. So one, of course, was working on the entire system office had a solid line to me, essentially. I mean, I had a solid line to the chancellor, and then, I was essentially the chancellor's sidekick. And so I had to do performance evaluations, but not only that, it had to be cascading, right? So we had to make sure that anybody who is evaluated underneath the people who reported directly to me also had a strong, rigorous process. And so in that time, I worked a lot with the head of HR. We developed competencies that would be used in job descriptions, that would be used for performance management, and then for professional development, because sometimes those three things are not consistent. I would also say that on the president's front, while I was not the solid line that the presidents reported to, I worked very closely with the presidents. I did help create the performance competencies and forms as a chief operating officer with the presidents, and then also sat in on the performance evaluations themselves. So I was heavily involved there. I will say at Complete College America, where obviously I work more through indirect influence with states and colleges directly, we've had our own internal revamp of what we're doing for performance evaluation and professional development. I've been involved in that process as well, even though it's a much smaller scale.
Thank you. Any follow-ups? None seen? I'm going to present the next question. How do you see, or what do you see, the role of Chancellor?
So I think the role of the Chancellor is ultimately to be the first advocate for student success and the first advocate for students themselves. And that's going to play out in many different ways, right? So making sure that there's strong attention, because I think that we live in a time where, to a point that was brought up earlier, where attention is a scarce commodity. So making sure that we're all wrangled around the key issues for our students and for student success. I think that bringing in student voice, as I mentioned earlier, would be critically important. Having the right reform efforts, measurement systems, and adequate funding for higher education. If part of this is what would that look like vis-a-vis, say, the regents or vis-a-vis the presidents? I would say that vis-a-vis the regents, I would hope that my main role, I know that there would be hopefully a lot of ideation and visioning coming directly from the chancellor, but at the same time, I think that that's something that needs to be collaborated on very much with the regents and following regent leadership. I would say with the presidents, it is going to be very important that we're on the same page and that we have a consensus-oriented approach. At the same time, I want to be very clear. I said this in one of the forums. I don't view the chancellor role as, how do I put it, a capital P among presidents or something like that. It would be very collegial. I think that presidents are the heads of their own colleges. They need to have their own armies. They need to be able to get things done. I think it's just going to be most critical that we're all consensus driven, centered towards student success as defined rigorously through a joint strategic plan and the measurement system that we create out of it.
Thank you. Dr. Robinson?
For the record, me again. We have two research universities. We have a world-class research institute, and we have all kinds of programs where we're reaching out in the community. And those things, where do they fit in your vision when all you talked about there was the teaching side? The research part of what we do is critical, and the community outreach that we do in many parts of our state is really important. So how do we balance all of that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I want to acknowledge up front too that, part of my answer there was, of course, in coming up with examples that play to different assets that I think I would bring here. And while I am the Vice President of Research at Complete College America, that's a different sort of thing. And I have not had the prior experience of directly managing research institutions. Now, that said, I do want to acknowledge that research is very important. I know how it's funded in Nevada. I also know how it's funded relative to how much research is funded in other states. I look forward to learning more about the particulars in the research environment. I completely agree, and I certainly wouldn't want to have the oversight of not acknowledging how critical research is for the state, both for drawing in business talent and bringing in more educated population into the state, but also for faculty, right? And making sure that our colleges are places where faculty want to work. I believe that in the last, I want to say the last 5 years, I mean, obviously you know this, but UNLV and UNR recently achieved their R1 status. I believe, and admittedly I would need to do more due diligence, but that we would need to examine what's our infrastructural development to support research activities out of both of these universities. And that we would also have to pay attention and integrate into our message about what the Nevada system of higher education provides, all the work that comes out of the Desert Research Institute, as well as with EPSCoR. So I admit my vision is a little fuzzier there, just because it's not as informed on prior experience, but I am confident that the competencies that I brought to other areas would scale to this area.
Thank you. We're going to transition over to our advisory committee. And the first question for the advisory committee is from Carolyn McIntosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Caroline McIntosh from Ely. My background is within the K-12 education arena. My K-12 colleagues are desperate to fill the plethora of unfilled positions in Nevada K-12 schools. What are your plans to partner with Nevada K-12 superintendents and school board members to train more K-12 educators?
Great question. So first, I just want to go to my prior experience in just collaborating with K-12. In New Hampshire, I had a direct line with the commissioner of K-12 there. They just called it the Department of Education. We would go back and forth, particularly on shared priorities, right? So whether that's dual enrollment or a new workforce program that came out that was clearly cross-sector, how did it stack from the diploma level onto advanced degrees? When it came to addressing teacher shortages, we had that a little bit in New Hampshire as well, perhaps not to the exact same extent. Obviously, it's going to be very important to look at our academic programming around early childhood education and around our teacher preparation programs. But I'll say this on that front. I think it's easy to say, well, we need to make sure that we've got really strong programs that offer a robust pipeline. But I've seen so many times in my prior experience where you create a program like that, but sometimes it can fail because enrollment never comes, because the opportunities that would be associated with being a teacher may not have been as well promoted, or maybe the program is less understood. So I think there's a really, really critical, maybe the most critical aspect of this pipeline is looking at the advising front and the career exploration front, and how are students aware of all the opportunities and at what depth, such that we can make sure that that sort of supply on our side in terms of academic programs can be met by a requisite demand of students entering them. And I think that would probably be the first place I would start, is looking at the enrollment breakdowns, because that would predict or forecast the number of potential teachers that would be coming out of this system.
Thank you. We're hearing from a lot. From Dr. Robinson, one more time.
Sorry, again, for the record, Bill Robinson, Faculty Senate Chair, UNLV. There was an African-American man who worked in the chancellor's office as manager, was promoted 3 times, became a vice chancellor. Each time he was promoted, it was because the campus representatives on the search committees went to the chancellor and directly, whoever the chancellor was at that point, and directly complained about the headwinds that this person was experiencing in his career path. Some years later, a chancellor actually came to me and had asked me to chair a vice chancellor search in the chancellor's office, because he was tired of his office constantly hiring people who looked like me, and he wanted a different approach. And we hired a woman of color who stayed in the chancellor's office a year and a half-ish and left. If you know from being in Nevada, you know from the publicity that not this board, but there's been issues with other boards relative to and women and hiring in the chancellor's office and other positions. And I'm not going to say anything that would get her to yell at me. When you take this job, there's an open vice chancellor for academic and student affairs. There's an open vice chancellor, which is the chief financial officer. There's an open chief internal auditor position. In the first 60 to 90 days of any position, that's where you make your point and convince people that things are going to be different. So you've got these positions, you've got everything else you could do as chancellor. How do you set the tone in those first 60 to 90 days and begin to change the culture inside the chancellor's office and begin to convince the system that this chancellor's office is not going to be the same thing that we've seen in the past?
So there's a lot to that question. Few thoughts. So first, with regards to my approach in the first 90 days, I would say that listening is obviously the most critical thing, but I would also be coming at this system with fresh eyes. And I also know that just in every job that any of us have ever been in, when you start it, you have fresh eyes, and the longer you go, even, the very best people, start to, become products of the system that they're in. And so I think it's going to be very critical too in those first few months to work with the regents and with the presidents and with the broader community to push any changes that could make sense to do early on in the first 90 days. I think that one way to look at that is to think about changes that could be done in terms of impact and feasibility. There's going to be items that will come up that will be very clear, would have a high impact if changed. And then some of them will be feasible politically, financially, and with existing talent in the short term, and some of them will be long term. And I think it'll be important to share those priorities as I see them very quickly, see which ones can be moved on because of their feasibility, and then see from that what's also going to be critical in the long term. Now, obviously, as you said, one of the most critical things in the long term, if not the most critical, is selecting a team that will make the most sense for where we want to go as a state. And when it comes to that hiring process, I can't speak to the particulars of the situation that you described. I can tell you I've hired many, many people. I've also fired people. It's always been based off of competence. It was, perhaps I've been fortunate, but there was a significant diversity of representation, even though I was looking for competence, and I would always look for competence. So I think that, I don't know. I think it's very important, it sounds like, to make sure that that any of these processes, to the extent that there can be drama and shrapnel from drama, I would try to make sure that there was preemptive damage control, but I would need to see what those landmines are. But yeah, I would hire based off competence always.
Follow up? Virtually, we're going to go to Dr. Dedon. Excuse me, Dr. Bowdry.
Thank you, Chair Arascata, and also Mr. Ansel for your time today. I am Dr. Christine Beaudry. I'm the Faculty Senate Chair at Nevada State, soon to be University. And I wanted to follow up on your previous response. I appreciated the question related to supporting DEI, particularly around hiring, and just want to extend that with a follow-up. As we know, there's no blanket practice or policy that can address all forms of diversity on our campuses. For example, how we address racial diversity differs from how we address LGBTQ+ diversity, and both of those differ from how we address citizenship diversity. How do you think campuses within NSHE should work to make sure that diversity is not thought of as a single issue? And can you please offer some specific examples of how you've done this in the past that you can apply to the role of Chancellor? Thank you.
Great question. So the first thing, I'm going to go into examples from the past in a second, but I would say there's an example in many colleges, and in some cases this changed in my prior work, in some cases not, where there is a lot of lip service to things like diversity, but then you'll have, say, a college that has an office for international students, as if that's just one homogenous group, and just send it to that one person and they'll be able to handle all requests, which is absurd. I do think that implementing any reforms for student success purposes or promoting existing operations that make sense have to be done with resources, but also with care, because not only are there many different backgrounds for different students, but those backgrounds, of course, intersect. I would say that my career has always benefited from a diversity of perspectives. Presently, I'm the only member of the executive team at Complete College America who is not African American, but before that at the Community College System of New Hampshire, which is a very white and very rural state, I learned very quickly the plight of rural students, which is also often ignored. I also know that for attainment in Nevada, I want to say that the attainment rate, I know that this is in the packet, but the attainment rate for Hispanic students is about 25%, I want to say. No, for Black students it's 25%, for Hispanic students it's 31, for white it's 41, for Asian it's 51. This is not something that's okay. We need to be at the same high level of excellence. At the same time, for rural communities, if you look at it by county, the differentials are much more stark. In Pershing County, I want to say the attainment rate is like 16%. It's also very low in Nye. So I think it's very important to see how different attributes actually play into that setup, and then see what are the reforms that make sense and what's the funding models that make sense to make sure that all students are able to have a chance at completing a degree of economic value and of ongoing educational value. Did that get at your question? I realize I wanted, there was multiple prongs to that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Excellent. We're going to transition over to another advisory member, Ite Dadan.
Thank you. So follow up on that and more towards the safety aspect of it. So I'm a leader and a member of the Israeli American Jewish community here in Nevada. And as advisory members, I believe it's our job to ask questions specifically for the biggest community challenge that my community is currently having in our state's higher, secondary, and even primary education. Our community has seen year-over-year gains of 25% in anti-Semitic incidents nationally in our schools that should be safe places and safe spaces where people can focus on education and development. Over 66% of our Jewish students do not feel safe, and over 50% of them hide their Jewish identity and heritage because of fear of being attacked or discriminated. So I'd like to know what you do to stop Nevada higher education facilities from the trajectory of catching up to those national statistics. Thank you.
I'm pausing for a second because I know this sounds odd, but I know that my family has been watching different forums, and you know, particularly all my family on my father's side who are watching, they're all Jewish, and they're going to be, if this is live, they're going to be watching this answer. Hi. I think, I mean, it's very personal for me, right? I mean, that's the community I come from. I would, first, I mean, that's just appalling. And I would want to hear the details, precisely where it's happening and what we need to do to stop it. Where we need to work in terms of community education, where we need to work in terms of making sure students feel safe and that we've got the right resources to deal with traumatic experiences. And then finally, just base level of security, right? Like I know I keep coming back because I'm kind of a data nerd, but I would want to know, what are the incidents that are happening? What's the severity that's happening? Where are they happening? What times are they happening at? Who is doing this? And we would just need to run that down as quickly as possible. That would be one of my very first priorities.
Okay. Thank you. Any follow-ups? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Oh, 1 minute, please, Mr. Regent Boiler. We're going to go to the dais, please.
Awesome, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty, so thank you.
Do you have a follow-up question?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay, please.
Thank you. So thank you for your previous responses in terms of the previous question on DEI. For me, one of the things that came into mind was how would you support our different minority students within our different institutions, particularly our undocumented folks, because I feel as though they usually fall short of oversight in terms of how we acknowledge them, and how can we continue to support them?
Well, the first thing I would say is I think that Nevada is somewhat ahead of the game here in some ways, at least the ways that I know, because of recent legislation that was passed around in-state tuition for undocumented students. I think that honestly, one of the biggest things that's always missed, you know, outside of making sure that we get to the basics around advising and making sure that we're knowledgeable and culturally competent with that community, I think one of the biggest missed opportunities, wherever you fall politically on this issue, is actually around student enrollment. This is where I think that there could be a really strong bipartisan alignment here. We talk about how we can get more students to enroll in our colleges, right? And We talk about that in terms of dual enrollment very often, so making sure that we're building a robust pipeline for students that are coming right out of high school, that they're getting college credit while they're in high school. We talk about it in terms of working learners who can get credit for competency, and even just the broader group of students. I think that I know that there's 383,000 students or former students in Nevada who have some college education from Nevada and no degree, and that 20,000 of them are close to being able to get it. So that's another big population that I'm sure different college presidents are already looking at. But for the adult education population, for students who are taking courses in ESL, who need to get their ESL program complete at the same time that they're wrapping up a GRE or a high set or an alternative diploma program, that's an enormous population. And that's the best way, I think, to bring the student population you're talking about into the fold. And I can say that from experience. In Chicago, we were able to increase our enrollment by building a strong adult education, which goes both for the ESL route, but also just students who never got a high school diploma. Just building really strong ties there to make sure that that they realize that the next step is college, because that's now what's required in the information age economy. In Chicago, when I started, we had we also provided those services for adult education. I know that here a different department provides it, but we would need to have connections. We had 1% of those students attempting college afterward, which was absurd, especially when you consider what's actually required for today's economy. We were able to get that dramatically up, and it's sad to say dramatically up is 3%, 4%, but that's tripling and quadrupling, and it was a sizable increase in the population, and a large part of that population is the population you're talking about. So I think that there's a very bipartisan everyone wins approach, in addition to what I was just saying about making sure that we're very culturally competent and adaptable.
Thank you. Follow-ups? Yeah, Regent Goodman.
Yes, sir.
Actually, Regent Boylan, please.
I'll let Regent Goodman go first because she's on the committee, and then after that, I'd like to follow up. So thank you so much.
Very kind, thank you.
Thank you, Regent Boylan. Just kind of in line with all of this, although it's not your typical, it doesn't deal with race or sexuality, but it does deal with our students' freedom of speech. And I noticed that a lot of times on campuses, there have been multiple articles that have been written. There's a backlash of students being afraid to say what they feel on campuses at times, and it's nationwide. How do you feel about that?
So obviously, I don't think that that's good. No, I'm not going to leave it at that. I'm presently with Complete College America. We're part of a coalition of six organizations, and I'm the lead. I'm the point person for Complete College America within the Civic Learning and Democracy Engagement Coalition. And this is a bipartisan group that focuses on the intersection of student autonomy with college completion, and making sure that the sorts of high impact practices that need to happen in the classroom and what I also just kind of, I didn't quote but paraphrased from Ken Bain, and what the best teachers do is making sure that we are pedagogically and curricularly competent and responsive in the classroom. So folks do have that autonomy. I think that on the one hand, I believe that there's lots of narratives that are and actions that are infringing not just on student autonomy, but on college autonomy. And I think that we need to battle that head on. By the same token, back to Regent Boylan's point, I think it's going to be very important that we never let that eat up the whole conversation. We need to make sure that we're still checking where we are with student success. I think that a lot of what you're describing, I just want to be clear, I 100% agree with you, that's a major problem and we have to address it. But it's also happening in many flagship universities across the country where this is truly stifling. At the same time, if we look at the gaps that we want to repair in terms of attainment, whether that's by race or rurality, geographic location, socioeconomic status, a lot of that is done, that work is done at the colleges that are not in the newspapers, right? At the community college level, at the open access four-year level. And it's going to be, if we really care about these things, we cannot afford to take our eye off the ball in making sure that we're promoting the types of student success and the post-completion outcomes that really benefit all students.
Thank you. Regent Boylan.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. My follow-up is really, I don't know, this Regent Goodman is always reading my mind and getting the best questions on there, but I really like that. But my follow-up is to Mr. Delon and what he talked about. Mr. Ansel, do you have any experience? I'm sure you know about it. It's happening in LA, well, just down the road there. And they're going to build this fast train and they'll bring it here to us. But we know the groups, because this is very important to me as far as anti-terrorism, etc. We know the groups and the people who cause the most difficulties for the Jewish community. And also, as Regent Goodman said, freedom of speech. We know the same groups who are stopping speakers from speaking at colleges and universities. We know the same groups that are causing all these issues with education and especially in higher ed. And do you have any experience with, let's say, active shooter on the campus or in a facility? And our police forces, awesome. They're great guys. I'm sure they are, and I love them. But do you have any experience of how you would deal with a professor who, let's say, shouts down a speaker who's been invited, like we had, I think it was in your town, Chicago, that she shouted down the justice who was invited, and then later she pulled out a machete on a reporter. Serious stuff. But do you have any experience with any of that kind of good stuff? And how would you deal with it? Is my, especially answering or following up Mr. Dodon's question, because we know what's happening. So if you were to be told the truth about things, would you say it's politically incorrect to say or do something? Because you've already said you're not a pushover, and I like that. You know, you've got the guts to stand up to people and groups. Because you like comedy and you like music. Those are my two favorite things. The one you missed was dogs. But anyway, I'll forgive you for that. But how would you stand
Thank you,
up?
Regent Boylan. Mr. Hansel.
Yes, sir.
I think you got it. Got the gist of this. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll answer that with
Sorry, excuse me, Mr. Ansel. Let me finish my question. Chair, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I would appreciate it if you didn't just shut me up like that. Go ahead, Mr. Ansel. Thank you so much.
Okay. So I'll answer that with a yes and a no. So I'll start with the no. I mean, I have not personally had to deal with these situations. I'm very fortunate. I have not had to oversee a active shooter event in my prior experience. We did have a professor who at one of the colleges said something outlandish and hurtful, and that was immediately subject to an ethics investigation. I don't recall the outcome. To be honest, I wasn't personally involved in that, but I do think that is the appropriate response. There are, of course, protocols for active shooter events. I would be briefed on those and know those and make sure that those are in place and that we're as ready as possible for them. I'm going to broaden it just because I don't have a lot of experience in what you're talking about. I will say that I have a lot of experience in crisis management. When the pandemic started at the Community College System of New Hampshire, I was the point person getting the PPE out. This is back when nobody knew that masks could do anything, but we were all Lysoling everything and building up large scaffolding. And we had to determine which classes could go online, which classes could not go online, which ones for the in-person component, what sort of distance we had to stay apart, and just making sure every college was on the same page, which actually speaks to a process point that is close to me, which is I believe that it's important to have standard processes, but you also need to have local control when it makes sense. We had very, very rural parts of the state and very urban parts of the state, and at the very beginning of the pandemic, Upper New Hampshire was not hit with any cases. And so In that instance, it was agreed upon to have different approaches for different college presidents. So autonomy is important, and I wouldn't want to lose that in my response to your question, Regent Boylan, because I do think that conferring with the college president, overseeing that campus where the incident took place will be extremely important, right?
Thank you. Due to
Thank you, Mr.
due to a time restraint, so we have about 9 minutes for 3 questions. And we
Okay.
want to provide equity for all.
Sorry.
That's okay. We're going to go over to Mr. Cole Thomas, if we could, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Thomas. I'm a current PhD student at UNLV and the president of our Graduate Professional Student Association. So thank you for being here with us today. My question for you is, please provide an example of a situation where you had no formal influence, but were able to convince a board, those in power, or an individual key influencer to embrace a priority that wasn't one for them.
Well, I think that's pretty much my job description right now. So at Complete College America, I work primarily through indirect influence, right? This is something just to, give an example, in Nevada, and again, I'm not trying to, put anybody too much on the spot, but through constant communication and cross-pollination of national ideas with folks at the College of Southern Nevada, at Nevada State University, we were able to help craft a policy that ultimately came to this body. That was not anything that I had direct oversight over in any way, but it is something that we had to push. And this also goes back a little bit to the questions that also, to my mind, had a little bit of political subtext to them. That at Complete College America, I presently work in environments where we're making policy changes in red states and blue states. Right now, we have a huge project with Montana, with Oklahoma, with Arkansas, about looking at the policies that we know work for student success, regardless of the environment that you're in. We also are working deeply with Michigan, with Washington, with Arizona, New Hampshire. I mean, this is how I became aware and involved with Complete College America. So in translating those wins into policy, there are the tactics that we always employ, right? Making sure that we can align around a shared vision towards a goal. Usually that involves looking at the current data landscape as well as an assessment of where folks are at in terms of ability to and willingness to embrace student success reforms, then looking at what data needs to change, then assembling a diverse team in terms of perspectives, and then just implementing the hell out of it. So that's how we do it. I don't know if this is recorded, if I should say heck.
Perfect, succinct. And our second to last question is by CSN Faculty Senate Tracy Sherman.
Hey there. Can you please provide us with an example of a time when you did not make the choice to terminate an employee and what the cost was? Please provide an example of how you applied the lessons that you learned.
That's a tricky one because it has happened and we're in a very public forum. So I have to find a way to make sure that I tell the story in a very abstract way. There was an individual that I felt was not, I felt, and it was very objective. It was very clear that this individual was not performing, and it was in an incredibly critical area for student services at the system level. And it was a collectively bargained employee, which means that there, I think this is a good thing, but there was a normed termination process. So I went through it. And we almost got to the final round. And then at the last second, a college, I'm trying to keep it vague, was able to save that employee. And not too much longer, that college did reach back out to see if we could trade back. Well, there was no trade. And the answer was obviously no. I thought that was a very disappointing situation. I would really dislike being in that situation ever again. I do think that where that individual has landed has been a disservice to that college. Sorry, it's just the public aspect of that.
Are there any follow-up questions? Our last question for the session, prior to wrapping up, will be from Dr. Mark Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. You've not had a lot of experience in four-year institutions or research institutions. What would be your approach to building credibility with four-year and research institutions to guide missions and evaluate their presidents?
Yep. So that's a very good and very fair question. I would want to mention, I know I've been leaning on my prior experience, in particular with the City Colleges of Chicago and with the Community College System of New Hampshire, which I do think allows me to bring plenty of assets here. I haven't talked as much about my time at Complete College America, where we work with two-year and four-year institutions. I feel in the space of ideas and the common problems that four-year colleges and universities experience, that I have real depth that would inform the leadership competence that I would bring to this role. But by the same token, I think that the question is still very much valid and in play because I've never actually directly led those sorts of systems. So the first thing, obviously, and we'll just get this over with, but it's very true, listening, understanding what those concerns are, knowing the details. Obviously, I'm a details person, understanding what the challenges are and how we can get it done. The second thing is that, this kind of goes back to the prior point about just understanding the issues. You do get a little bit of a vantage point, obviously, from the two-year environment if you lead transfer to baccalaureate, which was one of my responsibilities in each case. I do imagine, and you can correct me, that while every college is different and the sectors are certainly different, there are going to be things that absolutely scale over, right? When we're looking at issues of academic quality, student success, emphasis on technology, alumni engagement, advancement. I know that what I would need to learn very quickly in that sort of looking at that background around universities and research goes back to what I answered about earlier when it came to research, which is making sure that I'm doing everything in my power as part of a team to promote a culture of inquiry, to provide funding for needed infrastructure in the research area, and making sure that any specific types of collaboration and partnership, which I think will be the biggest hole that I need to fill right away, that I learn those super quickly. So then that way we're able to move forward together.
Follow-up questions? Thank you. Mr. Ansel, we greatly appreciate your presentation today. And now the floor is yours.
Okay. How much time do I have?
15 seconds.
Oh, damn. Yeah. It's like, vote for me.
You have 50, yeah. 8 minutes, please.
Oh, 8 minutes? Okay. Well, I won't need all 8 minutes, but I did want to emphasize elements that I've stated in closing remarks in the forums, but I wanted to start with, and I crossed one of them off the list, but I wanted to start with a couple areas that I was seeing whether they would come up during the course of conversation in the forums and the interviews that I might have missed in the materials. I do have 3 things that I'd want to say on that. So one is, I think that I appreciate all the work that the search team has done, and the Bryan Group in particular, with their behavioral science approach to looking at leadership competence. I don't see that in other searches, and I am honored to have made it this far in the process. I do think, however, that higher education experience really, really matters, especially in this time. We have Supreme Court decisions today and tomorrow that are dramatically reshaping higher education in the landscape. And regardless of your position on those issues, regardless on your position and what we need to do about a demographic cliff, regardless of your position around funding and whether that could dry up in an imminent recession, you're going to want somebody who has the strong details and have weathered storms that have come up, because I do think that there are going to be more storms. They're very much on the horizon, which leads to the second point. I haven't emphasized enough my finance background, but I do have a very strong finance background. I was the point person for the Board Finance Committee. New Hampshire, at the time, and I mentioned this in the forums, had the community college system had the most expensive tuition on a per credit basis in the entire country. We were able to hold that steady for 10 years. Despite being the tip of the spear on the demographic cliff, we had enrollment decline in our traditional student going population. I know there is no such thing as a traditional student anymore, but if you just think direct to high school to college, that high school graduating class size was drying up quickly. Even at that time, we were able to, for the most part, avoid layoffs. We were able to increase by multiples our debt coverage ratio and triple our reserves ratio. Third, if you look at my resume and at my materials, you might not know because I failed to put it in there, but I, for a very short time, was also the president of one of the colleges in the community college system of New Hampshire, not officially, when one of the presidents had to leave. I was installed for a good 6-month period to steer the ship until another successor was identified. During that time, it was peak registration season. There was a lack of trust in leadership at both the college level and the system level, and I was able to repair that, keep the metrics looking good, and bridge to the successor. I have also, while I said this earlier, while I was not the chancellor, I was the chief operating officer, and the majority of the system office reported to me. So these are other competencies that I bring that I have not brought up. That said, I've got 2 more minutes, I hope. If you remember nothing else from everything I just said, including what I just mentioned, please remember these 3 assets that I would bring to the job. First, a diversity of leadership experience that I just ran through, from teaching classes to leading a board finance committee to closing graduation gaps. I have the depth and diversity of leadership experience that I think is absolutely essential for this role, for decision-making that is sound, for decision-making that is adaptable, for decision-making that's culturally competent, that's consensus-oriented, that's empathetic, that's creative, and that's innovative. Second, I bring a national lens. I work with the heads of higher education, as I just mentioned, at Complete College America, working through indirect influence. I don't pretend to think that 2 states are the same, but at the same time, there are strong similarities in governance and legislative relations, and working with colleges and bringing people on board towards a collaborative, consensus-driven shared vision. I also bring a national philanthropic network, as well as a national network of content experts. I mean, obviously from Complete College America, but also from the Community College Research Center, from the Institution for Higher Education Policy, from the Institution for College Access and Success, and many, many more organizations. I also work at the federal level today with 3 key I'm sorry? I also work at the federal level with 3 key constituencies. Senators and House reps on the Hill in crafting bipartisan legislation for institutional support for evidence-driven post-secondary practices, with the Department of Education on financial aid regulations, which are very arcane and obsolete and need to be updated for today's students, and with Washington-based think tanks on college completion program quality. In fact, in my current role at Complete College America, I actually met with NSHE officers on the Hill, with Representative Amodei, with Senator Cortez Masto, and even with committee leadership in the House to discuss higher education priorities for the state of Nevada. Last, and this goes back to Regent Goodman's question earlier, but I live in Nevada. I've lived here a few years. I love it. My family's here. I already loved, maybe I've grown to love the colleges here. I only liked them earlier. Make of that what you will. And I just love it. I love getting to know, everything I get to know is great. And I just really hope to have the honor of serving in this position for many years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ansel. Good day.
Thanks.
We're going to take a 30-minute lunch, and we will reconvene at 1:30. If we can go ahead and grab our seats, it's 1:30. We're going to be reconvening the Ad Hoc Search Committee. Our next candidate is going to be Dr. Lawrence Drake. And Nora, if you could give us some background.
Certainly. I'm Nora Behrens of the Bryan Group for the record.
and providing the introduction for our third and final candidate, Dr. Lawrence Drake. Qualities from reference checks. Dr. Drake rolls up his sleeves. He's hands-on when necessary. He knows people and identifies the right fit for teams, his own and others. He's innovative and transformative. He's future-oriented. He's effective at managing change. He has a broad background. He's a CEO in business and in education. He has a deep understanding of business and finance. His official background includes a PhD in psychology. He's a researcher, not a practitioner. An MBA, executive fellow, a BS in sociology, and a BA in elective studies. Pardon me. He's currently the interim president and dean of the College of Business and Entrepreneurship at Bethune-Cookman University. He's also the president of LEAD, which stands for Leadership, Education, and Development, for the past 10 years. He has been the interim president and CEO of the Executive Leadership Council, as well as the division president and CEO for Coca-Cola Africa. He's also held a senior position for Coca-Cola in the western half of the US. More details can be found on his one-pager, which is available in the beginning of his packet on the NSHE website, if you want to read more about him and his accomplishments. To the survey results. As a reminder, we got in 77 surveys. If you combine those who chose him as a great fit or a good fit, the total is 43 people, or 56%. A sampling of positive comments about Dr. Drake. The new chancellor to be hired needs to know higher education, business, industry, and community. Dr. Drake would be the best fit for Nevada. As a faculty member. Lawrence Drake was the most impressive candidate out of all the candidates presented. While he may not know the community, he took the initiative to do the research and find out about the community. He's a systems thinker and wants us to act as a system, and that's what NSHE has been lacking. The reason I chose Dr. Drake being a great fit is because of his international business and executive background coupled with specific academic experience as a higher education leader. Dr. Drake is a great fit for NSHE because he has the most relevant higher education experience. When looking at open forums and candidate materials, Dr. Drake is far more polished and accomplished of an administrator in higher ed than the other finalists. On the negative side, which there were not many, we have that Dr. Drake was low energy and passive, that he hadn't done enough research about NSHE and Nevada and gave generic answers. This person found that he was not qualified to hold the position and did not have the tenure of experience in public higher education systems to show that he would be a good leader in this space. So, with that, I'll go get Dr. Drake.
Thank you, Nora. Dr. Drake, thank you very much, sir, for not just the application, but for your throughout this whole process. You've had the tenacity, and we appreciate it. And Dr. Drake, if you don't mind, we're going to jump right into questions. After a brief presentation by, no? I'm sorry. It's been a long day already. I apologize, sir.
No
Dr.
worries.
Drake?
Yes,
Very nice. Thank you for showing up today. I appreciate it.
it's my pleasure.
We're going to jump into our questions. And we're going to go to our first question, which is going to be on the television through Regent Downs.
Hello, thank you for coming in.
My pleasure. Thank you
My
for
question
having me.
is, what is your experience with collective bargaining? Have you negotiated from the side of the collective bargaining unit or from management? How do you feel leading a system with several collective bargaining agreements with the potential of more to be developed?
So one of the questions that actually that question came up the other day, and I really thought about it much later afterwards. And you know, when I was a CEO, I had a lot of opportunity with collective bargaining units, and as you know, in different countries around the world, the unions operate very differently, and they have a very different framework in which they operate. I've not negotiated those because I had people on my staff that actually did and had the relationships in collective bargaining discussions. However, I was always part of policy and practice when we were managing some of our plants. As you know, my former employer, the Coca-Cola Company, we have about 300 plants around the world. And in my 20 countries, we managed about 10 of those. Each of those had, most all of them were union, but they had a different kind of union than we enjoy here in the United States. Now, on the other side of that, in the US, I've had the opportunity to see how collective bargaining works without necessarily being the key administrator or the person engaging. And, you know, I'm familiar with the process. How would I work with it in a system that's like we have here at NSHE? Certainly, I think that there's an opportunity to learn how to do that directly, but I think I have a good understanding of how the process would work, regardless of the multiplicity of contracts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any follow-ups? Moving right along. Second question is going to be coming in from Regent Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nora, would you please give the explanation for what you mean by student agency?
The way I'll define student agency is student voice, student choice, being able to make choices about their higher education experience, being involved in decisions that involve them in an administrative format, being able to direct their course of study in as much as possible, and being able to ask for resources that they need.
Thank you, and I'll follow up. I'll start with the question.
Sure.
We all know that being student-centered is critical for the system, for system leader. A lot of lip service is paid to student voice and choice, but we know the real goal is full student agency. Please tell us how you define agency and have developed it with your students and/or employees.
Yes, so I believe in student agency, and I guess I start with the premise as a parent. My children demand agency, particularly my adult children. So I don't have a lot of options there. But in terms of how that translates to my career and sort of what I've done as the president, I have an open forum and open door policy for my students. I eat in the cafeteria once a week on a regular basis because that's a great place for me to get feedback. Secondly, I think in terms of agency, we've had a number of things that have occurred on our campus and have had a numerous events and actually to a large degree, a number of protests. And I always say to students, I'm very glad that you are protesting. And they say, well, President Drake, what do you mean? And I said, because that means that you realize you have a voice. It doesn't matter if we agree. It only matters that you know now that we're listening. And so then that important, element of agency is also, if you have a voice and you voice it, then what happens after? And I think what I've always been a proponent of, whether that be students or whether that be the folks who work on my leadership team or folks who I work with, is giving voice to concerns and things that they care about. And then trying to find solutions that actually either mitigate those or certainly work toward a solution that makes that voice move in a different direction. Oftentimes I have found that there is more positive than there are negatives. And if we focus on the positives and give voice to the negatives, we can make more positives. That's been my experience.
Thank you for that answer.
My pleasure.
Any follow-ups? Yes, please, Mr. Osorio Hernandez.
Well, thank you, Chair. Hi, so I'm Kevin Osorio Hernandez. I am the president of Nevada State University and also the vice chair of the Nevada Student Alliance. And I particularly find this question very important, especially in the work I do as a student and as a student leader.
Yes.
And also I'd like to also recognize President Thomas from GPS at UNLV as well. So both of us serve within the Nevada Student Alliance, and for me particularly, I find it that I would love to know how you would like to collaborate with the Nevada Student Alliance and how we can go ahead and make decisions on behalf of all students with your input as well.
Well, it's a great question, and I think the most important part of my answer would be that I'd first want to know more about the Student Alliance in both campuses. I think that's important in all campuses, actually, across the system. One of the things that I noticed during watching the board meeting in early June was the number of comments and the introduction of those student organizations. And frankly, at Bethune-Cookman University, I have what's called the President's Council, which is the Faculty Senate President, myself, and the SGA President. Because we're a single campus, those three presidents actually sit together and talk about things that affect all of the stakeholders that are on our campus. That would be, of course, faculty, that would be staff, of course, for the Faculty Senate, and we have a staff representative as well. And then students. And oftentimes, the students' concerns are some of the main things that we talk about in the President's Council. Why is that important? It's important because it helps us direct and deliver policy. And we've made a number of policy changes, infrastructure changes, safety changes as a result of those meetings that we had between the three presidents. I consider those three presidents, by the way, to be equal, including the student.
Excellent. Any follow-up from that follow-up? Unseen. Regent Goodman, please.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, so nice to have you here.
Pleasure.
So when I ran for office, I had support, of course, but was also met with a significant amount of sarcasm, even some mockery. It's fine, I have a sense of humor, but the reputation of this system, although unwarranted, is poor. And that's a shame because there are so many great things happening throughout the system, and there's so many incredible people that work at our institutions.
Yes.
I think that the problem is the dysfunction is what's reported in the media. And so I guess my question for you is, knowing the dysfunction that's out there, knowing what maybe you've seen but haven't lived how great it is,
Yeah.
why did you decide I want to be chancellor for the Nevada system of higher education? And you know, what was your impetus for wanting to apply for this job? Because for us, it's important that we get someone in here who is committed, because the last thing we need is someone who says, oh my gosh, this doesn't fit. And we've had some turnover, and it's vital that we have someone that is committed and stays with us.
Thank you for that question. That's actually one I rehearsed. Only because I knew that question was going to come up, right? Listen, here's what I'll say about that. First of all, as a psychologist, and my focus in research a lot is on mediated communication. I don't believe everything I read, so that's the first, I'll start there. The second thing is that, I don't look at this opportunity as a job. At this stage of my life, I want to do things that I care about, things that I'm willing to commit myself to, and things that I believe exist within the confines of my values. When I looked at this role and the turnover and a lot of the things that have been made and talked about with respect to not only the Board of Regents, but NSHE in general, I looked at the demographics, I looked at the K-12 rankings, I looked at a lot of things that would tell me that while those things may be listed, I know there's always opportunity on the other side. Fundamentally, everything, or everyone, I should say, oftentimes will focus on what's wrong, but not focus on what's right. I happen to believe that this opportunity is attractive because I don't believe that Nevada has told its story beyond Nevada. When I've talked to the native Nevadans who live here, they speak very highly of this state in a lot of ways. But yet, when I talk to people in New York or people in Georgia or other states, they don't know much about Nevada except the Strip. And the point is I know that that isn't true either. And so in the 48 hours or so before we came, and then since we've been here, we really tried to think about what are the true opportunities that we could possibly be a part of if we were successful in our candidacy. And what we found is that there's more positives than there are negatives. And we would certainly, while we have a daughter and grandchildren that live in Sacramento, which is 2 hours from Reno, we also believe that from what we've heard from them, they think Nevada would be a great place for our family. And so we would be very much delighted and certainly privileged to come and make Nevada our home. One more thing I would say is that, it's very easy to look at the media and things, and maybe the criticism is important and maybe it's not. I think everybody has to decide, meaning a body, meaning the system, what they're doing well and what they're not doing so well, and then work really hard to continue to do it better. I think if we're doing that every day, then I think we're doing what the citizens of Nevada would want, and I think what we'd be serving is the interest of all of those who represent this state. My pleasure.
I have a follow-up question to that. What other boards, committees, or other businesses that you've worked with that you went in with your eyes wide open? You saw what was going on. You had full acknowledgement. Everything was totally exposed of issues.
Mm-hmm.
What were some of the experiences that you did to break down the acrimony between those individuals?
Well, in some cases, it wasn't individuals, it was whole countries. I ran 20 countries as a CEO on the African continent. None of them agreed about anything. The supply chain issues that existed, the infrastructure issues, the economic exchange rates, negotiations on policy and practice across a number of countries. Within countries, there are, you could call tribes. You could say that some of the things we do in the United States are tribal as much as they are anything. What I've tried to do is always find common ground. I really do believe that people don't disagree about everything. And the experiences that I've had, you can find some things that they do agree on. And even as I've read some of the bios of the Board of Regents and the reasons why you became regents, there are some very interesting similarities between your passion about why you sit here as a board. That's attractive to me because that tells me that there are good things that can happen. There's also capability and competency, and sometimes people don't agree, but they do believe they have an opportunity to exercise their agency in getting some things done. I think there is that will as well. If you have those ingredients, if those ingredients exist, and I do believe they do, I have found when I can find those areas of common ground, I've been successful. I'll give you a case in point. When I got to BCU, my faculty senate president and the board and the previous president did not really see the way forward in terms of how to do things together. They always kind of had their own ways of doing things. And there's nothing wrong with that, except we found that when we had a crisis, it was really most important for them to be on one accord. Well, as many of you may know, in Florida, we have lots of hurricanes and weather events. And in our particular case, we enjoyed, I should say enjoyed, only because that's the only word I can find in the moment, we really didn't enjoy having a hurricane that caused about $6 million worth of damage to our campus. It wasn't until the post-hurricane and everybody saw the damage and everybody knew that we needed to restart school and that we needed to do it really quickly. We needed to move from virtual back to campus. So we called it Countdown to Comeback. And in Countdown to Comeback, faculty senate, president, board, all of the faculty, a good chunk of the staff across all departments. We built a task force that actually in 17 days, we brought the entire campus back. And I think we did that because we found that when people saw what had happened to our campus, and they knew the importance of getting it back up and running appropriately for all of our students and for staff, that was the rallying cry. Leaders have to find the rallying cry. What are the things that really bring people together on one accord? That doesn't mean you're going to do it across everything. But there will be things that you can find. And that's why our country functions the way that it does, is because we have disagreements, but we also have things that bring us together. And in times of crisis, this country has come together. We have an historical context of that.
Thank you. We're going to continue with Regent Carvalho.
Thank you. Switching gears just a little bit. What's the process by which you will establish your own concrete and measurable performance standards? And give an example of how you have done this in the past. Also, what's your personal experience with public job performance and evaluations?
If I could answer the second part of the question first. My experience with public evaluations has been poor. What I've found is that, and by the way, I say public, it's also been poor private in the academy. It's been better in corporate, but not even where I think it should be. And here's the reason. A lot of times, standards of performance often are not done or constructed in an unbiased way. I think performance evaluations need to be very clear. They must have clarity of purpose and meaning, and they can be distributed that everyone, regardless of your job, you have to abide by those same standards. I remarked so many times with people who have worked on my staff when they have a person and they say, well, how come they got a promotion? And they'd say, they got a promotion because their boss liked them. Or they got a promotion because they felt they knew somebody. When you have good performance standards and good metrics, that happens less. And I found that to be the case. I'll give you an example. When I started as the dean, I found very much that problem with the structure of our performance evaluations. While we had one universally across the institutions, I found that depending on the college, there were different standards. And so I worked with institutional effectiveness to actually create a more consistent way of looking at performance of our faculty. That was really important because what we also were missing was a student evaluation system that wasn't good either. In fact, it was broken. And so when we started to compare best practices around the country, we really wanted to develop a system where we had a good student evaluation system and a way to convey that to faculty about their performance in the classroom. And then we needed a system where the faculty wouldn't rate themselves high on every attribute just because they got through the term. And so what happened is we found that when we did that, we began to create a foundation for a good, or at least one that was workable. For the chancellor's or any leader's performance effectiveness and metrics, it should be about results. It should be about relationships. It should be about outcomes. If those things are part of the evaluation with however you describe them or construct them, those three ingredients must be there, as long as the overarching things are about integrity and honesty and the way in which you treat people. Getting the numbers is not the most important thing. I have worked in environments where people will get the results, but there's a lot of dead bodies laying around when you look at the results. And you say, my gosh, what did you do? I mean, you got the results, but these people suffered, or these people didn't get the recognition or get the respect that they deserved. To me, that's an inequitable way in which to apply performance and results. So I would certainly evaluate what we have here at NSHE, how we do what we do, and look to work with the Regents on developing a system that's fair and equitable, not only across NSHE, but that is fair and equitable across the entire system.
Thank you. Dr. Robinson, follow-up?
So follow-up, faculty evaluation. We have community colleges, state university,
Yeah, I do.
2 research universities,
Mhm.
world-class research institution,
Mhm.
and we need to figure out how to evaluate those people. And I
Sure.
agree, we do it poorly.
Yeah.
How are we doing evaluating learning? And
Mhm.
how do you actually measure that? Because I don't know
Mhm.
how we do that, and we do a terrible job of it at the current time, and I agree with that. How a dance professor gets evaluated has to be really seriously differently, in my opinion, than how,
Mhm.
and I'm a business professor, I
Yep.
understand evaluation than me, or than a research professor, or we have a whole bunch of faculty who just teach. How, in our environment where we have community colleges that have a much different mission than a research, how do we still have one evaluation? Or how would you see us doing that in this institution environment?
This complex environment. Well, first of all, I think there are ingredients to any performance evaluation. And so whether your outcomes are around, dance, or whether or not they're around something else, that certainly can be an outcome. However, I think the bigger point is, as a system, what are we looking for as important outcomes? I think one of the biggest outcomes, of course, is student success. It's out there, outside on your board. The question is, how do we practice it? How does it weave itself into the evaluation process? If you say that student success and access is important, then how does that weave itself into performance evaluation? So, in looking at that poster out in the lobby, there are 4 or 5 things on that board actually that could be the foundation and basis for having a really robust conversation with faculty and staff about what we evaluate ourselves on. I think if we have a systemic way of looking at what we really want to accomplish, where we want to be, where we want to end up, then I don't care what you're teaching, or whether or not you're an R1 institution, or whether or not you're just a teaching professional, even an adjunct. You still should have a way of evaluating yourself against the strategic agenda and mission of the institution. You mentioned mission for a moment, and if I could, I'd like to just add on. I think mission is one of those interesting words, because what is the mission of higher ed is shifting. We are dealing with issues today that we had no clue about, not even 5 years ago, certainly not back in 1800 when, this whole thing got started, particularly the land-grant institutions. But I do believe that mission is about purpose now. I think what students are purchasing in terms of the value proposition is they want to know that what they've purchased actually has purpose and meaning, that they can use it in the world, that they can go out and help change the world. That has to be part of what we try and do, I think, as a system. As I was watching the board meeting again in early June, it struck me something that Regent Goodman said about all the great things that are going on across the system. Lots of good stuff. Every institution has some great things going on. What I didn't notice as much is that there wasn't as much systemic discussion. How we do things as a system. How do we actually lean into things that are going on at UNLV in the same way that we are leaning in on things going on at Truckee Community College? I don't know yet how that would look, but what I do know is that's a very important part of mission, is making sure that the student has an experience wherever they come in that actually connects to a larger mission that is the Nevada system of higher education. That would be my approach. Hope that's helpful.
Any follow-up to the follow-up?
Yes, sir.
Nothing on the dais. Please, Regent Boylan.
Regent Boylan. Thank you. I was feeling left out and you're ignoring me or something, because I had my hand up since Goodman spoke. All right. Now, the question is, you've got some wonderful experience with active shooter and the Hurricanes. This was supposed to follow up after the Don spoke, but Regent Goodman brought it up, a good point up there that I have to ask you. Why, yesterday you said you're not looking for a job.
Mhm.
Now that kind of, scares the out of me. I'm like, if this guy's not looking for a job, well, then he's not going to give a damn. He's not going to care. He's not going to, I love that you said it. You're straightforward. I love it. I've just said something like that myself. So if you're not looking for a job, how do I know that you are the best person for this job? Very important job. You have terrific, experiences. And I know what you're talking about, Africa, lived in the UAE and Fallujah, down south in Ethiopia, etc. But I know everybody hates everybody out there. No one agrees. It's like this board sometimes, which is good.
Right. Lots of
Because if
opportunity,
we all
right?
agreed on this, if we all agreed on the board, then that would mean I'm giving everybody $10 each time and saying, hey, be nice to me or something. So
Right.
we have our issues, but you said such an amazing thing. You're not looking for a job.
Right. So
What do I do with that?
if I could, and it's very a very good way of allowing me to explain that a little more clearly. I've had plenty of jobs, and when you talk about jobs, I'm really talking about something that I might have aspired to in order to move from one place to another to get a new opportunity. I'm looking for something that's called to me, something that I really care about. So a job, as we would describe it, is, in the traditional way, is something that somebody pays you to go do. I classify or clarify that by saying it's something that I want to do and that I care about. And I'm looking for opportunities that actually fit those and that particular description. Because if I'm doing something I care about, it's not really a job. It's really a way to be called to something that you care about and that you're willing to spend time about. I'll give you an example. I believe that when I went to Bethune-Cookman University, I was called to be there. And the reason I was called to be there is because it fit what I believed in. They had a need for my personality and my skills, and I had a need to be involved with people like them. And so we went there. And so we've had a great opportunity there. I've spent, the months and times that I've spent there have been outstanding in many ways. Some good, some not so good, but it still was a great experience. But let me tell you, when we had the hurricane and I was driving and I realized that we didn't have enough rooms for our students who were displaced, I didn't ask somebody to go and find those rooms. I got in my car and I went out to try to find the rooms myself. And I drove as many as 100 miles north of Daytona with the express commitment to find rooms for my students so that they would be safe. Now you say, well, yeah, that's good, but I want you to know why I did it, not just I did it. I did it because I believe those students are like my children. And if I was to ask a president, what did you do to help my student, my son, my daughter, when they were on campus and they were suffering from a situation that was out of their control? What did you do about it? I wanted the parents of my students to know that's what I do about it, because I care about it, because it means something to me. And at this stage of my life, I'm not looking for a job because I'm looking for meaning and purpose. There is meaning and purpose in higher education today like never before. For those people who are in this field, you have to want to be here. And you have to be willing to do whatever it takes to make it happen for the generations, not just the one you're currently with, but the ones that will follow. Because this is not for child's play anymore. We don't have the luxury as a nation of undereducating and unlearning many of the things that we have been doing for so long. So for me, it's about commitment to doing something that you care about for meaning and purpose, not a job where somebody's just going to give you some money. When I retired from corporate, I had a chance to stay in Europe and work for a whole lot more money. But I also had a mom who was sick. I had a newborn grandchild who was suffering, who was premature, and I had a daughter that was diagnosed with a chronic illness. I could have come back home and gotten a good job. But what I decided to do is go work in some place that will allow me to look after both something I care about, students and learning, and my family. And I try to do things in my life now for reasons that are not about me. At this stage, it's not about you anymore. You've got your 15 minutes of fame. Who cares? What are you doing for someone else is really the question. Did I absolve myself of getting a job?
Actually, you enlightened me, and I appreciate that so much because I just look at direct things. And when it was like he doesn't want a job, because I'm thinking, well, we're all beautiful brothers, and we can talk about active shooters and hurricanes and all that stuff because I've been through them. And I thought, wow, I've got lots to talk to this guy about, and the others, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you,
But
Regent
now you
Boylan.
have
Regent
explained
Boylan, thank you
something to
very
me.
much.
No, Regent Arascata, stop it. I'm a Regent too. I'll finish what I'm saying.
Regent,
All right, thank
Regent
you,
Boylan,
sir. I
I'm
appreciate
being respectful,
your
sir.
answer. I will respect that too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Freaking despot.
Thank you very much. Question is mine. How do you see the role, or what do you see the role of Chancellor?
Well, I took the role sort of literally from the description that was written about the profile. So my assumption was that's the role. That essentially it's one of leadership of a system. It's one of providing strategic direction and vision for a system. It's one of a high level of collaboration between the regents, the legislature / the governor, and all other stakeholders, inclusive of the K-12 system in Nevada and also industry. And when I looked at those in aggregate, I said, boy, that's a pretty big responsibility for the chancellor, but I get that. That is something that I believe should be part and parcel of that job. And that position is sort of the position that was attractive to me. Do I realize that some of the nuances of that are different and will be defined as whomever you choose as chancellor? The answer is yes. But do I think that the framework that was described in the job profile, the position profile was very active and attractive because it did describe in detail some of the activities. What I was most attracted to, I would tell you, is the characteristics that were required for the position, the things that this Board of Regents and the citizens of Nevada would care about, the things that they believe are important to this position and this organization being successful. And those are also things that I was attracted to. So my hope is if I'm selected, that is the job.
Thank you. Any follow-up? Nope. We're going to be moving on to the advisory members. We're going to start off with Ms. Carolyn McIntosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Caroline McIntosh, and I'm from Ely. My background is within the K-12 education arena. My K-12 colleagues are desperate to fill the plethora of unfilled positions in Nevada K-12 schools. What are your plans to partner with Nevada K-12 superintendents and school board members to train more K-12 educators?
Yeah, I actually think, thank you for the question, and I think there's two parts to that for me. In my background, you may know that I lead an organization that starts at K-12. It's a pipeline organization. And in the 43 years of that organization's history, we have over 30,000 participants with a 100% graduation rate from college. Now, the essence of that organization, which started at the Wharton School and University of Pennsylvania, was simply to figure out how you found talented young people who would want to venture to a top 100 institution. And the reason for that was they believed that we needed to dispel the myth that particularly Latino and Black and students who come from areas where they might not ever see the need to do that was an important way to develop it. From that, actually, we started to talk about, well, what is happening in K-12? And how do you actually ensure that K-12 students are even ready for a collegiate experience? What we know is only 15% of all high schools across the nation have AP courses. When you look at the requirements of many of the colleges and universities, many of those things were required. And we said, well, we need to have a mechanism to do that. At BCU, we actually have begun the conversation with the superintendent of the Volusia County school system, happens to be our local school system, and Flagler, which is right next door, about building an institute for 21st century teaching. And one of the reasons that we believe that's important is because they have the same shortage that we have across the nation. How do we ingrain 21st century teaching skills, which is not just about the teaching and technical piece, as you know, it's about the kind of students you have today. And it's not the same student that I was or the same student that we had a few years ago. And in the college environment, we certainly know that it's not the same student. So we have to really figure out what does that look like. Certainly Common Core and other kinds of designs that have been put in place feed to that, maybe. But there may be an opportunity, and I think this would be something I would champion, is how do we rethink how we're delivering instruction at the K-12 level? Students today want more experiential learning. They want less of sitting in front of somebody who they think is the expert on stuff. And they sometimes say, you're not really the expert because I could Google that and find that out. I need you to really give me something that I don't know. And I say the definition of value for us in this environment is the same one that many of our students enjoy and often have recited to me, is that the definition of value is something I can't do myself. If I can do it myself, then I'm not sure I need you to do that. Well, I know that many faculty and staff, both at K-12 and in the academy and higher ed, we have to adjust. We have to pivot. And I think now is the time. We're at a crucial point. There are a lot of people that don't go into teaching anymore because of the pay and because of the challenges they have in the classroom. I was struck when I was in Finland. When I spent time in Finland, I was struck not only the class size, but what I was really struck by is when I went to talk to the Prime Minister, I found that 20%, the top 20% of the graduates in Finland want to go into teaching. They want to go into teaching because it's the coveted profession. They're paid well, but also it's highly selective. It's more highly selective than STEM, if you can believe that. In addition to that, when I got and talked to the Prime Minister and I got to him and talked to him about this, he said, some of our most successful PMs, those who are MPs within the Parliament, are teachers. And I said, okay, so if we had a teacher here in the US that ran for office, gee, now that would be really cool. Because if we respected teachers as much as they do, what would their education system be? Well, if you look at the top 25 developed nations around the world, Finland is always number 1 or 2 or 3, usually number 1 or 2 with Singapore. And you look at their systems and you look at what they care about, and you see their K-12 system really has legs. I would want to borrow as much as I can from other places around the world to build a system that I think we could learn from and be better of. Alvin Toffler, who is a futurist, said that 21st century is not going to be about whether or not you can read or write. It's going to be whether or not you can learn, unlearn, and relearn. And I think that's the process that we have to go through with respect to teaching.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Follow-up?
Thank you.
None seen. We're going to move on to Dr. Robinson. Please, sir.
Bill Robinson, for the record. UNLV.
Dr.
Faculty
Robinson,
Senate Chair.
yes, sir.
Years ago, we had an African-American person in our chancellor's office, a manager. He was promoted 3 times, ended up being a vice chancellor. Each promotion, he got that promotion because the campuses went to whoever was the chancellor at that point and complained about the headwinds that he was facing from inside the chancellor's office. We had, years after that, the chancellor at that time actually came to me and had me run a search for a vice chancellor because he didn't think he could do it internally and produce a person who didn't look like me.
Right.
And we hired a woman of color who lasted less than 2 years in the system and walked away.
Right.
We have a history, and you may have seen this in your research, but there's a history, not this board. This board is, many of them are very new. We had a lot of turnover. We've had a lot of instances in the past that are gender related in the chancellor's office and not always in a good way are handled.
Right.
So you're coming into this position, you have no vice chancellor for academic and student affairs, that job is open. You have no CFO, that job is open. You have no internal auditor chief, that job is open. You have people, but you have that opportunity, and you have the opportunity to remake the organization.
Right.
Typically, you get 60 days, 90 days for you to start convincing people, to start changing the culture inside your organization and start convincing the administrators and the faculty and the students at the institutions who don't see the chancellor's office as being along for the same ride that the rest of us are on.
Right.
So how are you going to approach those first 90 days? How are you going to convince your people and our people that things are going to be different?
It's a fair question. And I guess I'd start by saying, I would probably start with the belief that there's no your people and our people, or my people. There are us. There is Nevada. And our focus should be one Nevada. That's my opinion. Second thing I would say is that I've gone into situations where there's been not adequate staff, lots of openings, not having the right people. I do have a very strong affinity for this concept of right place, right people, right time. Sometimes people can be in the right place, but it's not time for them yet. That may have been the case with some of the folks who were here early on. They might have been the right people in terms of their skills and competencies, but this wasn't the right time for them just because of everything else happening. I think what the selection committee and all of you will decide is, based on the candidacy that I have and others, if this is the right time and what kind of leader do you want for this time, not for the times that have gone by. The other thing I'd say also is that I guess, when you think about process and policy and the kind of people you want, where I'm at in Daytona, we call it a talent desert. It is really hard to find really good people, and it takes time. So my first 100 days, actually maybe more than that, is I really want to spend a lot of time getting to know all of the stakeholders, the students, the faculty, to the extent that I can, certainly the faculty senate presidents, the university presidents, and of course, the Board of Regents. As also the K-12, and also those who are in industry, particularly some of the most important industries to the top 100 companies in Nevada. That's going to take a while. It'll take the first 100 days to do that. But that's the way you develop really coherent policy, is when you've listened to everyone. It's not about what I think today, because I have a lot of ideas of things that might work, but I have no idea whether they will work until I actually talk to people and find out whether or not they think it would work. And even if they say it might not work, it gives me the opportunity to ask why. It gives me the opportunity to explore. It gives me the opportunity to investigate. It also gives me the opportunity to put together data that may give them an alternative view. I have this, crazy concept called, if you can change the way people think, I think this is because I'm a psychologist, you can change the way they behave. Well, you're never really going to change the way people think completely. But what you can do is give people alternative lenses by which to see things. There's a different way of solving this problem potentially. I know that's not the way you've been doing it, I get it. But could we think about this way? And if we can, how can we? And if we can't, give me an opportunity to, let's talk about a different way. Because this way isn't giving us the results we're looking for. So to me, if we're all focused on outcomes and we're really open to looking at alternative points of view, then I think we can create a more equitable environment to tackle some of the challenges that the system has. And I would love to be able to work on that in the first 100 days.
Thank you. We have a follow-up question by Dr. Baudry, excuse me.
Thank you, Chair Arascata, and also Dr. Drake for your time today. Appreciate the previous follow-up question related to supporting diversity efforts in the hiring context of NSHE, and just want to extend on that with this follow-up. As we know, there is no blanket practice or policy that can address all forms of diversity on our campuses. For example, how we address racial diversity differs from how we address LGBTQ plus diversity, and both of those differ from how we address citizenship diversity. How do you think that campuses should work to make sure that diversity is not thought of as a single issue? And if you could please use specific examples of how you've done this in the past and would apply that to your role as Chancellor. Thank you.
So, you know, I've been on the phone most of the morning because I was privileged to be late in the process today, thank you. But the main question today was the Supreme Court's decision today. And so I've been on the phone with other presidents about how they feel about this, whether they are state institutions or private. And the big discussion is not just about race. It's about all different types of potential ways you would admit people, or more importantly, how you would manage the campus. Specifically, the campus that I'm on today, as an historically Black college, believe it or not, we have just as many diversity issues as any other campus, because they're all different kinds of populations. One of the things that I have done, and I've made it a point to do, is give voice to every organization that believes they need a voice. The first part, I think, of this concept of diversity is agency of voice. It goes back to the question that was asked earlier about agency. Making sure that people believe that they can be heard and that they're not being excluded. The other thing, of course, is access. Another thing that's out on the board outside. Do they have access to the same resources as everybody else? We've made it clear at Bethune-Cookman University that that is absolutely critical to our growth and our environment. Fully 65% of the students from that campus who come to that campus come from the state of Florida, not unlike UNLV, where 65% of the students come from Nevada. Well, that doesn't mean there isn't diversity among those students. Some come from rural, some have resources financially, some don't. Some don't even speak good English, but come. Some come internationally because they're athletes and they come to play at the university. Some are LGBTQ. They are having their own set of challenges outside of the campus because of how Daytona Beach is actually structured and the way the community receives them. Those things actually permeate and come right onto our campus that we've got to develop relationships with clubs and cohorts that actually believe that we're a welcoming community. I have done that there, but I've also done it in the K-12 organization. And if you look at the way it's structured today, when we first started, we were primarily accepting students only of color, more specifically Black students. Back in 1980, that was our focus. Today, our demographics of the organization, 44% African American, 38% Latino, 11% Native American, 4% Caucasian, 3% Asian. And it has been consistent that we've had that kind of influx. And when you look at the growth of some of our programming, it's because we are welcoming to everyone. And believe me, we have all kinds of people within that mix. In terms of where they come from, their socioeconomic status, the kinds of things they believe in, how they identify themselves. I was on a call this past week with Morgan Stanley, and one of my students has green hair, blue hair, and black hair all on the same head. And I didn't know what to do with that except welcome her to the environment. Because guess what? That's how she identifies herself. And I don't care about her blue hair, black hair, or green hair. I care about what she wants as an outcome and what we're trying to achieve.
Excellent. One more follow-up question from NSC and SSA President Kevin Osorio Hernandez, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, hi, I'm Kevin Osorio, as you know.
Yes.
So one of my questions, and I appreciate your response to the previous question as well. I want to follow up on that, given that in the previous forums, you mentioned how you don't have much experience with the undocumented population. As you know, within Nevada, we have a high population of students who are undocumented.
Yeah.
And so how would you ensure that within your first 90 to 100 days and continue, if selected, will you gain experience to ensure that you not only recognize, but also understand the unique issues that these students face in Nevada?
Yeah, I think that that's going to be a big opportunity on the listening tour, is to, first of all, listen a lot to what the issue is. I have found, I tend to use in my work, regardless of whether it's in the academy or it's been in business, is this idea of design thinking, because I think it's a way to sort of help me get through in thinking about a problem. And this is a issue that has to be addressed. But I think the real thing for me would be to codify, what problem are we trying to solve? It's one thing to have undocumented, but what does that mean? What is the problem? And then look at the problem in the context, well, if that's the problem, then what are the various solutions that we might be able to deploy? And the various stakeholders, I would want them to weigh in on that. How do we solve that? And of course, we have federal law, we have state law, we have all kinds of other variables that would certainly touch that solution. So we'd have to consider those. But I do still believe that it's about finding, of those several solutions that you might come up with once you've defined the problem, is then dealing with an iterative process. I don't think that undocumented or other problems that we have are just one solution problems or can be defined and or solved in one particular way. And even if you find a solution, I think that has to be iterative. So you would have to start working against something and then see how it works, and then go back and refine it and see how it works again, and then come back and refine it and work it again. And over time, you're going to find, even though the rules are going to change and the chairs are going to move, you've got to continue to be iterative in that process. But you got to start somewhere. And my job would be, I think, to figure out where to start. And that would be certainly listening to what the real issue is and how we might tackle it. Hope that answers your question.
Any follow-up? Excellent. Let's move over to Ite Dadan of the Advisory Committee. He may have just stepped away for a minute, although I see his hand is still up. All right, we're just gonna kind of transition from Ite. We'll just go right. Oh, there you are. Please go ahead, Ite.
I'm sorry, technical difficulties. Thank you. So I'm a leading member of the Israeli American Jewish community over here in Nevada. And as an advisory member, I believe it's our job and task to ask specific questions in regards to our biggest community challenge, and that my community is currently having in our state: higher education, secondary, and even primary education. Our community has seen year over year gains of 25% of anti-Semitic incidents nationally. And in our schools, which should be a safe place to focus on education development, over 66% of our Jewish students do not feel safe, and over 50% of them hide their Jewish heritage and identity due to fear of being attacked and discriminated. My question is, what would you do to stop Nevada higher education facilities from the trajectory of catching up to those national statistics? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I can always appreciate when people feel marginalized. I've spent, I don't know, most of my life feeling that way in different environments. I don't like that feeling, and I don't think other people like that feeling. I'm sure that the Jewish community doesn't like that feeling either. So one of the most important things that I think we have to do is establish policy that is in keeping with this idea of equity, of not allowing those kinds of things to be permissible in practice or policy. I would want to know and sit down with the president about why that would be happening on a campus. And what are we doing about that? Because it is a significant issue if it's affecting our students, because you know it's affecting our faculty, and you know it's affecting the productivity. And by the way, I think it's affecting the mental health and mental well-being of those students as well. And we shouldn't ignore that. So while I can't hide my Black heritage because of my skin color, there have been plenty of days when I felt like I wish I could. But since I can't, then I've had to endure. And as I said a moment ago, I'm not really interested ever of condoning and or participating in policy or practice that makes people feel that way, because it's not a great feeling. And you could count on me as the chancellor, if I was in that role, to assist and support efforts to ensure that that was not taking place as often as it might be today.
Thank you.
Any follow-up? None stated. We're going to move on to Ms. Nicole Thomas.
Good afternoon. Hi.
Hi, Nicole.
Yes. My name is Nicole Thomas. I'm a current PhD student at UNLV and the president of our Graduate Professional Student Association. So thank you for being here with us this afternoon.
A pleasure.
My question for you is to please provide an example of a situation where you had no formal influence but were able to convince a board, those in power, or an individual key influencer to embrace a priority that wasn't one for them.
Yeah, so, you know, throughout your career, you get a lot of those opportunities. Let me see if I can give you a particular example. The governor of the state of Florida does not really support private colleges and universities, period. But he's a big proponent of, particularly now, the woke policies for public institutions. So he puts a lot of pressure and has put a lot of pressure on those institutions to abide by certain curriculum and certain things. What I can tell you is that 2 years ago, we were really successful, actually before some of his policies became more prominent, of convincing him to give us and the legislature together, convincing them to give us $16.9 million in reoccurring funds. That means funds that we could constantly expect to receive, as much as possible given the legislative agenda. Also, that we were a religious institution. Our ethos at Bethune-Cookman is around faith. And that was something else that, while it might be as part of the conservative narrative, it's not necessarily part of the political narrative in Florida. So we felt that we needed to actually go and talk with him. And what we did is we put together a coalition of legislators, both in the Legislative Black Caucus as well as the General Caucus, mostly Republican, almost no Democrats that were in the General Caucus. Most of the Democrats were in the Black Caucus. And they came together and we said, look, we need these reoccurring funds. This is what we will do and deliver to the state and the state's long-term growth agenda by graduating these students in these areas. We believe this money will do just that. It took us about 7 months, but we were, and they were not convinced that we should do that, particularly because we had had consistent turnover in the president's job. and they were tired of the turnover and didn't believe that we could actually put somebody in place. At that time, I was the dean, but we were working towards a solution and we got them to agree. And today, that $16.9 million exists in the budget. I know because I just saw it, so I know it's there. And it was because I think we had a concerted effort of people who really didn't necessarily want to support private institutions, and particularly private historically Black institutions. There's 4 of them in Florida. And we all get support in different ways, but we got the largest support of those that was not a state institution. And it was because of the coalition that we put together. Thank you. By the way, good luck on your dissertation. My advisor said to me, a good dissertation is a finished one.
Any other questions? We're going to move on to NSHE Faculty Senate. Tracy Sherman.
CSN.
Oh,
CSN faculty. Senate.
CSN.
I am Tracy
apologize.
Sherman, though. That's true.
I was looking at both.
My question is, can you please provide us with an example of a time when you didn't make the choice to terminate an employee and what the cost was? Please provide an example of how you applied the lessons later.
Oh my gosh. Well, this is one that that reoccurs in my mind all the time. So when I was the Senior Vice President, General Manager, we were building a cable system. You know, I've had the good fortune of doing a lot of different things throughout my career, and one of them was to build a state-of-the-art cable system capable of voice, data, and video. And we had to raise about $500 million to do it. And we did. We raised the money to build the system. My CFO at the time was a great guy in terms of his attitude and his work ethic and all of the things that he cared about. And I really loved the guy. And he was somebody who, at the time, his wife was pregnant. They were having their first child. But Gary didn't fly. He didn't like to get on an aircraft. Our corporate offices were in New York. And so every time we had to go to New York to present, Gary would have to leave 2 days on the train ahead of us. And invariably, because if you don't know anything about cable systems, you have subscribers. And those subscriber numbers change every day. And they create a different economic number that you're presenting because of that change. And it's not only the change in the number, it's what package did they buy? What was the economic impact of that package? And it changes constantly. But Gary's on the train. And while they're changing, I can't get accurate numbers to present to the president of cable operations in New York when I get there. And that's in Long Island. And he's headed on the train to Long Island while all this is happening. Well, let me just tell you, a couple of times it happened and I really got embarrassed in front of the president. So the third time, we were embarking on our quarterly trip, and the president of cable operations said to me, either Gary's gonna go or you're gonna go. Now you need to decide which one, but one of you all are leaving. Now, I knew that he meant exactly what he said. One of us was going, and I don't mean on the trip on the train. I mean, we were leaving the organization. And he said, look, you're a good leader. What is it with Gary? And I liked Gary, and I thought he was a good guy, but I should have let him go because he didn't have what the organization needed. He couldn't get focused on delivering the results consistently that we needed to present to senior management because it meant a significant amount of money when we didn't do that. And every time we didn't get it right, we lost money, meaning we lost resources that we needed to run the organization. I stayed with Gary too long. How was that instructive? One thing that I believe is not kicking the can down the road for somebody else to solve. When you talk to sometimes presidents or corporate CEOs, a lot of times they'll say, well, I'll let my successor handle that. I'm just going to do this. I don't quite believe in that. I think if you have an issue, you need to address it. And what Gary taught me was I needed to address him earlier. And when you have a problem with a person on your team or in the organization that's not delivering in the way the position is constructed, in the way it has to deliver the results, then you have to make a change. And it doesn't matter whether you like them. Because what I learned to do is dismiss people with dignity. I had an opportunity when I was running the KFC business for PepsiCo. We reorganized and we had to let go about 600 people over a weekend. But we had to go to each office to do that, every office. So my HR leader and I were on a plane going to each city. But what we learned is we would go into that meeting and we would treat those people with dignity. Some of them had been with the company a long time. But it wasn't about trying to make them feel bad about the process. It was about giving them dignity, but letting them know that this was what we had to do. And we would give them the reasons and the rationale. But most of the time we could do so with dignity. Well, I think that I could have dismissed Gary much earlier with dignity. I just didn't have the courage to do it.
Thank you. And Ms. Sherman, I did know CSN in the presence of the presidents of CSN, Dr. Zaragoza. I do apologize. Our last question is going to be presented by Dr. Mark Johnson.
Good Chair. Mark Johnson here. Nice to have you with us today.
Thank you.
The system has a wide variety of institutions. You personally have not had really deep experience in large four-year public institutions or complex research institutions. How would you approach building credibility with all of the institutions and learn to evaluate their presidents?
Well, I would just interject that I have had, I'm not sure how I would describe deep, but what I would say is that I've been working with almost 30 institutions, large institutions, public and private, for the last 15 years. Duke, Stanford, Northwestern, Penn are all universities I work with in my program. I work with their deans and their presidents. And I do have a good understanding of the inner workings of those institutions. Many of those deans, whether it's Dean Boulding at Duke or it's Erica James at Penn, I've known them and worked with them in many instances. Whether some are R1s and some are R2s, but the fact of the matter is that the fundamentals of those organizations are the same. When you talk about credibility, I guess the way that I would characterize that is that you build credibility and trust through building the relationship. You talk about things that are important to people. I don't think anybody has the corner on the market about knowledge, but there is this concept of wisdom. And I think that when you combine knowledge and wisdom, you get a chance to influence, but you also get an opportunity to understand. There's wisdom on both sides, wisdom that I think I bring from living or working in 60 countries around the world and meeting people who were presidents and of countries, and certainly people who were in higher ed who were presidents. But also, I think there's wisdom on the faculty and staff who have been laboring at these institutions as well. And going back to an earlier question, if you spend time listening and talking to people, you'll build your own sense of credibility with them. I'm not interested in being the smartest person in the room. I'm really interested in just making sure that there is wisdom in the room to make the best decisions. And I would certainly hope to do that.
Thank you.
Excellent. We have exactly 9 minutes remaining. I will leave the floor to you, sir.
I can't talk for 9 minutes. Well, first of all, I guess I would just close by saying first and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated today and who's been a part of this forum and a part of this process. I realize how arduous it has been for us and me specifically as a candidate, but I also realize that it's been arduous for all of you as well. It's very difficult to choose leaders. And that word is somewhat loosely defined depending who you talk to. Drucker and other notables will define it one way. If you saw my philosophy statement, you know that I define it really about that it's both situational, momentary, and it's about being decisive and thoughtful and compassionate as well. You know, I don't believe that there's any magic wand that you're going to wave to get it right all the time, and it doesn't matter who you choose. I think what you have to go with is deciding which characteristics are most important to you and the citizens of Nevada. What I hope is that you have seen some of those things in not only my answers and my experience, but also just in my character. And as I say to my children, you know, you can buy a lot of things, but you can't buy that one. And so for me, what I bring to this conversation is my character and my experience, my belief that there isn't a mountain that we can't climb if we climb it together. And fundamentally, you have a lot of mountains here, by the way. And there isn't anything that we can't do if we can find some common ground. I am a kid who, at 16, lived on the street. I was homeless, didn't have a place to live, and didn't know what that was going to be like tomorrow, meaning I didn't know what tomorrow was going to bring. I used to take my clothes and hide them under the stoop while I went to school, and when I would come back, I'd hope that they would be there. I developed my best critical thinking and problem-solving skills in that hallway that I slept in, because I would have to decide, okay, who comes in that door? What are they coming in here for? Do I have to fight? Do they like me? Are they going to give me something I can use? Or is it just going to be, you know, chaos? When you can take a problem and look at problems and sensitize them down to a few things, it allows you to then get really focused on how to provide the right solution. I think the solutions are something that this body and the state of Nevada is looking for with respect to the pipeline, the K-12, certainly higher ed and the challenges. I met the general counsel in the hall yesterday and I said, you know, listen, I know if I'm the successful candidate, we're going to have a lot of conversations about what the Supreme Court just is about to do, because it does affect everything with respect to not just higher ed, it's going to affect the workplace. There are going to be companies who decide, I don't need diversity. Supreme Court said I can get there any way I want, pretty much, even though they were referring to admissions. But you can believe that some of them believe it refers to hiring as well. So I don't have any idea what my biggest opportunity or biggest challenge would be coming into this job, because I think there'll be several. But what I would want to do, and what I believe would be the fun thing to do, is to sit with many of you in this room and others and really figure out, okay, if these are our 10, what's the most important ones? And begin to prioritize those, begin to think about what resources will be required to deliver on those, and then together go get those. I appreciate the time you've given me today, and I thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're going to take a 7-minute administrative break, actually 10 minutes, go to 3 o'clock exactly. All right, it's 3 o'clock. We're going to reconvene for the ad hoc search committee. And we're going to be moving on to item number 6. If everyone could take your seats, I'd really appreciate it. So at this time, what I'm going to do is we're going to go to item number 6. Advisory members' discussion and assessment of finalists, where the advisory members will discuss the finalists for Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education and provide the Regents Committee with their assessment of the candidates. So I see a litany of individuals on the screen in addition to those here on the dais. So I am going to start on the dais and go to the advisory members that are present. Oh, I thought you had a question.
Volunteering to go first if you need some.
Nope, that's okay. We're going to be starting at the top of the horseshoe. So we're going to be starting at the top of the horseshoe, working our way down with the advisory members, and then we're going to be transitioning to the advisory members, or from the regents, and then the advisory members. Is that correct? And then the regents. Thank you. So from the advisory members, we're going to go with the number one person in which you feel you would like to carry on as a recommendation as Chancellor for the Nevada System of Higher Education. Ms. McIntosh, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was clear for me today. I really appreciated listening to all three, and I think they all have talents that could be used within the NSHE organization. They all are very talented. My number one choice, easily, is Dr. Drake. I have a degree in business from UNR. I'm very proud of that. I could not have been a successful school superintendent without having a business background, and I feel the same way about an NSHE chancellor. Having a business background is very important.
Thank you. Dr. Robinson.
Bill Robinson. You should know who I am by now, I suppose. We have a person who would be a great Vice Chancellor for External Affairs. We have a person who would be a great Vice Chancellor for Data Analysis. And we have a person who would make a great president for NSU. And I'm a big fan of Dr. Pollard, so don't take that as just hypothetical. I don't think we have a chancellor. We have no vice chancellors. Those spots are open. I don't think we're in a position where we should take someone who we need to train, who doesn't have a background across all the things that happen in our system. Provosts often don't make good presidents because it's a different skill set. Presidents often don't make good chancellors because it's a different skill set. The things they have to do as chancellor are not the same as the things they have to do and not in the same mix. So we sometimes use this term, fail the search. That's a bad term. Searches are about learning and figuring out where to go and how to put forward. And the failure is, as we've done, NSHE has done several times, hire presidents who had to be trained, who turned out to be not trainable, and who got terminated by the system a year, 2 years, 3 years later. I don't think we can afford to bring someone in that doesn't have that breadth of experience right now. There's 20 people in the NSHE that I would say are better qualified right now in the circumstances we're in right now, with no vice chancellors, who would be better to be that chancellor. So I would strongly recommend that you move tomorrow to ask that your committee be asked to find an interim from within the system. It gives you the opportunity to test drive that person for a while before you have to make any decisions, which you don't get to do on an external person. I'm a big fan of internal hires from the get-go anyhow. It means you can talk about how to do a search if you decide to go back out to do a search, and you can do a search that the board is all comfortable with. And again, that's not a failed search. A failed search is hiring someone who turns out that you wish you hadn't done it. And all three of these people could fill roles in the NSHE and be wonderful. But the chancellor's job at this moment, I don't see any of the three of them being someone who we should gamble the next few years of the system on. Again,
Thank you.
Good people, really good people, just not the next chancellor, in my opinion.
We're going to go back to the side of the other horseshoe. Nicole Thomas.
Oh, so I was not expecting to go next, but I will try to compose my thoughts. As a student, I've been at UNLV. I got my bachelor's and then my master's, and now I'm finishing my PhD. So I've been around higher education for a while, and I've been coming to these meetings for about 8 years. I do have to second some of the things that Dr. Robinson has said, because frankly, I'm scared. I'm scared of losing a new chancellor. I think a lot of times when we have external candidates coming in, it looks really shiny and new, and then we kind of lose them over time, and that's what I'm afraid of. If I had to choose one just based off of my intuition, which I also like using data instead of intuition, I did enjoy and appreciate the approach that candidate Ansel was taking. But again, I'm leaning back on the idea of potentially having an internal applicant move up through the ranks or seeing something like that. I always say I'm just a student, but those are the things that I've observed from my experiences as well. I think they're all fantastic candidates. I think that they would do a phenomenal job, but I'm not 100% convinced that all of them would stay for as long as we may need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Sherman?
Yeah, I'm going to echo Bill. I feel the same way. You had great people with unique skill sets who were good for other things. We have so many openings here. I could see putting each one of them in a different spot. But I wouldn't feel comfortable with gambling on one of them as chancellor right now.
Thank you. Kevin Hernandez?
Thank you. So I would also like to echo that from Mr. Robinson, President Thomas, and from CSN as well. One of the initial things that I first thought of was that I really enjoyed LG Marshall in the sense that I appreciate their long government experience, and it will be an asset for, of course, navigating through the legislature. I have some experience within the legislature in my role working with certain assembly persons, and for me, that would be an asset. However, I do not see a candidate that, for me, resonates well with me as a student. But if I had to choose, I would suggest Mr. Ansel, as they are very data-driven, similar to what President Thompson has suggested. But I would also continue and echo what Mr. Robinson has said to find an interim during this time, because I don't believe that with the candidates that we have, I am comfortable as a student, as a student leader, and as the vice chair of the Nevada Student Alliance to move forward with either of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, from the list of alphabetically that I have in the advisory members, oh, I'm sorry, didn't even look up there. President Zaragoza, please, sir.
Yeah, I want to echo the observations that we had a group of very talented individuals with proven backgrounds and accomplished individuals, and that given the criteria that we used and the model that we were using in terms of a competency-based model, if you buy the assumption that the competency-based approach is going to yield somebody that can do the job, so if you buy that assumption, which I do, by the way, in the candidates that we saw, then my assumption would be that we have 3 individuals that could do the job. Given that, as a backdrop, I really felt very strongly that the type of leader that would fit well in this community, with the kind of issues that we have today, with the kind of student population that we have today, and that could resonate best, I think, and work well with the presidents, would be Dr. Drake. I think his record speaks for itself. I think it's powerful. And I think he's the kind of leader that I would like to see ahead an institution like NSHE. But again, those are my observations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zaragoza. Now we're going to be continuing with our process alphabetically from the advisory members. We're going to go to Dr. Acharya, if you are with us.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I am. I'm with you here. I've been listening. for three candidates. I agree with several comments made by my previous colleagues here. Couple of things that my observation, I think all three of them bring different talent. They're all very talented in certain aspects of NC. A couple of things that I was looking for from all of them was some sort of a big picture vision of NC for tomorrow that I didn't see. I also didn't see like how they're going to fix or collaborate or work together with the board and also the presidents and institutions in a more comprehensive way. I also didn't hear much about the research vision. I mean, research is a big part of any higher education system. That we have 3 research institutions here, and then there's hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of research that happens. Didn't hear anything, and also I don't know if they have any experience in expanding or growing the research base here in Nevada. So I think that they have each candidate has strengths and weaknesses. So at this time, I don't know if I have a particular favorite. So that's all from me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Acharya. Next, Ms. Basson, if you're with us.
Yes, I am. Thank you. I also don't have a clear leader. For me, it's a split between Dr. Drake and Charles Ansel, because Charles Ansel brings in more in-state experience and was a bit more data-driven, also presented specific data points relevant for Nevada. Dr. Drake might have some useful tactics in being able to bridge some of the divides between institutions and have more of a useful psychological approach in dealing with difficult problems. But I'm not really sure that I see a clear winner between the two of them, unfortunately.
Thank you. We'll move on to Dr. Badri.
Thank you. I want to echo some of my colleagues' previous insights, and I think that all of these are remarkably accomplished candidates. Based on my review of the materials, as well as sitting in these past few days on the open forums, as well as being in dialogue with my constituents at our campus, I don't think that there is a clear front runner that just really stands out as being the clear next chancellor for our system. I would have liked to see potentially more applicants from this pool before we narrowed to these 3. I'm curious about what other folks may have applied, although I do appreciate Brian's group and their work in bringing forward these finalists. So for me also, there's not a clear leader. I would say, just echoing previous comments, very accomplished, competency-based, can do a lot of things. Might be other roles, like we said, a lot of open positions right now. Not a clear front runner for the chancellor, and would just echo my colleagues' comments that I think for me, and also based on my constituents, our top 2 were Mr. Ansel and Dr. Drake. Mr. Ansel with his combination of some state knowledge as well as knowledge and data in higher education, and then Dr. Drake with just his wealth of leadership experience and I think focus on relational leadership, which could be an asset. That's what I've got. Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to go to Mr. Lowe on behalf of Mr. Boog. No, Mr. Lowe. Mr. Guerrera, if you're with us. No. Dr. Kavanaugh.
I think I'll just be echoing Dr. Beaudry's comment for the most part. I think each of the candidates had some particular strengths that would be useful. None of them were the complete package for me, but if I had to choose, I would say that Mr. Ansel and Dr. Drake were at the top of the list. I particularly appreciate Mr. Ansel's extremely data-driven approach and the effectiveness he seems to have had in New Hampshire, particularly at securing additional funding, because that's what everything always comes down to. And I agree that Dr. Drake would also be very successful, I think, particularly with his relational leadership style and his years and years of experience in different types of leadership settings. So I think he would have a lot of diverse experiences to pull on in order to work with all of our different constituent groups and to assume all the different roles of the chancellor. So those would be my two top candidates.
Thank you, Dr. Kavanaugh. We'll move on to Mr. Dadon.
Thank you. I wouldn't have a specific educated opinion on who out of the three. I will say that each one has very clear advantages and things that they can bring to the table. And that's something definitely to take into consideration. I would also say that Dr. Robinson, what he said, I want to echo that, but I do want to say that it is very important to be careful not to bring somebody from within that will continue doing something that we're not happy with. So hiring from within is always very good. But if we do that, then we have to make sure that we aren't just continuing doing the same mistakes and looking for different results. Thank you.
Just for clarity, you did not have a recommendation?
I do not have a specific recommendation out of the three, no.
Thank you. President Dalpy?
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Escada. I'd like to make a couple comments on the process if I could. I have a question and I don't need an answer. The comments came up at the beginning about the use or the spouses introducing, and I'm curious if that scared away candidates because there was a long list, and I don't need an answer now. I just want to put that out there. I also did not expect to really be speaking as a subordinate to this person. I have in my career experienced a lashback for having put somebody on someplace on the list and that person ended up getting the job and then having a problem with that. So I'm trusting this process. And I find myself similar to several of the people that have come together and the comments that have been made. At the end of the day, this really depends on what the board is looking for because we have three very uniquely qualified people that fit in different spheres, a political sphere, an operational sphere, a data sphere, however you want to put them in there. And it's very interesting, and you can't blend them all together or have a committee of chancellor, but it's one of those situations where they all bring something to the table. And I would, like several of the last few have said, put Mr. Ansel and Dr. Drake at the top of the list for somebody to be selected if we are picking. That's my feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, President Zalpi. We're going to continue with Ms. Franklin. Not there. Mr. Gomez. Not present. Mr. Hahn? Not present. President Hillens? President Hilgerson?
Hi, everyone. So first of all, I want to start by saying I was fortunate to be able to attend the forums in Northern Nevada and meet the candidates in person, which was really, really great. And I wanted to say that I too think that all candidates have certain talents. For me, there is a very clear front runner. I will say that although I appreciated Dr. Ansel very much and think he is very talented and definitely is the expert on the data, I myself have gone through, I think, between the actings and the interims and the permanent chancellors, about 7 chancellors in the last 7 years. And data doesn't seem to help us much. We present data to the legislators. We present data at all the meetings. We present the data. but we're still not winning friends and influencing people. And I've been thinking a lot about that because I don't want to discount the data. Please don't misunderstand. Data is imperative. And the institutions often provide data to NSHE to synthesize and share out. But I think what we need for NSHE is a true leader who can listen, collaborate, and really inspire innovation. I think Dr. Drake, for me, meets all of those things. I felt that his communication style does come across as very sophisticated, very wise, highly intelligent, and most importantly, compassionate. I think he will be able to tell our story. I think he will tell our story about university research and how it may connect to industry. I think his almost 3 decades of incredible experience with international industry will be very valuable. I think there are new connections between those experiences with transferring research to commercial markets that often occurs at the universities. And I think he will have a great understanding of workforce training and development that happens at the 2-year college level because of that industry experience at a very, very high level. I mean, I was so impressed by some of the international connected stories that he shared over the last couple of days. I think that we need a leader who symbolizes a sophisticated NSHE and a kind NSHE, an NSHE that really is interested in building community and leading the way. And I was so incredibly impressed by Dr. Drake that I have no doubt that he will get us there. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hilgerson. Dr. Johnson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think Dr. Robinson pretty well described the situation where we have individuals who operate around the core of what we need for a chancellor, but no one has landed in the middle of the core of what we need for a chancellor. Due to the process that we have, all 3 of these finalists are good, well-intentioned people. They're nice personalities, they're compassionate, they're fair, and they have a very strong set of values. So I can't distinguish the 3 of them on those characteristics. What I'm fearful of in the process is that we've downplayed what's called the paper so much that we don't know how many other people were interested in this process that really did bring forth some paper or a resume that showed experience and accomplishments in a progressive way in the heart of the college and university system. In terms of individuals, I think Charles Ansell, although he has yet to finish a terminal degree, is very data-driven and analytical. He has very good experience across individual institutions and systems in terms of how systems work, but he is limited to 2-year institutions and is not at the center of all 8 of our institutions. Mr. Drake has business experience, which is excellent. His experience at universities is short-term. He was 1 year a dean, 1 year an interim president. They're seeking another president now, and I don't know if he applied for that position or not, or what the result of that search was. When he talked about research, he said, well, research papers, students could work on research papers like seeing how Elon Musk invests in his money, or there are good research and teaching institutions like Johns Hopkins as an example, which of course he did not have experience in. And then Kate Marshall is the best communicator of the group, and she herself had no institutional experience inside the university. So I'm concerned, like many, that we don't have someone who's ready to be a chancellor here, and that we should use a process for soliciting candidates who really want to show a progressive set of leadership somewhere within higher education in order to use the chancellorship as the next level of leadership position. I'm very concerned, as Mr. Acharya is, that there was virtually no mention of research in this group, almost no mention of outreach into our communities, like we all have a responsibility for. What I heard was a lot about teaching, and teaching is core to what we do. It is not all that NSHE does. So I think it's important that we move on to seek other candidates that are better suited for the center of this organization. Thank you.
Dr. Johnson, just for clarity, you're not making a recommendation, is that correct?
I am making a recommendation that we not move forward with any of these candidates, and that we find interim and next step processes to get a permanent chancellor.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Kruger?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have to echo what many of my colleagues have already said, so I won't belabor it. I think the Bryan Group was charged with bringing us, good leaders who interview with potential to lead. And I think these people are that. I think they are all great on paper. I think they're all great in person. I think they all have the potential to be leaders. However, as many of my colleagues have said, this position is very unique and the role that they will be filling is very unique. And speaking as a faculty member at a research institution, I have to echo what previous speakers have said about the concern about not hearing about research in particular, and at a greater level, not hearing about kind of more NSHE-wide concerns and integration mechanisms to address the very different institutes that we have within NSHE. So I do not have a recommendation among the three at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Kruger. Dr. Marchand?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Scott, for the opportunity to contribute. Going late in the grouping, I think a lot of my thoughts have already been captured, particularly being at an R1 institution. Just the storytelling associated with our research endeavors is a much more challenging needle to thread when we're discussing with legislators, government officials, things like that. And the fact that that was, largely absent in a lot of the three candidates was troubling for me. Our teaching and education missions are obviously at the forefront, but that does cut across research, and research is a very important component of UNR, UNLV, DRI, and then I know NS, soon to be U, does have some research constituents too. So I really did feel that the Bryan Group did a fantastic job of bringing us some leaders, and in their own spheres, be it political, be it education, be it corporate business. I think they all hit a certain target there. Unfortunately, I didn't find one candidate that really hit the target that I felt that we needed at NSHE to be able to integrate what is admittedly a very challenging system. A very good system, but with a community college emphasis, with the state college or what do we want to call it, state university, and then research university and research institution. All four of those different constituent groups require a very important skill set, and I didn't quite see that. So similar to many of the previous speakers, I really can't come forth with a strong recommendation for any one of them. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you, Dr. Marchand. We're going to go to Ms. Olson.
Thank you. I have to admit, some of the comments have been a bit disheartening. The system office and its direct reports have been unstable at best, and so it's difficult to hear these things. We really do need some stability. And I think failing the search would be very Well, I just feel like it would be the wrong thing to do. So I recommend either of the two gentlemen to move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. We're going to continue with Mr. Hernandez. Oh, we already did Mr. Hernandez, excuse me. President Pollard. Not there. Mr. Reyes. Not there. Dr. Robinson. Oh, sorry, jumped over you. No, don't do it twice. Dr. Thompson, on behalf of President Sandoval, Provost Thompson.
Thank you, Vice Chair Escada. Particularly appreciate the opportunity to be part of this process and to listen to the three very interesting and accomplished candidates. They're all very different and bring different skill sets forward. And I think are all very capable. But based on the interviews, I do not have a recommendation for moving one candidate forward.
Thank you, Provost Thompson. Mr. Seep. Mr. Stamp. Ms. Stancuti. Ms. Thomas. I'm looking right at you. Ms. Wallace.
Hi, I just want to first say thank you for allowing me to be a part of this process. And since I'm just about last, I didn't really have one person that stood out, but if I have to pick someone, it would be Dr. Ansel.
Thank you. President Whitfield. We're going to jump over to the non-member regents alphabetically, which is going to be the next item, number 7. So the next item, number 7, is going to be recommendation of the Regents and the Regents Ad Hoc Committee, which the Regents Committee will discuss and assess the finalists for Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education and may recommend a nominee or nominees for consideration of appointment by the full Board of Regents at the meeting to be held on Friday, June 30th, tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We're going to start off with the non-members. Regent Boylan, we're going to start with you alphabetically.
Thanks, Chair. Right now, I can't say anything because I still have to digest all of this. I just feel that this whole, the whole system of this search was not right. And I'd love to know who those people were that applied and weren't pushed forward, and we could only get these 3 very capable people. So right now, I cannot make that decision. And I do not appreciate the fact that the regents were not, in a way, allowed to ask questions or were shut down, shut up like me. So I don't see why you're asking me my opinion when you weren't wanting to listen to it before. I will make my opinion known tomorrow. Thank you.
Regent Boylan. Regent Breger.
I professionally would like to hear from the committee members. They were tasked with this. And so I'm going to reserve the right to share tomorrow then.
Thank you. Regent Brown.
Thank you, Chair Escada. I will have to echo what my last 2 colleagues said. I am actually just going to say what I want to say. Yeah, I feel like this is a failed search. I've had problems with it from the beginning. I've made that known. I've asked for information. And when it got down to it, none of these candidates checked all of the boxes of things that I cared about. So I'm going to go with a failed search.
Thank you, Regent Brown. Regent Cruz Crawford. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Escada. This has been a really interesting process, and I have to agree with what the Faculty Senate Chair at UNLV said. I think three very unique characteristics and people were brought to us, and I agree that one of them would make an amazing person at the legislature for us and be in our an advocate. One would make a wonderful IR or academic affairs, and the other would be I can't even think right now. Sorry, but I don't think we have a chancellor in any of them for what we need, and I say that because what we've gone through the last almost 2 years now has really been difficult, really, really hard. We need somebody I really think internally that knows us, that can come in, hit the ground running, start right away. We have so many openings, as was pointed out. We don't have time right now for anybody to come in and learn about Nevada, learn the people, learn any of it. I really think, and I don't feel this is a failed search. I think it would be worse to bring in the wrong person than to bring in just to say we put someone in. So I would say, and I don't know if I can say that now, but I would say that we look internally and go from there and find the right person internally and make them an interim. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. Going to move on.
I'm sorry, can I
Yes, ma'am.
come back? The reason I did what I would write it down if I was doing anything. You know how I feel about these types of votes. My concern is that we have an agenda item for tomorrow. I thought from what I read everything that the committee, and I'm happy to make a supporting statement, but I thought the committee would be who we look to, even though it wasn't as I said earlier, and I won't say it again, I guess. And then we would hear what they had to say and have a really good, serious conversation tomorrow. So unfortunately, being the way we do things, a posted meeting, you have all your candidates are already hearing what you're saying, more than likely. And so that alone is kind of interesting to me. So that's where I'm at. Can we get a legal opinion if we're supposed to vote today? What's tomorrow for?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. No, so the only action item for today would be the committee to make a nomination to the full board tomorrow. And then tomorrow, the full board will consider that individual or those individuals. So
That's why I said what I did, because I felt I read the agenda item correctly, and I just felt like I wanted to hear so we knew what we were thinking as a board. I appreciate what the students and staff are saying, but we're the ones that will make a final decision, and that's where I'm at right now. So I'm following procedure. Thank you.
Thank you for that added information, Regent Brager. Regent McMichael.
I'm going to reserve my comments for tomorrow's meeting. My thought is that all of the other colleagues of mine have the same thought that I do. And so I would prefer to have this discussion tomorrow.
Thank you, Regent McMichael. Regent Arcanian.
I'm sort of surprised at the comments being made by the advisory committee. And I would like to say a disappointment to me was that Kate Marshall didn't receive one solid support vote from the advisory committee. I have worked with her personally. I have talked with people who have worked with her personally. This group itself made comments earlier that you didn't have to have the experience on the college level if you had the leadership qualities. Here's someone who's had leadership in many different areas, but I will go along with whatever the committee or our group goes for. But I did want to say that. I didn't know, maybe it was because we had a bad experience with a woman previously or what. But not one single person with all of that academic background, with all of that diversity as far as leadership is concerned. So anyway, I'll go along with whatever you guys do. It seems you've got a lot of votes there. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Brooks?
Thank you, Chair Escada. I share the same sentiment with some of the my other colleagues on the board. I actually wasn't prepared to have an opinion today. I really would be interested in what the committee decides in terms of how they would like to move forward and what they would like to bring or not bring to the board. And I think it's important that we allow committees to do the work that they're supposed to do, because that's why we have it set up. And so I really would like to defer to the committee, and I'm interested in what the members have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll transition over to the members' Regents. Whoops. Oh, yes, please, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you. I'd just like to make a comment to what you said, Chair Brooks. And I think part of it is that we have so many new people, and the time you've been on the board, you haven't been through a search, because I've been on, I don't know, 5 or 6 at least, and this is the process we've always followed, and unfortunately, we probably would have done ourselves a real service had the whole board had understood the entire process going into this. So I would just say that, because in the past, I have been a search chair, and we have, just like we've been through, and then we have the advisory committees. We always ask them first what they think. We ask the non-board members what they think, or the non-regents that aren't on the committee what they think. We have a voice. We don't have a vote at this stage right now today. And then we go to them, and it's going to be up to the 5 of them to bring forward whatever they decide for all of us tomorrow. So just explaining that, and I think it's helpful.
Chair Scott, if I could respond, thank you. I appreciate that, Regent Del Carlo. It's not that I don't understand the process. It's that I reserve, I guess, I would still feel most comfortable if I hear from the committee members and allow them to process and do the work that this committee is really designed to do in terms of bringing a nominee or not forward to the full board. But thank you for your explanation.
Thank you, Chair Del Carlo.
Are you welcome? And I did hear people talk about process. That's why I brought it up, and not just to you, Chair Brooks, to everyone.
Thank you for the historical knowledge on that. I do appreciate it sincerely. We're going to move over to
Chair Scott.
Regent Bolin, if you can hold on, we're going to continue this process, and I'm going to move on to the advisory members.
No, this is a question about this process, if you don't mind.
It's a question some gratitude. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Mr. Martinez, what is the policy, sir? We're all speaking different languages here, and it sounds like Babylon. So what is our policy? What is the board's policy? And I would like to know, did we have to have a committee to do this? Or could the whole board have done the search and known, because everybody's confused? Well, everybody, me and 1 or 2 others, all right? I'm confused. What was the policy? Or what is the policy? The board policy about this?
Jimmy Martinez, for the record. The board policy currently does require the search committee be put in place, and that's what we kind of discussed earlier when Regent Brager brought this up, is that I think what the comments are telling us is that this matter is ripe to be revisited by the board and the policy to be revisited for potential amendments. But this is the process that was followed. It is the process that's set forth in the board policy.
So if I may ask you a follow-up on that. So if this is the policy that the committee has to be set, is it our policy that all the board members would be asked this question and, we should say what we think for tomorrow? Or is that something just the chair of the committee made up? Is that our policy?
Jimmy Martinez, for the record, again, the details of that part of the search are not outlined in policy. So it states the general parameters, but no, that portion is not. What is outlined in the policy is that the only action that's taken at this meeting is the committee giving a recommendation to the full board, and then the next day the full board will consider that nomination.
If I may, Ms. Chief.
Thank you so much, John.
Interim Chief of Staff, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carrie Nikolajewski, Interim Chief of Staff, for the record. I just wanted to point out to Regent Boylan's question, there is a provision in your bylaws that states that all committee meetings may be attended by every single regent, and they may participate in the discussion.
Okay, thank you so much, but that was not my question, but I do appreciate what you just said, because that's what I do believe in, that we must, and we not only may, we must participate in the discussion, especially in something that is so important to the NSHE. You can see now 40 people have said no one. So I'd like to know why the Bryan group just brought these 3 people to us. Who were the others? I'd love to see, with no names, like what's that thing called, blind, but that's another topic. Thank you so much, Ms. Kerry.
Thank you, Regent Boyd. We're going to continue with the Ad Hoc Search Committee. Regent Carvalho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try not to be too long-winded because a lot of what I have to say has already been said, but I came into this process really hopeful. This is the 5th search that I've been involved with since I've been on the board, whether on the committee, just on the board, or actually as the chair of that search committee. I've also done searches outside of NSHE, and as a business owner, I've literally hired hundreds of people over my 19 years of business ownership. So I think I have very deep knowledge in understanding what it takes to hire somebody and what that looks like. I will say, in terms of the process, this search was very different than any other search I've been involved in. And this is the first time that we've had this kind of issue where we may not push forward a nominee. So take that for what it's worth. But I did come into this trying to have a very open mind about it. So I gut instinct is good, but it's not everything, obviously. So I tried to do as much comparison and research as I possibly could. I went back to the last Chancellor search to look at those candidates. I thought it was interesting that one of our candidates today worked at a system at the same time one of the other candidates that came forward to us worked there. And the candidate that we saw today was at a lower, in a lower role, so to speak, than the person that came forward to us at the previous Chancellor search. So I thought that was an interesting observation. So I compared to the candidates that came forward for our last search. I also looked at the leadership profile and compared these finalists to the leadership profile that we have. It's very difficult to try and figure out what there isn't a solid okay, this person matches all these criteria, all these qualifications. So that's kind of difficult. And that to me is a bit subjective. And obviously hiring people is a subjective process. But I felt overall that these finalists didn't really have the depth of knowledge that I thought that our committee was looking for. I also compared them to each other, and they are very, very different candidates. They come from very, very broad backgrounds, as we've seen. And then also, I compared them to what Mr. Bryan asked us to do, Dr. Bryan, I'm sorry, at the beginning of this process, by thinking about and comparing them to who we thought would be a successful leader in our system, in the NSHE system. And I don't have a clear front runner in that. We heard today that we need a champion who will meet the needs of our students, employees, and all of the residents of Nevada. And I'm not sure that I felt that today, or that I heard that from their testimony today. And just as President Johnson said, it wasn't on paper either. And it would have been helpful to either see their complete application and CV, or to open that up to others who may have had longer CVs. But that, again, is the preference of the search firm that we've used this time. But I have to wonder who are the other applicants involved. And I understand we don't see that. But at this time, I understand what has been said about needing that leader now. We need that, as has been said several times. We have many open positions here at the system. I think our system office is in a position that needs some permanent leadership, and I just don't see it from any of these candidates. I just don't feel like now is the time to take a leap of faith to try and pick somebody because they're in front of us. And I don't like, as Dr. Robinson said, I don't like the idea of a failed search. This is not a failed, this is not a failure in my estimation. But I don't see that any of these three candidates is the right fit for our system. So at this time, I would not recommend a nomination for any of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Carvalho. Regent Downs?
Okay, well, it's my turn, I guess, to talk. So this has been an interesting process, and I've never been on a chancellor search before. I've been on several other searches at several different levels. And so I do have a few questions if I can ask during my time. And I didn't know if we're going to be able to have a discussion here, or is it just make a statement, then we make a motion? But can I ask a question about the process here? To either Mr. Martinez or, I'm going to say Carrie's last name wrong.
Please go ahead.
My question is about the, at this point, is it we make a motion to choose someone or fail the search, or do we have to choose someone from the group?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. At this point, the committee is tasked with making a recommendation to the full board tomorrow for the nomination of Chancellor. There's nothing requiring this committee to make a nomination. So it's the committee's discretion to make that recommendation, make the motion and vote on it. If one of those motions gets a majority vote and passes, then it'll move forward to the board tomorrow. If there are no motions that pass, or there is no motion, then the board tomorrow would vote on what to do thereafter. The other thing I'll point out is it is not for this committee to decide whether or not the search is ended at this time. That's a full board discussion.
Anyway, so I guess we'll keep going with this, but I will say, I mean, really liked hearing from all the candidates. There's so many different aspects of each person that would be great to take a piece here and a piece there and create this this ideal chancellor. I will say, I mean, I could point to one candidate that I thought if we had to pick, that would be the one. But I didn't hear, I guess, some of the buzzwords, the key concepts, or the important factors. They just weren't consistent throughout the group. I am the kind of person who does not have a problem with interims. I think interims actually do a good job, and you get to learn about that person as time goes on. So that's where I am at this point is, like I said, one of these candidates does rise a little above the rest for me, but it's still not exactly what I want to see. So I would, that's kind of where I am. I'm open to hearing from my colleagues before we make any kind of a vote.
Thank you, Regent Downs. Regent Goodman?
Thank you, Chair. So this was a flawed process, very much so. But the process comes from the policy, and I find it interesting that everyone's complaining about the policy. I couldn't change the policy. Moving forward, if we do decide to not do another search, we will not do another search until we change the policy. So how can everybody be complaining about the policy? I couldn't change it, but some of my colleagues could have. And with all due respect, you know, we've hit this point. So flawed process, right? But boy, did we get a gift through the flawed process. And that's what I have to say. And you can't change the rules in the middle of the game. So we all asked for a leader. And if Dr. Drake wasn't a leader, I don't know who a leader is, okay? And they all were very qualified. But that man, I think, can bring the system together. I think he is what we need right now. The data is great. Data is important. Research is important. The DRI does incredible research. We have 2 R1 universities. Those presidents are handling that. They're doing incredible work. Do I think Dr. Drake is not going to support that? Of course not. He's going to support it, and he's going to lift it. I have found that the best leaders are the individuals who are able to find the person that's the expert in that area and then have that person advise them on what they need to do. Okay, that's how I've become successful. That's how some of the most successful people I know have become successful, because they're smart enough to pull in the people that know the topic best. So I feel like terrible process, policy's bad. What an incredible candidate is what I think. And maybe it's because I have a business background, but I think that's what we need right now. We need someone who's going to be able to work with the business community, work with faculty, work with staff, and listen, work with the students. And this man said all of these things. I mean, I was sitting here going, oh my gosh, this is wonderful. And I'm not trying to slight the other 2 candidates. Kate Marshall's amazing, and Mr. Ansell's amazing. But this man, to me, with his experience and his ability to obviously bring people together is really what we need right now. And so this is a newbie coming in, but this is a newbie who's a native Nevadan, who was on the search for Carol Harder when we picked her, who was a student body president at UNLV and a UNLV grad, who owns my own business, has hired and fired, who runs the largest nonprofit in the state for what I do. And I'm telling you that I think we have a candidate, and I think he's more than qualified. And I think we all need to be very careful, because a gentleman like that, maybe he's just going to walk because he doesn't need the job, as he said. He wants to be a part of something that's really wonderful. And I think that we can offer that here, and I think he can bring it to us.
Thank you, Regent Goodman. Regent Perkins?
Wow, that was a tough act to follow. I completely agree. This was a flawed process. But then this candidate was amazing. Out of this flawed process, we got Dr. Drake. When I heard fear and scared, yes, I am scared to make this decision. This is one of the biggest decisions that we make as a board. It makes my stomach churn. because it's really, really important to me, it's important to the institution, and it's important to Nevada. However, we can't let fear stop us from going forward. I think, I want to say he's a unicorn. I mean, he has academic experience, he has business acumen, he's calm, and he's very communicative. I'll spell that for you later. And the things that stood out with him, the two things, he kept saying system leverage. That's one thing that we've been trying to do for a long, long time, is to leverage our system so that we can bring benefits to the system and work for the system and through the system to be a better system. So that was one of the key words that stood out to me. And also best practices. He never said, well, back where I was from, and you know, us Nevadans do not like that when you say that, you know, we did it this way back where I was from. But he said best practices. And that means that he's going to look for those best practices. He's going to look across the country, across international borders, for God's sake. And so I guess you got me fired up there. And I wish we did have a crystal ball. So that we could look at it and say, this will be the perfect candidate. But because we are flawed individuals, there's no one that's going to fit every single checkbox that we have. But to me, Dr. Drake seems like the best possible fit. Just some of the things he said and his demeanor just stood out of all the candidates. Yes, the other candidates were very good in their fields. And also, like my colleague said, if you want somebody that's going to do metrics, you can hire somebody that can do dang good metrics. But if you want somebody to be a leader, leaders can't, it's natural. You can be a better leader, but sometimes those things just come naturally. And I think Dr. Drake was a natural leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Perkins. Thank you to all. Before I state, I just want to commend the Bryant Group for the tenacious due diligence that you have done throughout this process. It has been beyond admirable, and I've worked hand in hand with you all, and it's something that I'll forever hold close to my heart. So thank you. In my opinion, what it takes for a chancellor is most time and talent that it takes is to represent the system with the governor and the legislature. Be responsible for the sound plan of organization to ensure administrative efficiency and maximum utilization of resources. This person will be serving as the person the presidents report to for administration of their institutions and facilitating full cooperation among them. This person will also be communicating on behalf of the entire system. But this individual also have to assure that all budgets are executed in accordance with the intent of this entire board and the legislature. Generally, this is a really high-level, very responsible administrative job with diverse areas of expertise reporting to it. It requires leadership skills and the ability to manage the board, the presidents, as well as an entire cabinet. The chancellor is a visible person who can hold the system together through stewardship and high-touch leadership. It's a CEO, someone who can run a company, someone who can manage over 100,000 employees, a person that can manage and multitask, who can communicate, deliver a message, and deliver a message in a manner in which it's not going to be argumentative, abrasive, come across with cantankerousness. A person who's going to be cool and get the job done. Someone who's going to lead. And we have that here with us today. And for that, I'm going to put the name of Dr. Lawrence Drake forward.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Regent Perkins. So with that, I'm going to move on to new business. We're going to go on a vote. It's been a long couple hours. We are going to go to a vote. Committee votes. We're going to go vote by the region committee vote. We're going to start with Region Carvalho.
No.
Region Downs.
Yes.
Region Goodman.
Yes.
Region Perkins.
Yes.
And myself, I am a yes. And the regions? Motion carries. Thank you all for this and providing in this process. So now we're going to be carrying on to item number 8, which is new business. Is there any new business on the table today for all the regions?
I had a question, and if we want to talk about revisiting the process for the search down the road to revamp it, would that be new business for the general board, or can we talk about it in this committee?
Jimmy Martinez for the record, that would be new business for the full board.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on to it, Region Downs. I know where it's coming tomorrow. It'll be there.
Yep, it'll be there.
Is there any other new business for the committee today? All right. We're going to finish up with public comment. Is there any public comment in Reno? None seen. Is there any public comment in Elko?
No public comment in Elko.
And we do not have any public comment in Las Vegas. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.